المندوبين الموقرين، زملاء الأعزاء، صباح الخير. أعلن افتتاح الجلسة العامة الثالثة من دورة المؤتمر العام 19. أدعو المؤتمر إلى النظر في البند الرابع تنظيم الأعمال. وفقا للمادة 42 من النظام الداخلي، يوجد لدى المكتب عدد من المقترحات ليقدمها للمؤتمر بشأن تنظيم أعماله، وقد أخذ المكتب في الاعتبار لدى صياغة هذه المقترحات التوصيات الصادرة عن المشاورات غير الرسمية التي عقدت بناء على طلب مجلس التنمية الصناعية في إطار التحضير للمؤتمر، وترد هذه الاقتراحات في ورقة الاجتماع GC.19/CRP1. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لرئيسة هذه المشاورات غير الرسمية سعادة السيدة دومينيكا كروس سفيرة بولندا لتقدم لنا عملها. الكلمة لسعادتكم الآن.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues, Director General, new Director General, distinguished delegates, Excellencies. I would like to express my appreciation to the Industrial Development Board for entrusting me with the task of chairing the pre-session informal consultations. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude to the Vice President, His Excellency, Mr. Eric Anderson Machado of Peru, for chairing the two first meetings of the consultations in my absence. Distinguished delegates, a brief written report was issued on the work of the pre-session informal consultations contained in document GC19/CRP1. The report presents the outcome of the discussions on procedural and organizational matters, as well as on substantial items. In total, we had 3 meetings. We discussed a number of draft decisions, which will be taken up at the main committee starting this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. in boardroom D, in the building C on the 4th floor, and on the Interprify platform. In light of the current health and safety concerns and the resulting restrictions, I would invite as many of you as possible to join our discussions virtually. Furthermore, we recommended the suspension of the Rule 42 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Conference to allow for the adoption of the agenda before the meeting of the General Committee, which the conference did yesterday, and of the Rule 103, paragraph 3, to allow for the appointment of the Director General by acclamation. In addition to these meetings, there were a number of informal informals on 3 draft resolutions proposed by Member States. The outcome of these meetings is scheduled in an addendum to my report and is contained in the document GC19, Conference Room Paper 1, Addendum 1. The main committee will also consider these drafts starting this afternoon. I should like to mention that the informal and informal consultations were conducted virtually and with a notable spirit of cooperation and compromise on the part of all groups and delegates. I wish to thank those delegates who have participated actively in the work of the consultations. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, before I conclude, I would like to once again express my sincere gratitude to all delegations who have participated and given me the fullest support in the work of the pre-session informal consultations. I'm looking forward to fruitful discussions in the main committee. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لسعادتكم. بعد الاستماع إلى كلمة سعادة السفيرة كروس، يوصي المكتب المؤتمر العام بما يلي: أولاً، أن يتناول بنود جدول الأعمال من 8 إلى 29 في شكل مناقشة عامة في جلساته العامة. ثانياً، أن ينشئ لجنة رئيسية واحدة تترأسها دومينيكا كروس سفيرة بولندا، ويجوز أن تمثل فيها كل دولة عضو مشاركة في المؤتمر. ثالثاً، أن يقرر إحالة بنود جدول الأعمال من 8 إلى 29 إلى اللجنة الرئيسية لإجراء مناقشة أكثر تركيزاً بهدف إعداد مشاريع مقررات وقرارات تحظى بتوافق الآراء لتقديمها إلى المؤتمر بكامل هيئته، وأن يطلب إلى رئيس اللجنة الرئيسية أن يقدم إلى المؤتمر تقريراً مكتوباً عن أعمالها، وذلك يوم الجمعة 3 كانون الأول ديسمبر 2021. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على اعتماد هذه التوصيات المتعلقة بتنظيم الأعمال؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراض، وقد تقرر ذلك. وفيما يتعلق بأعضاء مكتب اللجنة الرئيسية، أوصى المكتب بأن تنتخب اللجنة الرئيسية، وهذا يعني أيضاً أن يقدم رئيس اللجنة الرئيسية تقريرها إلى المؤتمر بكامل هيئته، مما يغني عن الحاجة إلى مقرر. وأدعو المندوبين الذين يرغبون في المشاركة في اللجنة الرئيسية إلى التوجه إلى قاعة الاجتماعات دي في الطابق الرابع من المبنى سي، وسيبدأ الاجتماع الأول في الساعة 4:30 بعد ظهر اليوم الثلاثاء 30 تشرين الثاني نوفمبر. واقترح المكتب أيضاً أن ينظم المؤتمر الجدول الزمني لأعماله وفقاً لما أوصت به المشاورات غير الرسمية السابقة للدورة على النحو المبين في الجدول الزمني المؤقت للأعمال الذي تم توزيعه. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على هذا الاقتراح؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراض حسب ما أرى، ولذلك سنحاول قدر الإمكان احترام الجدول الزمني للأعمال. وفي هذا الصدد طلب مني المكتب أن أذكركم بأنه نظراً لضيق الوقت المتاح للمناقشة العامة ينبغي أن تبقى الكلمات قصيرة وموجزة قدر الإمكان. وأبلغ المكتب أيضاً بالممارسة المتبعة، وهي أن الكلمات الملقاة في إطار الجلسات العامة ينبغي ألا تتجاوز 5 دقائق بالنسبة للدول الأعضاء، و10 دقائق بالنسبة للمجموعات الإقليمية. وحرصاً على إدارة عملنا بكفاءة، أحث الوفود على عدم تجاوز هاتين المدتين. وأوصى المكتب أيضاً بإقفال قائمة المتكلمين في إطار المناقشة العامة في الساعة 12 ظهراً من يوم الأربعاء 1 كانون الأول ديسمبر 2020. وتماشياً مع مداولات المكتب، أود أن أوجه عناية المؤتمر إلى المادة 90 من نظامه الداخلي التي تنص على أن يبذل المؤتمر قصارى جهده لضمان اتخاذ جميع قراراته المتعلقة بالمضمون بتوافق الآراء. ومن هذا المنطلق أحثكم على بذل كل الجهود من أجل تجنب التصويت خلال الجلسات العامة. وإذا كان هناك خلاف بين الوفود بشأن أي بند من البنود المخصصة للجنة الرئيسية، فإن رئيس اللجنة سيبلغ المؤتمر في تقريره إليه بكامل هيئته بالآراء المتباينة، وسيلقى بياناً يشرح مواقف الدول الأعضاء المعنية. وقبل الانتقال إلى البنود المدرجة في جدول أعمالنا، أود أن أثير مسألة إجرائية أخرى. فبناء على الفقرة 5 من المقرر ما تا صا مطة 46 ما مطة 3 التي تطلب من الأمانة مواصلة الاستعاضة عن محاضر الموجزة المكتوبة لمجلس التنمية الصناعية، والمؤتمر العام بتسجيلات رقمية. يقترح وقف العمل بأحكام المادة 65 بشأن إعداد المحاضر الموجزة للدورة الحالية لأغراض توفير التكاليف، وكما هو الحال في الدورات السابقة ستكون التسجيلات الرقمية متاحة بجميع اللغات الرسمية الست. وبهذا نكون قد اختتمنا النظر في البند الرابع من جدول الأعمال تنظيم الأعمال. وأدعوكم الآن إلى النظر في البند الخامس من جدول الأعمال، وثائق تفويض ممثلين لدى المؤتمر. وسيكون تشكيل لجنة وثائق التفويض مستندا إلى تشكيل لجنة وثائق التفويض في الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة في دورتها 76، وهو كالآتي: الاتحاد الروسي، بوتان، الصين، سيراليوني، السويد، تشيلي، ناميبيا، الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وجزر البهاما. وبما أن الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية ليست عضواً في اليونيدو، فقد قدمت دولة من القائمة باء ترشيح إسبانيا كبديل لها. هل هناك أي اعتراض على التشكيل المقترح لجنة وثائق التفويض؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات. حسب ما أرى تنشئ اللجنة وثائق التفويض بهذا الشكل: وسيعقد الاجتماع الأول للجنة وثائق التفويض يوم الأربعاء 1 كانون الأول ديسمبر 2021 على الساعة 9:30 صباحا في قاعة الاجتماعات دي في الطابق الرابع من مبنى سي. وبغية إعطاء اللجنة متسعة من الوقت لإعداد تقريرها، أقترح أن نبقي البند الخامس من جدول الأعمال بشأن تقرير لجنة وثائق التفويض مفتوحا حتى صباح يوم الخميس 2 كانون الأول ديسمبر. وبهذا نكون قد اختتمنا النظر في البند الخامس من جدول الأعمال. أدعو المؤتمر الآن إلى النظر في البند السادس من جدول الأعمال، تعيين المدير العام. وفقا للمادة 2 مادة 11 من دستور اليونيدو، يعين المؤتمر بناء على توصية مجلس التنمية الصناعية المدير العام لفترة 4 سنوات. وفيما يتعلق بتوصية المجلس، أحيل المؤتمر إلى المقرر ميم تا صا مادة 49 ما مادة 3، والمقرر ما تا صا 49 ميم مادة 4 الواردين في المرفق الأول بتقرير المجلس عن أعمال دورته 49 التي عممت تحت الرمز GC.19/3. ووفقا للمادة 3 مادة 103 من النظام الداخلي، ينظر المؤتمر في توصية المجلس في جلسة سرية ويصوت عليها بالاقتراع السري. غير أنني أقترح على المؤتمر العام بناء على توصية من المكتب وقف العمل بأحكام الفقرة الثالثة من المادة 103 خلال الدورة الحالية فقط. وفي هذا الصدد أود أن أوجه عنايتكم إلى الممارسة المتبعة في اليونيدو فيما يتعلق بتعيين المدير العام. ففي الدورات السابقة وافق المؤتمر على وقف تطبيق هذه المادة لغرض محدد، هو تعيين المدير العام بالتزكية. وفي الجلسة الأولى من المشاورات غير الرسمية السابقة للدورة، أعتبر أن المؤتمر ينبغي أن يتبع هذا الإجراء أيضا في دورته 19 هذه. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على هذا الاقتراح؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراض، فقد تقرر ذلك. وأقدم الآن إلى المؤتمر التوصية الواردة في مقرر المجلس ميم تا صا 49 ميم مادة 3 بشأن تعيين المدير العام، محدثة لتعكس تاريخ بدايته الصحيح. وأود كذلك أن أقترح أن يعين المؤتمر بالتزكية السيد جورد ميلر مديراً عاماً لليونيدو. وهذا يعني أن المؤتمر سوف يتخذ قراراً يساغ على النحو التالي: يعتمد المؤتمر العام التوصية الواردة في المقرر ميم تا صا 49 ميم 3 الصادرة عن مجلس التنمية الصناعية، ويقرر أن يعين بالتزكية السيد جيرد ميلر مديراً عاماً لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية لمدة 4 سنوات اعتباراً من 10 كانون الأول ديسمبر 2021، أو إلى أن يتولى المدير العام الذي سيتم تعيينه في الدورة العادية 21 للمؤتمر العام مهام منصبه، أي التاريخين أبعد. هل هناك اعتراضات على هذا الاقتراح؟ لا أرى أي اعتراضات، قد تقرر ذلك. أود كذلك أن أوجه انتباهكم إلى أنه يتعين على المؤتمر بموجب بند تعيين المدير العام أيضاً ووفقاً للمادة 103 مادة 4 من نظامه الداخلي أن ينظر في مشروع العقد المقدم إليه من مجلس التنمية الصناعية في مقرره ميم تا صا 49 ميم 4 الذي يحدد شروط وأحكام تعيين المدير العام من أجل الموافقة عليه. وهنا أيضاً سيرد التاريخ المصحح لبدء ولاية المدير العام. هل هناك أي اعتراضات على هذا المقترح؟ ليس هناك أي اعتراضات. حسب ما أرى تمت الموافقة على مشروع العقد. هل لي أن أطلب من الأمانة مرافقة السيد مولر إلى قاعة المؤتمر، وأطلب من المندوبين الموقرين أن يبقون جالسين في الوقت التي تجرى فيه مرافقة السيد مولر إلى الجلسة العامة؟ السيد المدير العام المعين، يشرفني أن أبلغكم بأن المؤتمر العام لليونيدو في دورته 19 قد عينكم بالتزكية مديراً عاماً لليونيدو، كما يشرفني أن أوقع معكم الآن العقد الذي ينظم شروط وأحكام تعيينكم مديراً عاماً. السيد مولر، أدعوكم وفقا للنظام الأساسي للموظفين لا سيما البندين 1/8 و1/9 إلى أداء اليمين بوصفكم مديرا عاما، وذلك انطلاقا من المنبر. فلتتفضل. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I solemnly swear to exercise in all loyalty, discretion, and conscience the function entrusted to me as Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, to discharge these functions and regulate my contact with the interests of the organization only in view and not to seek or accept instructions in regard to the performance of my duties from any government or other authorities external to the organization.
السيد ميلر، إنه لمن دواعي سروري وشرفي ويشرفني أن أكون إنه من دواعي سروري ويشرفني. Is it good?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies,
Please.
distinguished members of the UNIDO General Conference, I want to thank you for your great support and for electing me as the new Director General of UNIDO. I feel deeply honored by your trust and your support. I look forward to working with all of you to move UNIDO forward in solidarity with all members. And this is a special conference, unfortunately, largely virtual. And therefore, my special greetings and thanks therefore go to the participants at home in our member countries. I very much hope and look forward to meeting you all in person soon. That I have been elected a European and a German development minister is a sign of confidence, but also a signal to industrialized countries to take on more responsibility so that we can jointly meet global challenges. If we want to solve the global challenges of our time, we need global solidarity and a partnership-based cooperation between industrialized countries and developing countries. And we need a much stronger commitment from the industrialized countries. I am an optimist. Today, our world has the necessary technologies and knowledge to create a world without hunger, to successfully address climate change, and to end pandemics such as COVID-19 or Ebola. When I look at the outcomes of the COP26 in Glasgow, I'm sorry to say this is by far not enough. From the perspective of the developing countries and the G77 and UNIDO, the decisions are disappointing and totally insufficient. What is missing? The necessary financial commitments to tackle the climate crisis and to finance a global green recovery program, the compensation of losses. We need huge levels of investments for the transformation and decarbonization of energy systems in development countries. Here we are not talking about billions, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, but about thousands of billions, trillions. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, UNIDO is responsible for sustainable development, climate and environmental protection, and must give an even stronger voice to the interests of developing countries, emerging economies, and the G77 in the international debate. And UNIDO, of course, has to present practical solutions for the challenges of our time. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to resolve the global challenges, we also need the larger nations, Russia, India, Japan, as well as France and the United States and the United Kingdom. I am pleased that the representatives of the US and the United Kingdom are participating today as an observer, and I hope that they will soon rejoin the UNIDO family. But also we need China as a strong partner. Mr. Li Yong, Mr. Li, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you and the staff of UNIDO for your successful work over the last 8 years. You have set many things in motion, launched many initiatives, and I will continue to develop many of the programs that you have started. One example is this prominent PCP program. I would like to ask you now, Mr. Li, to use your influence in Beijing to encourage China to continue the strong cooperation with UNIDO. We want to thank you with a big round of applause and our very best wishes and sincere thanks to you and also to your wife and family. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us look ahead. What will the world look like in 2050? We will have a global population of 10 billion. Africa's population will double until 2050. The demand for food will rise by 50%. Energy demand will rise by 70%. Climate change will continue with all its consequences. Resources will become scarce, and digital technology will change our lives. UNIDO is a key player in addressing these global challenges. We need concrete and practical solutions. Protecting the global climate and global goods, our oceans, forests, soil, and water. Secondly, feeding a growing world population and ending hunger and poverty. Third, creating jobs for hundreds of millions of people, especially young people. The international community knows what must be done. We must implement the SDG agenda, implement the Paris Agreement, and comply with the Biodiversity Convention. My goal is UNIDO must become the leading UN organization to implement the SDG agenda and the Paris Agreement. Dear delegates, 80% of all people on our planet, 80%, live in low-income and middle-income countries, in developing and emerging economies. UNIDO must be the voice of these countries. They must be heard in UN organizations. They must be heard at international conferences, and they must have a vote in the decision-making. And, ladies and gentlemen, the industrialized countries must realize that cooperation offers huge opportunities. And the industrialized countries must also realize that the gap between the rich and the poor mustn't get any wider, and that the exploitation of people and nature in many developing countries needs to end. What is needed? Investments in infrastructure, industry and digitalization, agriculture and education, fair trade relations and access to energy to achieve industrial upgrading. Let me highlight today 3 major areas for growth and investment, for sustainable development, industrialization and job creation. 3 major areas. First, the development of sustainable energy supplies. Our goal is access to sustainable energy for all, Mr. President. In Tunisia and Morocco, in Africa, in Asian countries, nearly 1 billion people do not have access to electricity or energy yet. 1 billion people. Energy, but energy is the precondition for successful development across all sectors. Think about this. I'm thinking about Ouarzazate, Morocco, for example. I have seen the most modern solar power stations in the world, in Morocco, in the Aswan Desert, in Egypt, or recently in Abu Dhabi, where the world's largest solar park is being built and where the industrial use of hydrogen is being developed together with Siemens Energy. The second major areas, the second field for growth opportunities is construction, infrastructure and digitalization. In addition to energy, the precondition for development and industrialization is the development of and investment in fundamental infrastructure, such as roads, grids, ports, and railways, and digitalization. So this construction sector will become a big, maybe the biggest driver of growth and huge job generator. Increasing urbanization is both an opportunity and a challenge. UNIDO can and UNIDO must develop vocational training programs and vocational training centers that help to train the young people for these new kinds of jobs and new production lines, for example, in the automotive industry. Rwanda, let me take this example. Rwanda, for example, is showing the world in Kigali that modern urban mobility in African cities is already feasible today. And Rwanda has successfully started the production of cars made in Africa. The developing countries will need up to 1 billion cars and trucks by 2050, the next 30 years. And production must take place on the ground and create jobs. This must be our goal, not only in Rwanda. Many Asian countries have their own car production, and so do Brazil, Mexico, and other countries. Our goal must be to develop new industrial parks and establish production capacities in developing countries. This is also needed in the sector of pharma industry. India and other Asian countries are showing us how to do it. Drugs and vaccines for developing countries must be produced in these countries. Germany is currently assisting Senegal, South Africa, Rwanda, and Ghana in setting up their own production plants, in particular for COVID-19 vaccines. Another sector, growing sector, is the chip production. Not only Asian countries are successful here, also Costa Rica, for example, is a big player in the world market. So the third major field is the food and agricultural sector. This is the third major area for development and growth that I want to mention today. I'm the son of a farmer, and I'm a professor for international agricultural policy. So the development of the agriculture, forestry and fishery sector, and the food processing sector is particularly important for our member countries. Then the most urgent task is to end hunger. Millions of small farmers and their families are still living in poverty. That is a scandal, dear delegates. Our common goal must be to invest in sustainable agriculture, developing processing industries and create fair supply chains. Young people in rural areas need better opportunities, hope and better opportunities, jobs and incomes. I think this sector has huge potential for job creation and the development of local value chains. Sustainable agriculture requires investment, training, fair prices, and local value addition. This must be one important focus for the future work of UNIDO, investments in value-added manufacturing. Let me give you a few examples. It must become possible for countries after the cotton has been harvested locally, you know this situation, to also develop processing facilities nearby. It must become possible for countries not to sell their raw coffee or cocoa beans to Europe or to the US market for a few cents. The future must be for the processing of the coffee to take place in the producer countries. Local value addition can increase tenfold. Then children won't need to work on the plantations anymore. They can go to school. I could give you many other examples of product and supply chains. In Mexico and Brazil, for example, I have seen how hard people have to work on the banana plantations. The large global companies, and there are only 4 or 5, the large global companies are buying a kilogram of bananas at 15 cents and selling it in Europe at €1.20 or €1.50. This is not a fair deal for the plantation workers. The people on the ground and their families cannot live on that. UNIDO must work for a fair global trade and agricultural system. Recently, I met the new head of WTO, Dr. Ngozi from Nigeria. With her, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, with Dr. Ngozi, we have a chance to change these things. I mentioned 3 major areas for growth. There are many more issues which we must address, of course, but not everything can be done at once. We will have to focus on priorities. But we are only at the beginning of my term as Director General. And the most important thing for me is to hear from you, from all of you, what your specific interests and priorities are. So I will start a review process and develop together the UNIDO 2025 strategy and program for the future based on your ideas and proposals. All UNIDO employees are invited to participate. UNIDO has to develop further, undertake reforms, a gender strategy, operate closer to the partner countries, and strengthen its partnership and field approach. The ITPOs should play a stronger role in the organization. Cooperation with the private sector and private investors must become a priority. I will also work on stabilizing the budget and maybe it will be possible to get some former members to return to UNIDO. That's a good sign. US and UK observers today are here. And if UNIDO hadn't already been founded in 1966, it would need to be founded today to support inclusive and sustainable industrial development for a green recovery. But building back better must not remain an empty promise of politicians. I want to tackle these tasks with all my strength and experience. Your vote and your confidence is a great honor for me and fills me with a sense of duty and responsibility. I'm an optimist. Together we can achieve a lot. So let's go to work. Together we are strong. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur Général, pour cette intervention et cette feuille de route assez complète. Et je voudrais saluer aussi cet engagement affiché et cette volonté pour relever les défis qui nous concernent tous. سيد المدير العام معين، إنه لمن دواعي سروري ويشرفني كذلك بصفتي رئيسا للمؤتمر وكذلك بصفتي كأفريقيا وكتونسيا أن أكون أول شخص يهنئكم بصفتكم مديرا عاما جديدا لليونيدو، وإنني على ثقة بأن المنظمة ستواصل تحت قيادتكم الاطلاع بولايتها بفعالية وبما يخدم الدول الأعضاء فيها. وباسم المؤتمر أؤكد لكم أننا ندعمكم وندعم العاملين معكم دعما مطلقا. يسرني الآن أن أعطي الكلمة للمدير العام المنتهي ولايته السيد ليونغ لإلقاء كلمة تهنئة. تفضل سيد المدير العام.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, Mr. Muller. I have the honor and a distinct pleasure to congratulate you, Mr. Muller, on your election and appointment as the next Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Congratulations. And you are taking office during a pivotal time as multilateralism is being reinvigorated with the United Nations system at the center. It is also a crucial time for the international community to strengthening solidarity, as you mentioned, and solve the pressing challenges exacerbated by the ongoing pandemic. We need to accelerate effective solutions towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The UNIDO mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, ISID, will increase in relevance as the value of the industrialization becomes more tangible, in particular as we adhere to the poverty reduction and triple planetary crisis, and find ourselves in the area of rapid technological advancement through the fourth industrial revolution. Mr. Muller and colleagues, I heard, together with all participants here, you made an impressive and visionary statement. And I fully support that. UNIDO, with you at the helm, will benefit from your long-standing and rich experience and in the sphere of the economic cooperation and development, including the personal partnership you established in the developing and middle-income countries to foster agricultural and agribusiness development, vocational trainings, job creation, private sector development, and investment, as you mentioned, the construction, as well as the sustainability and the climate protection. I'm very confident that your experience and leadership will serve as a valuable asset as the UNIDO continues to support member states in the economic recovery from the ongoing pandemic and in the green economy transition process and in the process of the poverty reduction goals. Under your leadership, UNIDO will make a lasting and a transformational change towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, leaving no one behind, leaving no countries behind. Mr. Muller, I wish you every success in your new function as the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Muller, veel erfolg. Thank you. Thank you.
شكرا السيد المدير العام على بيانكم، وافتتح الباب الآن أمام كلمات التهنئة الموجهة للسيد جورد ميلر، واسمحوا لي أن أذكر الوفود بأن هذه الكلمات ينبغي ألا تتجاوز دقيقة واحدة لكل وفد ودقيقتين لكل مجموعة إقليمية. ويشرفني أن أدعو أول متكلم، وهو معالي السيد وزير الصناعة جورج بوشيكان من لبنان، فليتفضل.
My dear nation has suffered a lot, Mr. Director General.
من يونيدو وعبرها من الدول والمنظمات والصناديق المانحة والممولة لينهض من جديد. إننا نعول جدا على دوركم في تأمين الدعم الصناعي للبنان الذي يتطلع شعبه إلى الخروج من أزمته، وأجدد التهنئة الحارة لكم.
شكرا معاليكم على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لمعالي السيد سيرجي ألينيك Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Belarus.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа, делегация Республики Беларусь хотела бы поздравить господина Герда Мюллера с избранием и назначением на должность генерального директора ЮНИДО. Уверены, что богатый опыт государственной и международной деятельности господина Мюллера, его высокий профессионализм будут способствовать повышению эффективности работы ЮНИДО по достижению целей и задач организации в русле ожиданий всех государств-членов. Вклад ЮНИДО в достижение глобальных целей устойчивого развития неоспорим. Поэтому считаем важным дальнейшее повышение эффективности и результативности предпринимаемых усилий по устойчивому и всеобъемлющему промышленному развитию, учету интересов стран со средним уровнем дохода, а также активное содействие скорейшему восстановлению мировой промышленности на более экологичной и технологичной основе в непростых условиях продолжающейся пандемии. Рассчитываем на укрепление программной деятельности организации, рост ее авторитета и расширение членского состава. Выражаем надежду, что деятельность ЮНИДО под руководством господина Мюллера будет и далее строиться в строгом соответствии с ее мандатом, национальными приоритетами и потребностями государств-членов. Поддерживаем триединую задачу, которая была озвучена в ходе выступления господина Мюллера. Хотели бы пожелать вам, уважаемый господин Мюллер, всесторонних успехов на этом ответственном посту и заверить в готовности Беларуси продолжать конструктивное взаимодействие с вами и с организацией. Благодарю вас.
شكرا لكم على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة للسيد والتر فيري نائب وزير الصناعة بالأوروغواي، فليتفضل.
que se remonta a los mismos orígenes de la organización. Hemos sido testigos de cómo UNIDO ha sabido adaptar su accionar a nuevas y a veces desafiantes circunstancias, como actualmente frente a la pandemia por COVID-19, preservándose fiel a sus mandatos. Uruguay es un decidido impulsor en políticas orientadas a la promoción del desarrollo industrial inclusivo y sostenible en ámbitos como el de las energías renovables, el medio ambiente y la acción climática, o la digitalización y las tecnologías aplicadas a procesos industriales, promoviendo horizontalmente y con éxito principios de economía circular y priorizando un enfoque transversal de género. El hecho, además de ser sede de la Oficina Regional de UNIDO para el Cono Sur, nos anima a estrechar aún más el vínculo con la organización. Nuestro deseo era estar presentes en este evento y estrecharles la mano personalmente. Las circunstancias actuales nos lo impidieron, pero estamos seguros que en los próximos meses tendremos ese encuentro, ya que mucho nos gustaría que visite en breve nuestro país. Confiamos en que su visión para la organización contribuirá a fortalecer el rol de UNIDO para toda la región latinoamericana. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا. والكلمة الآن للسيد كريمي كابيريا من كينيا، فليتفضل. المعذرة. الكلمة الآن للسيد بيتر لونسكي كاتب عام الوزارة الفيدرالية للشؤون الأوروبية والخارجية من النمسا، فليتفضل. It's good.
You've achieved for UNIDO during your 8.5 years tenure. Under your able leadership, you have sharpened UNIDO's global profile and strengthened its voice. Please allow me to extend our warmest congratulations to Minister Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. Mr. Müller, during your campaign, we had ample opportunity to hear in detail about your vision for UNIDO's future. We are convinced that based on your experience, your full commitment and your strategic approach, you will skillfully guide this important organization through current and future challenges. We regard UNIDO and its mandate as a crucial pillar of an effective multilateralism. Austria is grateful and proud to host the organization since 1985. During the COVID-19 pandemic, UNIDO supported people in more than 120 countries by focusing its projects on collaboration with small enterprises, by encouraging the production of personal protection equipment, and by saving many jobs, particularly in small companies. UNIDO's mandate is crucial in international cooperation. Building a better future is not only the topic of this General Conference, but also one specific target of the Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030. As a committed member state of UNIDO and as host country of the organization, Austria will fully support you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of us a successful and fruitful conference.
شكرا لكم على هذه الكلمة، وأعطي الآن الكلمة للسيد كيرمي كابيرا من كينيا، فليتفضل.
Mr. President, for giving us the floor. Allow me, on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, to congratulate Dr. Muller on his appointment as the next Director General of UNIDO. We extend our warmest welcome as he takes up the helm of the organization. Dr. Muller, you are taking up the leadership of UNIDO at a time when the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, is particularly on the socioeconomic sectors, are still much more with us. However, as a country, we are confident that with your economic development credentials and unwavering support from member states, you will steer the organization to overcome these challenges and further bridge the development gap between developed and developing countries. Once again, I congratulate you and assure you of Kenya's full support. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمتكم، والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير أليخاندرو سولانو أورتيز، المندوب الدائم لكوستاريكا نيابة بصفته رئيس لمجموعة 77 والصين، فليتفضل.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Group of 77 and China, I wish to convey our heartfelt congratulations and warmest welcome to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as a new Director General of UNIDO by the 19th General Conference. The group recognizes that Dr. Müller comes in at a time when the whole world is still reeling from the devastating efforts of the COVID-19 pandemic, on our respective populations, economies, and industries. And he will definitely have his hands full to address the many urgent and diverse needs of UNIDO's member states. Nonetheless, the group is confident and optimistic that the experience, skill, and dedication that Dr. Mueller will bring to the job will allow UNIDO to face his and other present and future challenges more than adequately, and that the organization will continue to deliver its mandate of inclusive and sustainable development to its stakeholders, particularly to middle-income and least developed countries. The group invites the Director General to engage with the countries of G77 and China to better recognize and understand the differentiated and most pressing needs of the developing countries. The group wishes to reassure Dr. Mueller of our strong support during his tenure as Director General, and we commit to keep working closely with UNIDO in addressing the priorities of our member state. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
شكرا على كلمتكم. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة فوزية مباركي المندوبة الدائمة للجزائر ورئيسة المجموعة الإفريقية، فلتتفضل.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Africa Group, I wish to express our sincere congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO and assure him of our utmost readiness to extend our full support and cooperation for him to fulfill his mandate. The group wishes to underline the continued negative impacts of the COVID-19 virus and urge UNIDO under the new leadership to remain resilient and supportive to the member states. Furthermore, as the world continues to recover from this virus, there is a need to maintain our efforts towards achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, considering the delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, the efforts of the new Director General will be instrumental in helping the most affected countries in resuming their course in terms of formulating the industrial policies and implementing the necessary measures related to their industrialization efforts, noting that the group is confident that he will be capable of achieving this challenging mission. The group, therefore, looks forward to having regular and comprehensive discussions with Dr. Müller to ensure that the policies of UNIDO continue to be formulated in alignment with the priorities of the member states. The group aspires to an improved, resilient, and agile structure for the organization. I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
شكرا على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفيرة إلينا رفتي المندوبة الدائمة لشيبر ورئيسة مجموعة Western European and Other States، فلتتفضل.
Mr. President, on behalf of the WEA Group, I wish to extend warm congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. Dr. Müller, you take over the leadership of this organization at the critical juncture for UNIDO and the global development agenda. Pressing global challenges threaten people's livelihoods and well-being, the environment, our economies, our societies. These challenges have been seriously compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic. Taking effective action is imperative in order to address these challenges, tackle climate change and environmental degradation, poverty, and increasing vulnerabilities and inequalities, and lead towards more sustainable economies, more resilient societies, also through inclusive and sustainable industrial development. WEA member states are confident that Director General Müller will exert his utmost efforts in leading UNIDO towards fulfilling its unique mandate in the development agenda worldwide. His skills and extensive experience, especially as Minister for Cooperation and Development of a leading industrialized country, will enable him to maintain and further enhance channels of open dialogue, communication and cooperation between governments, international organizations and other stakeholders. Director General Muller, we stand ready to engage with you over the coming months and assure you of our full cooperation and support in your new role. We wish you every success and extend again our warm congratulations. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على الكلمة. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير إريك أندرسون المندوب الدائم للبيرو ورئيس مجموعة أمريكا اللاتينية والكاريب. فليتفضل.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. El GRULA quisiera felicitar y dar la más cordial bienvenida al doctor Gerhard Müller en su designación como nuevo director general de la UNUDI y desearle el mayor de los éxitos en su gestión. Queremos enfatizar la importancia que nuestra región asigna a la UNUDI. A 55 años de la fundación de este organismo especializado de las Naciones Unidas, se mantiene vigente su mandato de asistir a los países en desarrollo para promover y acelerar el desarrollo industrial inclusivo y sostenible, así como para lograr la plena implementación de la Agenda 2030 y el cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, en particular el ODS 9. En el contexto de la pandemia provocada por el COVID-19, nuestra región ha sido especialmente afectada. Solicitamos al nuevo director general que preste especial atención a las dificultades que enfrentan nuestros países que han visto sus poblaciones, economías y sistemas de salud gravemente impactadas por los efectos de COVID-19. Ahora, más que nunca, la aceleración de los procesos industriales sostenibles e inclusivos es esencial para movilizar nuestra recuperación, atendiendo prioritariamente los retos de la pobreza y la desigualdad, con una perspectiva de género y de respeto del medio ambiente. Será clave que los programas y proyectos de la UNUDI respondan a las características y retos específicos de los países de renta media, así como a nuestro contexto regional. En este sentido, el GRULAC asigna especial importancia al fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor, el desarrollo de la industria farmacéutica, la industria 4.0 y la transición hacia la economía circular, así como la descarbonización del desarrollo industrial en línea con las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional en el marco del Acuerdo de París. Señor presidente, construyendo sobre las mejores prácticas, revisando procesos cuando sea necesario y sumando esfuerzos con agencias y organismos internacionales y regionales, invitamos al director general entrante a hacer de la UNUDI el centro global en el que se discutan y formulen las políticas industriales de punta en beneficio de nuestras ciudadanías. Los integrantes del GRULAC extendemos al director general nuestra mejor disposición para dialogar y respaldar las iniciativas que apuntalen la capacidad de la UNUDI para atender oportuna y decisivamente las prioridades y necesidades de nuestra región, así como la de todos los
Müller on his appointment as the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, elected with the support of the European Union and its member states. Dr. Gerd Müller takes up this post at an important time for the organization and for the global development agenda in this decade of action. His leadership will be crucial to advance UNIDO's mandate and to support its member states in their post-COVID-19 recovery, and for building back better, greener and smarter, leaving no one behind. We reaffirm our support to UNIDO and we look forward to deepening our cooperation under the leadership of Dr. Müller, who can act as a unifying force for the whole membership and attract potential new members and donors. Let me also thank the outgoing Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for his leadership and dedication in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development at the helm of UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على الكلمة. والآن أعطي الكلمة لمعالي السيد شام بروشيتش وزير الصناعة والعلوم والتكنولوجيا والتجديد كمبوديا. فليتفضل.
Cambodia delegation joins other previous speakers to wholeheartedly congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller for his appointment as Director General of the UNIDO for the next 4 years. We are very confident that Dr. Müller's past experience as Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany will be a great asset for his job at the helm of UNIDO and make him the best replacement for outgoing UNIDO DG Lyon. LDCs and developing countries are looking for Dr. Gerd Müller and UNIDO to lead the way for the implementation of the SDG 9 for an inclusive and sustainable industrial development, the various programs for country partnerships so dynamically initiated by Dr. Lyon. Cambodia feels comforted with what Dr. Gerd Müller just said at our conference. Your intention to make a big move toward fair global trade is also very commendable. Mr. Director General, we look forward to cooperate with you and will stand with you in your efforts to implement the various activities you have just mentioned today. We wish you good luck in your great journey. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير تاكاشي هيكارا المندوب الدائم لليابان. فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Dr. Gerd Müller, along with my distinguished colleagues, let me warmly welcome you as the new Director General of UNIDO. I'm convinced that you will lead the organization with the experience, expertise, and perspective gained through your career of more than 15 years in the field of development cooperation. With a unique political background, you will certainly spur the organization to expand its possibilities and broaden resource mobilizations to fuel its activities. I'd like to extend to you my best wishes for our success and assure you that Japan remains committed to UNIDO and its important work in these challenging times. And today I happily noticed that the priority areas that you mentioned in your inaugural speech are largely coincide with Japan's ones. We look forward to working together with you and your team toward fulfillment of UNIDO's mission of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير غوتشميت بيرم المندوب الدائم لألمانيا. فليتفضل.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in this round of congratulatory statements, a short notice from Germany may be well heard. Germany feels honored that the candidacy of Dr. Gerd Müller has found from the beginning the support of so many countries and, more important, the consensus of all in the end. And as Dr. Müller made it clear in his inaugurational statement, he will not disappoint the expectation to be the Director General of all. He will, as he had it in his remarks, conduct the outreach to those still at the margin, but at the same time concentrate on the chances and the challenges for those who form the body of UNIDO. Building in this context on the work of the parting Director General Young, to whom we owe a lot. Germany wishes that over the coming years, UNIDO will become a strong global influencer for sustainable industrial development in the spirit of SDG 9, the creation of decent jobs, and for an environmentally sound and energy-saving industrial production and the deceleration of climate change. In this context, we look forward to his cooperating with the private sector and other organizations and for building back better for the COVID-19 pandemic. And Dr. Müller named the huge challenge in this context. And Germany will engage to support your work to our best capacities. All the best to to Dr. Gerd Müller as the future DG of UNIDO. Thank you.
شكرا على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير أليخاندرو كورتيز المندوب الدائم لإيطاليا، فليتفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, following, of course, and fully supporting the EU statement, I'm grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words to extend on behalf of Italy and also on personal behalf, on my personal basis, the heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller for the appointment as new Director General of UNIDO. Italy, one of the main donors of UNIDO, has supported from the outset your candidature, Dr. Müller, and I can assure you that Italy will continue to support you all the way through the end of your mandate. Your outstanding political experience and your great competence in developing policies is well known to all of us, and also listening to your excellent inaugural speech, we are convinced that you are the right person in the right place at the right time. I wish you all success, Mr. Director General, in your challenging endeavor. Thank you.
شكرا على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير كاروليدان المندوب الدائم لهنغاريا، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to warmly congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The statement delivered by the representative of the European Union fully reflects the Hungarian views on the item of the agenda. However, I'd like to add a few notes on this agenda point. We would like to offer to Dr. Gerd Müller our most sincere wishes for a successful 4-year term as Director General of UNIDO. We are convinced that with his commitment, his efforts, and his leadership, the organization will successfully operate in the coming years and will be able to strengthen UNIDO's role among the multilateral organizations. We look forward to working with Dr. Gerd Müller closely to further strengthen Hungary's cooperation with UNIDO and to advance our common objective of fostering inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The government of Hungary remains fully committed to support UNIDO's work and endeavors in the future. And let me add a few personal remarks and say goodbye to the outgoing Director General, Li Yong, a great colleague and a good friend. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفيرة ندى كروغر المندوبة الدائمة لناميبيا، فلتتفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the government of Namibia, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to extend our warm congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the Director General of UNIDO, and we pledge Namibia's full support and cooperation throughout his tenure. Dr. Müller, Namibia is confident that under your leadership, UNIDO will continue to advance the aspirations for accelerated, inclusive, sustainable industrial development, and that you will exercise your mandate in promoting the Sustainable Development Goals in a way that benefits all member states, considering our different levels of development. We already heard in your statement that you referred to solidarity with all member states. We also heard, and we do agree with the challenges that you mentioned, namely climate change, the threat of pandemics, demand for food, energy demand, sustainable access to everybody in energy, the agricultural sector, eradication of hunger and food scarcity. Those are issues of great importance to Namibia. We look forward to a continuous strong partnership and cooperation as we move forward the industrial development agenda. We wish you success. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير داريو شيرو المندوب الدائم لبنما، فليتفضل.
Señor Presidente,
Siendo esta la primera vez que hago uso de la palabra en esta conferencia general, permítanme expresarles mis sinceras felicitaciones por su elección como presidente de esta conferencia y por la excelente conducción de nuestros trabajos. Le auguro muchos éxitos en el resto de la conferencia. Señor Müller, Panamá se adhiere a la declaración formulada por el distinguido embajador del Perú en nombre del Grupo de Estados de América Latina y el Caribe, y en su capacidad nacional desea consignar nuestra sincera y cálida felicitación por su elección como director de la UNUDI y desearle éxitos en su gestión. Estamos seguros que con su experiencia y sensibilidad, la organización contará con una excelente oportunidad para transformar su gestión y el cumplimiento de su mandato, elevando su nivel de ambición para convertirla en la organización internacional de referencia para apoyar a los Estados miembros y regiones a realizar sus respectivos planes de desarrollo industrial, fomentando políticas industriales y tecnológicas sostenibles, apoyando a las MIPYMES, en especial para potenciar las ventajas competitivas en países en desarrollo y en transición, en concordancia con el cumplimiento del ODS 9 de la Agenda 2030. Una vez Panamá reafirma su convicción de que el multilateralismo y la cooperación internacional ofrecen la vía idónea para transitar juntos el camino de la recuperación global tras la pandemia. En este sentido, al ofrecerle el respaldo de Panamá a su gestión, ponemos a disposición de la UNUDI el Hub Regional de Naciones Unidas y organismos internacionales establecidos en Panamá como base para generar las sinergias en apoyo a los programas y proyectos dirigidos a América Latina y el Caribe. Señor Müller, reconociendo el reto de su gestión como director que enfrenta como director, Panamá expresa su apoyo para la consecución de los objetivos de esta organización, así como para fortalecer la cooperación entre Panamá y la UNUDI y para alcanzar el desarrollo industrial sostenible e inclusivo. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير جيديب مازومبا المندوب الدائم للهند، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Government of India, I wish to extend warm congratulations to Dr. Gert Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. It is true that Dr. Müller is the first Director General of this organization that we member states have chosen from the developed West. Nevertheless, it is also true that Dr. Müller's background and long experience as the Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development in his country has equipped him with deep understanding of the needs of countries in the developing world and of how important it is for development to be inclusive. And Dr. Müller comes from Germany, an industrial powerhouse and one of the countries in the forefront of the technologies being developed for sustainable industrialization and digital transformation. For all these reasons, you, Dr. Müller, we consider as uniquely qualified to take on this responsibility at the helm of UNIDO at this time. And being uniquely qualified, we, the member states, expect a lot from you. But also, we assure you that you have our unstinted support in the task before you. Your address today has enthused us all. Welcome on board, Dr. Gert Müller. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير حسن الكدور المندوب الدائم لسوريا، فليتفضل. سعادة السفير، هل تسمعني؟ ليس هناك صوت. ليس هناك صوت. إذا تسمح في انتظار إصلاح هذا الخلل التقني سنعود إليك فيما بعد. شكرا. أعطي الآن الكلمة لسعادة السفير مخنتجر المندوب الدائم لسريلانكا، فليتفضل.
Mr. President, my delegation wishes to congratulate Dr. Gerhard Müller on his election to the post of Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We are confident that your advocacy of advancing international development through UNIDO programs in developing countries, particularly during your tenure as Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, will bring the stature to guide UNIDO in the future. Sri Lanka looks forward to your able leadership, where all efforts will be taken to mobilize further international support for UNIDO and its activities to foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We firmly believe that UNIDO will strengthen the partnership to enable a smooth transformation for developing countries to achieve the fourth industrial revolution and their sustainable development goals, while supporting member states in the post-COVID-19 recovery towards building a better future. My delegation assures the fullest support during your mandate to achieve the objectives of UNIDO, and we wish you successful tenure in office. Thank you.
شكرا لكم على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير أحمد مختار جون المندوب الدائم لتركيا، فليتفضل.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Turkey has aligned itself with the statement made on behalf of the European Union. In our national capacity, I extend our sincere congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. We hope that UNIDO, under his leadership and together with member states, will continue to fulfill its mandate in the context of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other guiding documents. This will also help alleviate the challenges stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. We expect closest possible interaction with the new DG to fight against global challenges we face. My delegation will stand ready to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير أفتاب أحمد خوخر المندوب الدائم لباكستان، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the delegation and the government of Pakistan, we wish to express our heartiest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO, Director General, and will work with him as partners. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة.
لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية يونيدو للسنوات الأربعة القادمة، متمنيا له النجاح في إدارته وقيادته للمنظمة خلال المرحلة القادمة، ونحن على ثقة بقدرته على تحمل المسؤولية في ظل التحديات التي تواجه عالمنا الحالي، وسيعمل وفد بلادي على تقديم كامل الدعم والإسناد للمدير العام وموظفي المنظمة للمضي قدما في تنفيذ خطط الرؤية الاستراتيجية التي قمتم بتبنيها، وبالأخص في الدول النامية لضمان تحقيقها من أجل مواكبة أهداف التنمية الصناعية الشاملة وأجندة أهداف التنمية المستدامة لعام 2030. ونتطلع إلى مزيد من المشاريع والأنشطة للمنظمة في المنطقة العربية خلال مراحل القادمة من عمل المنظمة لمواكبة المسيرة التنموية والصناعية في العالم. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
شكرا على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير محمد عبد المجيد المندوب الدائم لبنغلاديش، فليتفضل.
Mr. President, on behalf of the government of Bangladesh, I extend our heartiest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Muller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. We trust the UNIDO, the member states, all the stakeholders, particularly the LDCs, low-income and developing countries, will be benefited from his wealth of experience, expertise, and commitment to inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This has appeared more critical than ever when we are facing an unprecedented pandemic, COVID-19, with no end in sight, exposing global inequalities, hitting our economies and lifestyle hard, prompting a paradigm shift in our individual and collective thinking processes as we are desperately waiting for the post-COVID recovery amidst worsening climatic challenges where sustainable industrial development will play a critical role. Bangladesh delegation assures its full support to the new Director General in discharging his critical responsibilities at this critical junction of the history. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير سلطان سلمان المنصوري المندوب الدائم لقطر، فليتفضل.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. اسمحوا لي أن أتقدم باسم وفد دولة قطر بالتهنئة لسعادة السيد جيرد مولر على انتخابه مديرا عاما لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية يونيدو، متمنين له النجاح والتوفيق في قيادة هذه المنظمة. كما أود أن أؤكد لمعالي المدير العام الجديد التزام دولة قطر بالتعاون في تنفيذ ولاية اليونيدو المسندة إليها لمواصلة دورها الفعال في تحقيق أهداف التنمية الصناعية الشاملة والمستدامة. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير صلاح عبد الشافي المندوب الدائم لدولة فلسطين بصفته رئيس للمجموعة العربية، فليتفضل.
سيد الرئيس، تود المجموعة العربية أن تتقدم بالتهنئة الحارة للدكتور جيرد مولر على الثقة التي منحته إياها الدول الأعضاء لتوليه منصب المدير العام لليونيدو، وتؤكد المجموعة على تعاونها الكامل مع المدير العام الجديد من أجل إنجاح مهمته في تحقيق أهداف المنظمة. تدرك المجموعة العربية مدى التحديات الكبيرة التي ستواجه المدير العام الجديد، خاصة في ضوء جائحة الكورونا وتداعياتها على اقتصاديات العالم وبشكل خاص على اقتصاديات الدول النامية. تتطلع المجموعة إلى توسيع برامج اليونيدو مع الدول العربية أثناء ولاية المدير العام الجديد، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز وجود الكوادر العربية من الدول العربية في المنظمة ومكاتبها، لا سيما في المناصب القيادية، والتأكيد على التوزيع الجغرافي العادل وتمكين المرأة والشباب. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والآن أعطي الكلمة إلى سعادة السفير الخندرو سولانو أورتاث المندوب الدائم لكوستاريكا، فليتفضل.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Mi país hace suya la declaración de felicitación expresada por el G77 y China y el GRULAC. Quisiera reiterar a título nacional nuestra más sincera felicitación al doctor Gerd Muller por su designación como nuevo director general de la organización. Su demostrada experiencia en potenciar e implementar proyectos de países en desarrollo con un modelo de gestión eficaz y de sostenibilidad serán ejes claves en el nuevo reto que asume al frente de la organización. Como país de renta media, esperamos ser partícipes y testigos de una firme agenda propositiva para con este grupo de países. Aun cuando seguimos viviendo tiempos convulsos, debemos responder como sociedad a los grandes retos y garantizar que nadie se quede atrás. Señor Director General Muller, usted tiene un gran desafío, pero confiamos en sus cualidades. Le deseamos el mayor de los éxitos en sus tareas. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفيرة دومينيكا كروس الممثلة المندوبة الدائمة لبولندا. فلتتفضل.
I thank you, Mr. President. Director General Dr. Gerd Müller, it's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome you as the new Director General of UNIDO on behalf of the government of the Republic of Poland. We are convinced that the years of experience as Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development in the government of Germany will help you applying the best standards for the successful, results-oriented and well-organized work in the organization. Many ambitious tasks and challenges await you: acceleration of the fulfillment of the mandate of UNIDO during the time of the pandemic, and scarce resources being the ones among many. You will appreciate Poland's support for the implementation of your plans for sustainable industrial development. Lieber Herr Generaldirektor, guten Rutsch and all the best for your work. I thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير حامد الكعبي المندوب الدائم للإمارات العربية المتحدة. فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the behalf of my government of the United Arab Emirates, I would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as a new Director General of UNIDO. Dr. Müller's appointment comes at an important period for UNIDO as the world continues to be challenged by the ongoing pandemic, and as UNIDO takes a leading role in the post-pandemic recovery efforts. Dr. Müller comes with a long and an outstanding and unique global experience in the economic development field that will ensure UNIDO continues to play an important role globally, helping member states' development, focusing on inclusive and sustainable industrialization. I listened carefully to Dr. Müller's introduction statement today, highlighting his plans and priorities in the coming years. My delegation fully support this vision, and we will seek to work closely with him to implement it. We wish Dr. Müller every success in his new role and assures him of the full support and cooperation of my country. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير مردشاي دونيس بول رودغولد المندوب الدائم لإسرائيل.
It is my great honor and pleasure to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller upon his election as the new Director General of UNIDO. Israel and UNIDO have managed together very fruitful cooperation projects over the years, in particular in the agro-business sector, including trainings for UNIDO field personnel by Mashav, the Israeli International Cooperation Agency. This joint cooperation is a solid basis to further strengthen our relations with UNIDO. I am sure there will be ample opportunity to do so under the leadership of Director General Müller. Dear Director General Müller, we wish you and the organization all the best and great strides towards fulfilling the UNIDO mandate and the Sustainable Development Goals. Behatzlacha, viel Erfolg.
شكرا. أعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة منيزها بختري المندوبة الدائمة لأفغانستان. فلتتفضل. أعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير فيلبير أباكا جونسون الممثل المندوب الدائم لغانا. فليتفضل. الكلمة لكم سعادة السفيرة. تفضل. أفغانستان.
Mr. President, let me first congratulate you and welcome you, Dr. Gerhard Muller, on your appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO by the 19th General Conference. Your appointment comes in a time when not only the world is still facing the continued unprecedented global crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic, but also at a time when Afghanistan is facing many urgent and diverse needs. The recent developments in Afghanistan have created new challenges towards achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We are confident that your experience, skill, and dedication will greatly benefit UNIDO, as well as allowing the organization to face the great challenges in Afghanistan. We invite UNIDO to continue providing tailored assistance and technical cooperation in addressing the priorities of Afghanistan, a stand UNIDO member state. We look forward to working closely under your leadership and assure you of our full support. We wish you all success during your tenure as Director General. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير المندوب الدائم لغانا، فليتفضل.
Mr. President, I would like to seize the opportunity to congratulate you on your election and also to assure you of Ghana's support in the discharge of your duties. Ghana joins previous speakers to congratulate Dr. Muller on his appointment as the next Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We would like to assure him of our unflinching support in the discharge of his mandate. Dr. Muller's address this morning has been inspiring and points to the right direction. Dr. Muller's appointment comes at a critical time when global efforts are very much needed to build a better future for the havoc wreaked on human life and the economies of member states by the COVID-19 pandemic. His appointment is therefore an indication of the confidence reposed in him to lead this noble organization, whose role is essential in bringing about the change we need. A change that would also guarantee health for all through the development of the capacities of developing countries. Consequently, we expect that Dr. Muller's leadership towards recovery from the pandemic will be hinged on credible efforts to accelerate sustainable industrial development in developing countries and economies in transition. We look forward to an aggressive implementation of the IDDA3 through the transformation of industrial capacities of African countries to become locations of competitive industrial production, so that the fourth industrial revolution would also not be a mirage for us. Dr. Muller can count on Ghana's support in leading UNIDO to foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states, especially in developing countries. Ghana looks forward to working closely with Dr. Muller and wishes him every success in his new endeavor. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة دينا جوي أماتونغ المندوبة الدائمة للفلبين، فلتتفضل.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Republic of the Philippines, please allow me to extend our sincerest congratulations and warmest welcome to Dr. Gerd Muller as the new Director General of UNIDO. The Philippines is confident that under the stewardship of DG Muller, he will further improve the efficiency and effectiveness of UNIDO in accomplishing its mandate, particularly in relation to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I also wish to reiterate our assurance that the Philippines is committed to working closely with UNIDO and DG Mueller as a strong partner in the pursuit of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Towards this end, we look forward to an early and substantive engagement with the Director General to discuss the development priorities of the country. As we approach the conclusion of the first country programming Philippines and UNIDO in 2023, our delegation is very keen on exploring ways to further enhance this collaboration, particularly in the face of the challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, the Philippines wishes Dr. Mueller nothing but success in leading UNIDO onwards to the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة إلينا رفتي المندوبة الدائمة لشيبر، فلتتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cyprus aligns with the statement delivered by the European Union, but I would like to add some brief remarks in a national capacity. On behalf of the Republic of Cyprus, I would like to warmly congratulate Dr. Mueller on his appointment as the Director General of UNIDO and wish him every success in fulfilling his high duties. Dr. Mueller takes up the responsibility for steering UNIDO at a critical juncture for the organization as well as for the global development agenda at a time when the global COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the well-being and economic prosperity of all of our societies. Decisive, effective action is needed to build more sustainable and resilient economies and societies, as well as to reshape industrial development towards environmentally sound technologies while continuing the efforts towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I would like to stress the strongly held conviction of this delegation that the promotion of gender equality and women's economic empowerment is key to achieving the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and is crucial in UNIDO's efforts. All of the above require cooperation and partnerships between governments, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector. We are confident that Dr. Mueller will further enhance UNIDO's pivotal role in this regard. The Republic of Cyprus reaffirms its support to UNIDO and its new Director General and stands ready to contribute towards an inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير إريك أندرسون المندوب الدائم للبيرو، فليتفضل.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera, en nombre del gobierno peruano y mío propio, felicitar sinceramente al doctor Gerhard Müller por su designación como director general de la UNUDI. Doctor Müller, usted está asumiendo el liderazgo de la UNUDI en una coyuntura internacional muy delicada, marcada por la pandemia. Por tal motivo, el rol que tiene que asumir la UNUDI es de especial importancia y centrarse en asistir a todos los países en encauzar nuevamente su desarrollo industrial sostenible, innovador e inclusivo, que permita contribuir a lograr el bienestar y la prosperidad de nuestras poblaciones. Por último, señor presidente, quisiera poner a disposición del doctor Müller la experiencia adquirida por mi país a través del PCP y manifestarle que compartimos sus preocupaciones y la visión que nos ha transmitido esta mañana, para la cual puede contar el doctor Müller con el decidido apoyo del Perú. Doctor Müller, ich wünsche Ihnen viel Erfolg. Muchas gracias.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير أمان بابيكيان المندوب الدائم لأرمينيا، فليتفضل. أعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير محمد حمدي محمد الملا المندوب الدائم لمصر، وسنعود فيما بعد لسعادة سفير أرمينيا. الكلمة لكم سعادة سفير مصر، تفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of Egypt's delegation and government, I would like to present our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Miller for his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. We're confident that despite the global crisis of COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Muller will be more than capable of steering UNIDO efficiently, considering his wide expertise and wisdom. We trust that there are plenty of issues that will require the support of the member states to assist the new Director General, and we would like to assure him of our full support during his tenure. Egypt is optimistic that the coming period will witness a continuation of the progress achieved under the tenure of Mr. Lee Young, and is quite confident that substantial efforts will continue to be dedicated to the African continent and the Middle East region. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير لويس خافير كامبوسانو المندوب الدائم للمكسيك، فليتفضل.
Señor Presidente, mi país hace suya la declaración del GRULAC y a título nacional, México felicita calurosamente al doctor Gerd Müller por su designación como próximo director general de la UNIDO. Estamos seguros de que pondrá manos a la obra desde el primer día con base en la experiencia y la visión que ha forjado a lo largo de su carrera profesional y en particular como ministro de Cooperación Económica y Desarrollo en Alemania. Mi delegación espera que el director general entrante construya sobre las bases ya sentadas, revise los procesos que sean necesarios y trabaje de la mano con los Estados miembros para atender los retos inmediatos y apuntalar las transiciones industriales de nuestros países en forma inclusiva y sostenible. No es secreto que la organización tiene delante de sí unos términos de referencia ambiciosos: responder a la crisis de COVID con vacunas e insumos médicos en condiciones equitativas, acelerar la transición hacia industrias respetuosas del medio ambiente que detonen el crecimiento económico y combatan la pobreza y la desigualdad, cumplir con la Agenda 2030 de Desarrollo Sostenible y con el Acuerdo de París. Confiamos plenamente que las capacidades del Dr. Müller estarán a la altura de estas ambiciones y que bajo su liderazgo la UNIDO desarrollará servicios de excelencia y se posicionará como el centro medular de las conversaciones globales sobre la industria. Dr. Müller cuenta con el apoyo y la confianza de México para lograr conjuntamente resultados que transformen tangiblemente la vida de nuestras ciudadanas y nuestros ciudadanos. Muchas gracias.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم. وأعود الآن لأعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير المندوب الدائم لأرمينيا، فليتفضل. سنعود مرة أخرى إلى أرمينيا. أعطي الكلمة الآن إلى سعادة السفيرة ميمونة كيبانجا تاريشي المندوبة الدائمة لتنزانيا، فلتتفضل.
Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania aligns itself with the statement delivered by Costa Rica on behalf of the Group 77 and China. Mr. President, it is my honor to extend on behalf of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. His appointment comes at an opportune time when there is a dire need to lead the urgent agenda to ensure we achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development that is more equitable and sustainable, especially in responding to the interconnected health, economic, environment, development, and ecological crises confronting the humanity today. Mr. President, my delegation is confident that with the outstanding experience of Dr. Muller, he will lead UNIDO to successfully deliver its mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, particularly for the developing countries. His successor, Mr. Lee Yong, has done a tremendous work of which we believe he will take forward the work to greater heights, particularly in supporting developing countries and the LDCs industrial development through country program and the program for country partnership, that is PCP. Mr. President, in closing, we have heard Mr. Muller this morning, and I would like simply to reiterate the full support of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to the new Director General and assure him my delegation's cooperation during his tenure. Thank you. Asante sana.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير سليمان دودا عمر المندوب الدائم لنيجيريا، فليتفضل.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. My delegation wishes to join other delegations in congratulating Dr. Gerd Muller on his appointment as the Director General of UNIDO and wish to assure him of our full support and cooperation while remaining confident that his experience, skill, and dedication will come to bear on his tenure to remain both resilient and aligned with the priorities of member states. We encourage the new DG to remain resilient to the negative impacts of the COVID-19 in order to continue to deliver and remain supportive to member states who remain hopeful and committed to achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير جيس شاكون المندوب الدائم لفنزويلا، فليتفضل.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Venezuela se suma a la declaración del G77 más China y del Grupo de Países de América Latina y el Caribe. Señor presidente, en nombre del presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, señor Nicolás Maduro Moro, expresamos nuestras más sinceras felicitaciones al doctor Gerard Muller por su elección como director general de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo Industrial. Venezuela desea expresar la gran importancia que le damos a esta organización por considerarla un aliado fundamental en el desarrollo de nuestro sector industrial sostenible, siendo esta la única institución dentro del sistema de Naciones Unidas cuyo objetivo se enfoca en este tema. Desde Venezuela le hacemos una cordial invitación al director general entrante para que desde su nuevo cargo nos acompañe en este camino que el pueblo venezolano ha venido forjándose para superar los obstáculos que se nos presentan en este intento de levantarnos del derrumbe que nos ha provocado no solo la pandemia del COVID-19, sino especialmente unas inhumanas, injustas e ilegales medidas coercitivas unilaterales que nos han sido impuestas y cuyas consecuencias se reflejan en un 99% de disminución en nuestros ingresos. Señor presidente, a pesar de tantos retos y dificultades, Venezuela se levanta y lo hace con la visión que coloca al ser humano en el centro de nuestras tareas y acude a este actor importante que es la UNIDO como actor esencial en el que el multilateralismo recoge diversidad de experiencias, buenas prácticas y un amplio conocimiento para que sea compartido entre los pueblos. Nuevamente, le damos la bienvenida al director general entrante y tenga la seguridad que puede contar con Venezuela en este camino hacia el desarrollo inclusivo y sustentable que hoy nace como una realidad de nuestros pueblos. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير شاهد بلاكمان المندوب الدائم لبربادوس، فليتفضل. سنعود فيما بعد لبربادوس، والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفيرة لورا فاكاس المندوبة الدائمة للدومينيكان ريبوبليك، فلتتفضل.
Buenas. Gracias, señor presidente, y muchas felicitaciones por su elección. En nombre de la República Dominicana y en el mío propio, quisiera felicitar al señor Gerard Müller por su designación y la asunción de funciones como nuevo director general de la UNIDO y darle una calurosa bienvenida. Estamos conscientes que el señor Müller asume la dirección de la OIEA en un momento difícil para la humanidad, en plena pandemia del COVID-19 y con los nuevos retos y desafíos que precisamente ha puesto en el centro de la agenda internacional esa pandemia. El rol de la UNIDO en este proceso que se abre en post-pandemia es un rol central. Los temas de la reindustrialización, de la industria en la nueva inserción en las cadenas de valores, sobre todo para los países en desarrollo, la cuestión de la economía circular, la digitalización de los asuntos empresariales y la gestión del comercio, están en el centro de la agenda de nuestros países. Y son de los desafíos que la UNIDO deberá afrontar. Y yo pienso que en esta coyuntura se abren nuevas oportunidades para que la UNIDO redefina y juegue de nuevo un rol central en la agenda internacional. Estamos convencidos que con su vasta experiencia, señor Müller, en los temas de desarrollo y de cooperación, será un factor importante para impulsar los trabajos al interior de la UNIDO, de su gestión, y también un apoyo para escuchar y dar visibilidad a los países en desarrollo. Queremos manifestarle que contará con todo nuestro apoyo y que en la agenda de la República Dominicana la UNIDO tiene un rol privilegiado. Éxitos en su función. Muchas gracias.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير عز الدين فرحان المندوب الدائم للمغرب، فليتفضل. سنعود للمغرب فيما بعد. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة سفير المندوب الدائم لأرمينيا، فليتفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for this connection problem that we are facing. But on behalf of the government of Armenia and on my behalf, I would like to extend warm and heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the next Director General of UNIDO. We are confident that his leadership skills, dedication to the goals of this organization, and rich experience in the field of multilateral and development cooperation will further contribute to the fulfillment of UNIDO's mandate for sustainable and inclusive industrial development. Dr. Müller, we took note of priorities outlined in your inaugural speech to tackle the challenges we face and look forward to working with you for building a better future with innovation and digitalization, sustainable and circular energy and environment management as its drivers. Once again, we congratulate you, Director General, wish you all the best and every success, and express Armenia's full support in fulfilling your important and demanding mission. Allow me also to express to Director General Li Yong our profound appreciation for his dedication to UNIDO and skillful guiding of the organization throughout his tenure. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير إستواردو رولدان باريلاس المندوب الدائم لغواتيمالا، فليتفضل. سنعود لغواتيمالا فيما بعد. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير إكرام بن محد إبراهيم المندوب الدائم لماليزيا، فليتفضل.
On behalf of the government of Malaysia, I join other speakers in extending our heartiest congratulations and warm felicitations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. Dr. Müller's assumption to this important position is a clear testament of the complete confidence that we, the member states, have in him and his ability to lead this organization. In this regard, the vision that he just shared with us bodes well indeed for our common purpose. Rest assured, Malaysia and my delegation here will work closely with Dr. Müller in fulfilling his mandate, including achieving the global aspiration of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement commitments. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. أعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير عز الدين فرحان المندوب الدائم للمغرب، فليتفضل.
شكرا سيد رئيس. On behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco, I would like to extend to Dr. Gerd Müller my sincere congratulations on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. I am confident that your appointment will be the best opportunity to bring to this distinguished organization your rich experience and valuable competence, as well as your clear vision in implementing the objective of 2030 agenda and achieving inclusive and sustainable development in all developing countries, mainly in Africa, through PCP that can be concrete drivers of economic development in African countries. Moreover, we have significant challenges in crucial areas such as climate change, energy transition, food security, digitalization, gender equality, jobs creation, poverty eradication. All these sectors represent our shared priorities and require, therefore, global cooperation and tangible solidarity to build back better, particularly in this difficult time of ongoing pandemic. To conclude, allow me, Mr. Director General, to wish to wish you all success in your future endeavors and assure you of the Kingdom of Morocco support to fulfill your mission in achieving our common goal of inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة بربرا مسوفة المندوبة الدائمة للوزوتو، فلتتفضل.
Señor presidente, aprovecho la oportunidad para felicitarle por su elección para guiar nuestros trabajos durante esta conferencia. Doctor Müller, en nombre del Gobierno de Guatemala, reciba nuestras felicitaciones por su elección como Director General de UNIDO, al tiempo en que le deseamos el mayor de los éxitos durante su gestión. Nos enfrentamos a una serie de desafíos. A los rezagos para alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, se suma ahora las dificultades que ha traído la pandemia de COVID-19. Es imperativo, señor, buscar mecanismos para promover el desarrollo industrial de nuestros países y de esa forma reducir los índices de pobreza y de desigualdad. Y para ello contamos con usted, doctor. Muchísimas gracias.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة تيودوليندا روزا رودريغيز كويلو المندوبة الدائمة لأنغولا، فلتتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to take this opportunity to add my voice to the congratulatory statements that preceded me, particularly those of Chair of the Group 77 in China and Chair of the African Group. I would like to express once again my congratulations to you, Dr. Müller, for your appointment as Director General of UNIDO. In this context, Angola is confident that Dr. Müller has the necessary qualities to lead these important international organizations and hopes that under his leadership, a particular attention will be paid to developing countries, and in particular the African countries, towards reducing the industrial development asymmetries through the strengthening of ongoing projects, in particular IDA 3 and the various PCPs. Finally, I would like to express the strong support of the government of Angola in materializing this intention. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. والآن الكلمة للمندوب الدائم لسعادة السفير والمندوب الدائم لإيرلندا، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ireland fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and wishes to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. We also would like to thank Director General Lee Young for his sterling work in strengthening the organisation. Ireland promises full and steadfast support for Director General Müller and UNIDO as we face a gamut of development challenges ranging from post-COVID recovery through post-industrial development to global inequality and climate change. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والكلمة الآن لنائب المندوب الدائم لروسيا، فليتفضل.
господин председатель. Я хотел бы озвучить свое выступление от имени посла Российской Федерации, постоянного представителя при международных организациях Михаила Ульянова. Уважаемый господин Мюллер, российская делегация присоединяется к поздравлениям в ваш адрес в связи с избранием и назначением на пост генерального директора ЮНИДО. Это свидетельствует о признании международным сообществом ваших высоких профессиональных и личных качеств, богатого опыта управленческой деятельности, глубокого понимания современных процессов, стратегическое видение развития ЮНИДО, которые, как мы рассчитываем, позволят активизировать роль организации в обеспечении справедливой, всеобъемлющей и устойчивой индустриализации, приобретающей все большее значение в условиях постковидного восстановления. Подтверждаем готовность к продолжению сложившейся конструктивного взаимодействия с ЮНИДО в интересах эффективного и своевременного осуществления приоритетов глобальной социально-экономической повестки дня. Еще раз поздравляем вас, господин Мюллер, с назначением на пост гендиректора нашей уважаемой организации. Благодарю за внимание.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. والآن الكلمة لسعادة السفير شاهد بلاكمان المندوب الدائم لبربادوس، فليتفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the outset, given that this is the first time Barbados is taking the floor, we wish to take the opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as President of this 19th session of the General Conference. We wish to join others at this time in congratulating Mr. Gerd Muller as the new Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And in this regard, we also take the opportunity to thank Mr. Lee Young for his former stewardship of the organization. Mr. President, we fully associate ourselves with the statement of the Group of 77 in China. Barbados recognizes that the organization is facing many challenges in this period of economic turmoil and disruptions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The global climate challenges also emphasize that the contribution of UNIDO to achieving sustainable industrial development is more relevant now than ever before. We are fully confident that the new Director General will build on the work of his predecessors and ensure that the work of the organization is relevant to current and future issues and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, in closing, Barbados wishes to assure the Director General of our full support and continued support and wish him every success in fulfilling the tasks ahead. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والآن الكلمة للسيد جون مارك فلوفيركر نائب المندوب الدائم لسويسرا، فليتفضل.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Directeur Général, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, la Suisse salue chaleureusement la nomination du Dr Gerd Müller comme nouveau Directeur Général de l'ONUDI. La Suisse est convaincue que son immense expérience gagnée au long d'une carrière professionnelle et politique couronnée de succès et son très large réseau de contacts au niveau international vont contribuer à renforcer la position de l'ONUDI au sein de la famille des Nations Unies et accroître son profil. Nous espérons également que Gerd Müller pourra éventuellement être en mesure de ramener au sein de l'organisation certains pays qui l'ont quitté récemment. La Suisse considère l'ONUDI comme un partenaire important, en particulier dans le domaine des infrastructures de qualité, de la production durable et de l'efficacité des ressources. À cet effet, nous saluons la vision de Gerd Müller afin de faire de l'organisation une interface entre la production industrielle durable et la lutte contre la surconsommation des ressources à laquelle nous assistons actuellement. La Suisse souhaite à Gerd Müller un excellent début dans ses nouvelles fonctions, malgré les circonstances difficiles liées à la pandémie. Nous nous réjouissons d'une très bonne coopération et sommes convaincus que les relations bien établies entre l'organisation et la Suisse vont encore se renforcer. Vous pouvez être assuré du plein soutien de la Suisse dans vos nouvelles fonctions. Herzlichen Dank.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد كارلوس أراغون جيل دو لاسيرنا نائب المندوب الدائم لإسبانيا، فليتفضل.
Muchas gracias, presidente. España se adhiere a la Declaración de la Unión Europea
y en mi capacidad nacional me gustaría expresar nuestra más cordial enhorabuena al nuevo director general, Dr. Gerd Müller. En un momento trascendental como el que vivimos, el nuevo director general toma las riendas de una organización que dentro del sistema de desarrollo de Naciones Unidas está llamada a jugar un papel central en cuestiones clave de la agenda global, como la mitigación del cambio climático o la recuperación justa tras la pandemia de COVID. Tenemos plena confianza en que el liderazgo del Dr. Müller guiará a nuestra organización a conseguir sus objetivos. Puede contar para ello con el apoyo de España. Muchas gracias.
شكرا على الكلمة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيدة فايزة السيابي نائبة المندوب الدائم لعمان. فلتتفضل.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. سعادة الرئيس، يطيب لوفد بلادي سلطنة عمان أن يتقدم إلى سعادة جيرد مولر وإلى حكومة جمهورية ألمانيا الاتحادية الصديقة بخالص التهاني والتبريكات بمناسبة تعيينه مديراً عاماً لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية للفترة المقبلة، متمنياً لشخصه الكريم التوفيق والسداد في القيام بالمهام المسندة إليه. ويتطلع وفد بلادي إلى المزيد من الإنجاز للمنظمة في ظل إدارة سعادته، مؤكداً دعمه المستمر لها. كما يعرب وفد بلادي عن تقديره للجهود والإنجازات التي بذلها سعادة لي يونغ في سبيل تعزيز دور منظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية طوال فترة توليه منصب المدير العام للمنظمة، متمنياً لسعادته كل التوفيق والنجاح في حياته ومهامه المقبلة. شكراً سعادة الرئيس.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد يون نائب المندوب الدائم لجمهورية كوريا. فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my sincere congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his election as the new Director General of the organization. The Republic of Korea is convinced that his expertise and experience in the field would serve as a rich background that would help foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development. My delegation remains convinced that Dr. Müller will build and work as a bridge among UNIDO member states and find a solution to closing the gaps of industrial development between developed and developing countries. It is our sincere hope that with the distinguished leadership of Dr. Müller, we will bring back the former members of the organization and thereby seek reinvigoration of UNIDO at this critical juncture. I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm that the Republic of Korea extends its full support in the fulfillment of Dr. Müller's vision at the helm of the organization. As a responsible stakeholder, we will continue to work for the better good of the global community. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم. والكلمة الآن للسيد فرانسيسان نائب المندوب الدائم لبوركينا فاسو. فليتفضل.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au nom du gouvernement de Burkina Faso, je voudrais adresser mes vives félicitations au Dr. Gerd Müller pour sa nomination au poste de directeur général, tout en lui souhaitant la bienvenue et plein succès dans ses missions. Je ne doute pas un seul instant que sous son égide, l'UNIDO gardera le cap de son engagement et de son professionnalisme en continuant de servir au mieux les intérêts de tous les États membres, en particulier les pays en développement et les paiements. Ma délégation est convaincue que face aux défis de plus en plus pressants, le Dr Müller, de par sa riche expérience professionnelle, pourra user de sa capacité pour permettre à l'ONUDI de renforcer son rôle dans le cadre du développement industriel inclusif et durable au profit de tous. Je puis l'assurer de la disponibilité constante et du soutien total de mon pays pour les efforts et les actions à entreprendre par son équipe afin de contribuer à apporter des réponses aux multiples besoins et sollicitations des États membres. Ma délégation voudrait retirer au nouveau directeur général ses encouragements et tous ses vœux de succès dans l'accomplissement de sa future mission. Je vous remercie.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيدة أليسيا غوتو فازكيس نائبة المندوب الدائم للباراغواي. فلتتفضل.
En nombre de la República del Paraguay, queremos dar la más cordial bienvenida y felicitaciones al Dr. Gerd Müller como nuevo director general de UNUDI y desearle el mayor de los éxitos en su gestión. Instamos al director general a poner sus esfuerzos en convertir a la UNUDI en el centro global donde se discutan y formulen políticas industriales de punta en beneficio de nuestras ciudadanías, considerando la quinta revolución industrial e iniciando una nueva era socioeconómica que integre la tecnología con el individuo y la sociedad. Solicitamos al director Müller especial atención a las dificultades que enfrentan los países de América Latina y el Caribe, que han visto sus poblaciones, economías y sistemas de salud gravemente afectados por los efectos del COVID. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد محمد حسني الوزير المستشار بالبعثة الدائمة لإيران. فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Mr. President, on behalf of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller upon his assumption for new responsibilities as the new Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We are committed to further support and looking forward to establishing with new DG constructive and productive cooperation. Mr. Müller's appointment comes at a time when the world needs a fierce and proactive advocate for sustainable development through international cooperation, policy coherence, and multilateral response to the serious challenges of our era, and at a special point in time that needs a great recovery after COVID-19 pandemic. Let me assure you that the Islamic Republic of Iran remains deeply committed to the UNIDO and believes that UNIDO core mandate, which is sustainable development in the member states, needs to be strengthened further. We stand ready to engage with Mr. Müller and his team to further improve the noble cause of UNIDO and its mandate. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد سيبا سيلا المستشار الأول بالبعثة الدائمة للسنغال. فليتفضل.
Monsieur le Président, ma délégation tient à adresser ses chaleureuses félicitations à Dr. Gerd Müller pour sa nomination au poste de directeur général de l'UNIDO. Qu'il soit assuré de notre soutien et de notre entière disponibilité à l'accompagner pour l'atteinte des objectifs ambitieux qu'il vient de fixer et qui prouvent qu'il a pris toute la mesure des enjeux et des défis qui sont les nôtres. Dans un contexte marqué par une persistance de la pandémie de Covid-19 qui cause des dommages inestimables, l'ONUDI devra certainement jouer un rôle déterminant aux côtés des pays les plus vulnérables face à l'impérieuse nécessité d'intensifier les efforts pour un développement industriel inclusif et durable. Le Sénégal, pour sa part, fonde un espoir légitime sur sa coopération avec l'UNIDO, notamment pour la réalisation de 5 agropoles et la relance de son industrie pharmaceutique. Nous lui réitérons donc nos vœux sincères de succès au grand bénéfice des États membres. Je vous remercie.
شكرا لكم. والكلمة الآن إلى السيد خالد بودان المستشار بالبعثة الدائمة للجزائر. فليتفضل.
أود أن أتوجه في هذه الكلمة باسم الوفد الجزائري بأخلص عبارات التهنئة والتقدير لسعادة الدكتور السيد جيرد ميلر على تعيينه لتولي إدارة منظمة يونيدو، ونحن على ثقة كبيرة من أنه سيمكن المنظمة من تعزيز مكانتها وفي دفع مسار عجلة التنمية الصناعية المستدامة والشاملة إلى مراتب أعلى. نتمنى للسيد جيرد ميلر كل التوفيق في تحقيق أهدافه وبرنامج عمله، وندعوه إلى خلق قنوات الحوار والنقاش المتبادل بين الدول الأعضاء لمناقشة القضايا التي تهم التنمية الصناعية بصفة عامة، خاصة في البلدان النامية التي تحتاج إلى المزيد من الاهتمام لا سيما الإفريقية منها، مع دعوتنا له بالمضي سريعا في تدارك بعض الفجوات والاختلالات في برامج التعاون التقني التي لا تزال تحتاج إلى الارتقاء بها إلى مستويات أحسن قصد تدعيم أنشطة المنظمة وبرامج عملها. بهذه الكلمات أود أن أؤكد مرة أخرى للسيد جارد ميلر دعم الجزائر الكامل له مع تمنياتنا بالتوفيق والنجاح في أداء مهامه. شكرا لكم سيد الرئيس.
شكرا لكم. والكلمة الآن للسيدة إيمان قطيتي المستشارة بالبعثة الدائمة لتونس، فلتتفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يطيب لي أن أتقدم باسم وفد بلادي تونس بخالص عبارات التهنئة للسيد جيرد ميلر لانتخابه مديرا عاما جديدا لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية، وأؤكد على تعاوننا الكامل معه خلال فترة ولايته من أجل تحقيق أهداف المنظمة. وتتطلع تونس بالنظر إلى الخبرة الواسعة للسيد المدير العام الجديد إلى تعزيز دور اليونيدو على كافة المستويات من أجل تحقيق تنمية صناعية شاملة ومستدامة، خاصة بالبلدان النامية لا سيما في ظل تداعيات وتحديات ناجمة عن جائحة كورونا، وأجدد له تهانينا الحارة. شكرا.
شكرا لكم. والكلمة الآن للسيدة رولا عفيفي مستشارة بالبعثة الدائمة لفلسطين، فلتتفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. السيد الرئيس، يود وفد بلادي أن يتقدم بالتهنئة الحارة للدكتور جيرد ميلر على استلامه لمهامه كمدير عام لليونيدو، ونؤكد على تعاوننا الكامل معه من أجل نجاح مهمته في تحقيق أهداف المنظمة. إننا على ثقة بأن دكتور ميلر سيشكل إضافة نوعية، وذلك من خلال خبرته الدولية الواسعة في مجال التنمية وتحديداً في الدول النامية، وعليه فنحن نتطلع إلى تطوير مستوى العلاقة بين دولة فلسطين واليونيدو خلال ولايته. شكراً سيد الرئيس.
شكراً لكم على الكلمة. وأعطي الآن الكلمة للسيد إيكو كاتيانتو المدير العام للصناعة والتعاون الصناعي، فليتفضل. إندونيسيا.
Mr. President, Excellencies, His Excellency, Mr. Gerd Muller, Indonesia would like to congratulate you as a new Director General of UNIDO. Indonesia is aware of the difficult tasks that may lay ahead for the new Director General. The COVID-19 and its mutation are still halting the development of industry. UNIDO's roles to help member states to mitigate the devastating impacts of the pandemic are important than ever. Indonesia stands ready to engage with His Excellency Muller and team, especially to implement the Indonesia UNIDO Country Program 2021-2025. Recover together, recover stronger. I thank you.
شكرا على كلمتكم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيدة ريفلوي ميثورا السكرتيرة الثالثة للبعثة الدائمة لجنوب أفريقيا، فلتتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Africa joins other member states in warmly congratulating Dr. Gert Muller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. We would like to express our confidence in his ability to steer the organization in a manner that would contribute meaningfully to the achievement of Agenda 2030. We assure him of our full cooperation and willingness to work alongside him for the betterment of the organization and its member states. In doing so, we would like to encourage the Director General to ensure that developing countries remain at the heart of the industrialization agenda, to ensure that they reap the socio-economic benefits of the fourth industrial revolution and recover from setbacks suffered as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Industrial development remains crucial for Africa's development and economic growth, and it is imperative that UNIDO remains a key partner in assisting the continent transition to its full potential without negatively impacting the livelihoods of those employed in some of its most vulnerable sectors. We look forward to the next 4 years of fruitful cooperation in fulfillment of UNIDO's mandate. I thank you.
شكرا لكم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد لوي البونو النائب المندوب الدائم للولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، فليتفضل.
Greetings, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished colleagues. I'm pleased to participate today as an observer to the 19th UNIDO General Conference. Mr. Chair, on behalf of the United States, I'd like to extend a warm congratulations to the Director General, Gerd Müller. Dr. Müller brings a wealth of knowledge, skills, and experience to this role. He also brings a new vision to UNIDO based on environmentally sustainable industrial development. And the United States is confident that Dr. Müller will help member states to achieve equitable, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. I thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to speak, and I wish you a productive conference.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة. والآن أعطي الكلمة للسيد وان مينغلو المدير العام لإنبار، فليتفضل.
Distinguished Mr. Gerd Müller, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to offer my warmest congratulations to the new Director General of UNIDO on behalf of the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, INBAR. INBAR and UNIDO's relationship dates back 2 decades ago. Just last month, our two organizations signed a relationship agreement. INBAR would like to work together with UNIDO to contribute to the UNIDO's programmatic frameworks, including UNIDO's third industrial development decade for Africa. We are confident that with the experiences of Mr. Müller in international economic cooperation and development, we will be able to fulfill our commitments. Let me conclude by wishing Mr. Müller a great success in his new post. Thank you.
شكرا لكم على كلمتكم. وبهذه اختتمنا الآن النظر في البند السادس من جدول الأعمال تعيين المدير العام. وبهذا نصل إلى نهاية جلسة هذا الصباح، وسنستأنف أشغالنا بعقد الجلسة العامة الرابعة في الساعة 3 بعد الظهر في هذه القاعة، وعلى منصة الترجمة الشفوية، واجتماع المانحين الذي سيعقد قبل أن نواصل المناقشة العامة في الساعة 4:30 ظهرا. رفعت الجلسة.
Sorry for this back and forth. Sometimes the communication is
it's normal. وقبل أن نباشر عملنا أود أن أذكركم بأن اللجنة الرئيسية ستعقد اجتماعها من الساعة 4:30 إلى الساعة 6:30 في قاعة الاجتماعات دي في الطابق الرابع من المبنى سي. والآن يسرني أن أعلن أننا سنبدأ الآن اجتماع المانحين، وأدعو ميسر الجلسة والمتكلمين في إطار اجتماع المانحين إلى الالتحاق بالمنصة، وسنواصل المناقشة العامة في الساعة 4:30 في هذه القاعة وعلى المفسر.
A very warm welcome to all of you to today's event, the 5th installment of the donor meeting, Scaling Up Impact Through Innovative Partnerships. I'm Bethany Bell, and it's my pleasure to be the moderator today. This event aims to shed light on how different approaches to funding and programming can promote increased flexibility, efficiency, transparency, accountability and development results in UNIDO's work with member states and development partners in order to build a better future and accelerate progress towards the SDGs. I'm pleased and honoured that we are joined today by a set of distinguished panellists who will share their expertise and insights on their work with the organisation to provide inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Before we begin, I'm delighted to invite the UNIDO Director General, Lee Yong, to join us and provide some opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us at this 5th UNIDO Donors Meeting. It is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to this important event. In my 8 years as a Director General of UNIDO, you, our partners, have shared your vision, guidance, and expertise, which was critically important for us to effectively serve our member states. Over this period, UNIDO has witnessed continuous increase in demand for its services. We have done our utmost to strengthen our capacity to deliver effectively and also transparently for the good of people and the planet. Only through the close cooperation and the generous financial contributions of our funding partners could we advance the inclusive and sustainable industrial development around the world. Notably, this has been achieved in the period of significant challenges. For that, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thank each and every governmental and institutional donor. Today's event provides a unique opportunity to acknowledge these valuable contributions, and I look forward to listen to some of our funding partners who will share the experiences working with UNIDO. While this event cannot cover each and every valued contribution, it will showcase a number of exemplary initiatives funded by Italy, Japan, Sweden, Switzerland, and the European Union to highlight how the different approaches to funding and the programming can be increased, the flexibility, efficiency, transparency, accountability, and the result of the UNIDO's work. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the member states and development partners comprising the UNIDO's donor community are diverse but unified in their commitment to the contribution of UNIDO to the achievement of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and to building a better future. The COVID-19 pandemic and its devastating socio-economic impact have seriously jeopardized the achievements of the 2030 Agenda, including efforts to end all forms of poverty, fight inequality, and tackle climate change. And the effects of the crisis can be long-lasting and severe unless the global response focuses on a robust, sustainable recovery, on economic, societal, and climate resilience. I cannot say it often enough. We achieve sustainable, inclusive solutions to the current challenges only through inclusive multilateralism that draws on governments, the private sector, local and regional authorities, civil society and academia, as well as the strong multilateral institutions. With this in mind, it has been the honor to lead an organization where the member states emphasize the key role of ISRD and of the partnerships with the private sector to achieve development results. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the challenges of today and of the future are interlinked in a global nature. And countries look to the multilateral organizations such as UNIDO for scalable and impactful solutions through innovative approaches for funding and programming and partnerships. UNIDO works closely with member states and the funding partners to further its transition towards more programmatic, impact-driven approaches to foster transformational change and deliver development impact towards the SDGs. Programmatic approaches optimized by the Program for Country Partnership represent the most efficient, effective model for accelerating ISRD in member states. I'm proud of what we have accomplished through the Program for Country Partnership introduced in 2014. The PCP portfolio has grown to 12 countries, and with Nigeria recently becoming the newest PCP approved for development, many additional countries have expressed their interest to initiate a PCP. Key to delivering our target solutions, including the PCP, is effective resource mobilization. Besides the strengthening the long-lasting and solid cooperation with existing partners, as well as the valuable resources from the Global Environmental Facility Multilateral Fund for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol, we have succeeded further diversify and scale up our engagement with the non-governmental funding partners in recent years. For example, we signed an agreement with World Bank Group in 2016 to enable borrowers to access UNIDO expertise. We further concluded a similar agreement with African Development Bank in 2018. And yet another milestone was reached in 2020 when UNIDO became an accredited aid entity to the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. Through these accreditations, we hope to achieve higher impact in supporting our member states in their fight against the climate change. I would also like to highlight the importance of UN funding compact agreed by the ECOSOC in 2019. It is a significant step towards coordinated, collective, integrated results of the UN system on the ground. To that end, the UN member states committed to doubling their resources through the development-related interagency pooled funds and a single-agency thematic funds. The funding compact is a landmark in the transformation of the United Nations development system and reinforcing the multilateral financing system for the 2030 agenda. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, as I'm addressing the UNIDO donors meeting for the last time, allow me to share some thoughts on the future. The Secretary General of the United Nations called on all sectors of society to mobilize for the decade of action to accelerate sustainable solutions to the world's greatest challenges. With the COVID-19 pandemic, undoing progress and threatening the achievement of SDGs, the time for action is now. We have 8 years to go. I trust in you to continue supporting UNIDO in building a better future for all, promoting industrialization pathways that advance inclusive growth and innovation, reduce inequalities, safeguard the environment and the climate, foster digital and green transitions, and promote resilience against the crisis. Throughout my 8 years as Director General of this organization, I have been encouraged by the commitment of the funding partners and the organization's contribution to international development on behalf of the UNIDO, but also on behalf of the beneficiaries of our services. Allow me to conclude by once again sincerely thank all donors to UNIDO programs and projects and other related activities. It is my sincere hope that you, in the spirit of multilateralism, will extend the same level of support and the generosity to my successor, Mr. Muller, new DG of UNIDO. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Director General for these comments and for highlighting the importance of international cooperation to advance industrialization globally in support of realizing the 2030 Agenda. Now, before we introduce our distinguished panelists, we have a short video to share.
As the world works to contain the COVID-19 pandemic and its devastating impact, poverty, unemployment, and inequality remain major challenges. Climate change poses an ever greater threat to human development and security, forcing countries to redesign their economies. Structural transformation without a climate-neutral, resilient, and digitized industry is no longer viable. Now more than ever, we need jobs, growth, and prosperity. Green policies, innovative technologies, and production processes are required to face climate change and withstand future global crises. With less than 10 years to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the international community must forge reliable partnerships and accelerate action to tackle the challenges of our time. Mandated to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, UNIDO provides the foundation upon which our shared goals can be achieved. For over 50 years, UNIDO has led successful collaborations with member states and development partners in all global regions. Through our partners' targeted financial contributions, we advance economic competitiveness, create shared prosperity, and safeguard the environment, improving the lives of millions around the world. UNIDO is stepping up its work with funding partners, taking innovative, impact-driven approaches to resource mobilization. We create partnerships for more flexibility, efficiency, transparency, and accountability to deliver transformational change for our member states. With the support of donor governments, intergovernmental and international organizations, international financial institutions, the private sector, civil society, and academia, we are committed to building a better future for all.
So, as we've seen, we're experiencing right now, the world is facing unprecedented crises. In today's panel, we're going to discuss how UNIDO works with its member states and partners with the aim of building a better future for all. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our panelists for today's discussion. Mr. Stefano Dotto of the European Union, His Excellency Ambassador Norio Maruyama of Japan, Mr. Martin Saladin of Switzerland, Mr. Alberto Gianni of Italy, and Ms. Jessica Magnusson of Sweden. Welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us virtually. I'd like to turn, first of all, to Switzerland, as I'm aware that our panelists can't be with us for all of this meeting. UNIDO has a long history of fruitful cooperation with Switzerland, which has been a very strong supporter and partner of the organization ever since joining in 1985. Mr. Martin Saladin is the head of operations at the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, also known as SECO. Welcome. Now,
Thank you.
Mr. Saladin is joining us today to discuss the Global Quality and Standards Program, known as GQSP, as well as the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, also known as GEIPP. Now, these are two flagship initiatives of the Swiss-funded portfolio at UNIDO that are at the forefront of innovation and aim to achieve system change. Notably, both initiatives take a global programmatic approach that's comprised of tailored, country-specific interventions. GQSP identifies quality-related challenges and makes targeted interventions at every stage of the value chain, thus increasing compliance with international market requirements and ultimately helping countries to engage in global trade. GEIPP aims to demonstrate the viability and benefits of eco-industrial park approaches in better integrating industries and their surroundings and in scaling up resource productivity, as well as improving economic, environmental, and social performances of businesses. Mr. Saladin, these global programs are the result of many years of successful collaboration between UNIDO and SECO. Where do you see the advantages of global programs, and why do you think they are successful?
Well, thank you very much, Bethany, for this question and for the opportunity to address the audience here. Well, I think global programs are innovative approaches, combining national efforts and adding value through a global knowledge management component. And advantages are multifold, in my opinion. First one would be synergies. Global programs allow to make the best use of synergies. This reduces the costs, benefits the stakeholders, and ultimately ensures real impact. The two levels of the global programs allow us to identify synergies, address them, and thereby increase efficiency and effectiveness. A second advantage, in my opinion, is experience sharing. Sharing of best practices and experiences between countries benefits all stakeholders. Peer learning is key to success, as the realities of the countries are often similar. Many countries have to learn from peers rather than developed economies, as the challenges are closer to their own. And a third advantage, I would see, is the creation of global public goods. UNIDO, being a United Nations agency, is in a unique position to convene global partners and assume, through leadership in technical areas such as quality infrastructure development, and the global tools and methodologies developed under the global program have a far-reaching impact and will be used by multiple development partners and beneficiaries for years to come. And all these efforts come together, of course, in the UNIDO Knowledge Hub, an interactive online platform, including latest news, interactive tools and specialized methodologies, technical guidance, online training from the areas covered by the programs, namely quality and standards and eco-industrial park approaches. Ultimately, the online platform benefits not only the stakeholders of the programs, but reaches an audience beyond the direct beneficiaries, thereby advocating for the relevance of and facilitating the uptake of quality, standards, and sustainable industrial development worldwide. I think that's about the most important points to that question.
Thank you very much indeed. And before moving on to the next question, we'll have some short remarks on the GEIPP from Ms. Erica Castro, who's the administrator of the Cauca Free Trade Zone in Colombia. Kindly note that this video message will be delivered in Spanish and that interpretation is provided.
Una cosa súper importante y chévere fue la identificación de las sinergias que tenemos entre las mismas empresas, que digamos nosotros llevamos funcionando en esa zona alrededor de 25 años. Y muchas de estas empresas llevan ese tiempo allí instaladas, entonces ellas tienen ya, digamos, una dinámica de funcionamiento donde nosotros no habíamos identificado esas sinergias. Y con el programa las hemos logrado identificar, ya tenemos 14 sinergias identificadas y 5 de ellas ya tienen un acompañamiento, 7 de ellas ya tienen un acompañamiento de cómo pueden mejorarse o cómo podrían llegar a reestructurarse para tener un mejor impacto. Estas capacitaciones no solamente se han extendido a nosotros como Zona Franca, sino a las empresas que están instaladas en Zona Franca y a las empresas vecinas, ¿sí? A todas, mejor dicho, hemos tenido, digamos, una zona de influencia mayor en todo ese programa de capacitaciones. Las zonas francas son creadas para generar un desarrollo en las regiones donde están instaladas, de manera que sí es una gran oportunidad para que este tipo de parques migren a los parques ecoindustriales y de esa manera podamos aportar realmente a un desarrollo más sostenible y realmente así aportamos a mejorar nuestro planeta que tanto necesitamos.
Well, as we've just seen in that message from Colombia, ultimately the beneficiaries of UNIDO and SECO technical cooperation efforts are national stakeholders, local government, technical institutions, SMEs and local communities. Mr. Saladin, how can it be ensured that large-scale programs benefit stakeholders on the ground?
Well, I think indeed that such programs have an additional global focus to ensure that what works in one country can benefit another country in a similar situation. And one of the key principles of the program approach is to collect information, data, feedback and experiences from the countries, codify the knowledge, and develop globally applicable guidance, tools, and methodologies. All country-level projects have their own project documents with associated goals, results when it comes to outputs and outcomes. And this is important to ensure country-level interventions remain relevant and tailored to each country's development objectives and benefit stakeholders on the ground. In addition, the programs have key sets of program-level indicators that are collected regularly to ensure progress. And in addition, we see an increased efficiency within the operations of global programs at the country level. Harmonized mechanisms, procedures, and access to technical knowledge enhance the efficiency and effectiveness on the ground. This ultimately benefits the countries that get the best out of their respective projects. And this allows the programs to upscale impact in the countries, ultimately adding value to the activities and benefiting national stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could follow up with that, looking to the future, what would you like to see, and what are the ambitions to scale up impact and efficiency in the Swiss partnership with UNIDO?
Well, thank you for that one. That's an important point. I would say the first phase of the global programs has been highly successful. This has been confirmed by the stakeholders in the countries, as the lady before from Colombia, and is also reflected in the respective program evaluations. SECO is considering to continue its efforts along the same lines, taking advantage of the lessons learned from the current phase for future activities. The Global Quality and Standards Program then, and the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program allowed us to consolidate our efforts, upscale our impact, and identify where we can do better, and we trust that our efforts can be continued. The preparation of the next program phases is underway, taking into account experiences, lessons learned, and the needs of the stakeholders, which evolve over time. And some of the features for further stages of the programs include: first, a simpler programming structure has proven successful. A separate global knowledge development component with administratively separated but integrated country-level projects has also proven successful. And the approach creates ownership at all levels among beneficiaries, SECO country representations, and UNIDO. Second, the use of a uniform country-level project logical framework, ensuring coherent programming, that can also be supported by programs for ensuring peer learning. And third, but not last, capitalize on the previous work done from the previous 2 decades with needs and technical assessment templates in place. In general, program management and coordination require dedicated resources and personnel, and we are very convinced of that. We believe that continuation is key to sustainable impact, while continuous improvement is the key to success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Saladin, for sharing your time and insights with us today. I know you have another meeting to go to now. It's been very, very interesting to hear from you and to hear more about SECO's relationship with UNIDO and about Switzerland's approach to delivering development impact. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you. Back to you. All the best. Thanks.
Well, our next speaker represents the European Union, with which UNIDO enjoys a long-standing, multifaceted partnership. The partners share the same multilateral vision to achieve inclusive, sustainable industrial development and growth, while supporting the most vulnerable, especially women and youth, with the aim to leave no one behind. Mr. Stefano Dotto is the head of sector for climate change, energy, environment and transport within the regional programs Neighbourhood South in the Directorate General for Neighbourhood and Enlargement Negotiations of the European Commission. And Mr. Dotto joins us this afternoon to discuss the Switch Med programme, a regional flagship initiative implemented in 8 South Mediterranean countries: Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, Palestine, and Tunisia. It aims to stimulate the creation of new and greater business opportunities and decent employment at the same time, reducing the environmental footprint of economic activities in the region. Through the second phase of the programme, the EU and UNIDO are working to help industries become more resource and energy efficient, increase productivity, reduce pollution, and provide access to international markets with good quality products. Now, before we hear from Mr. Dotto, we have a short video message from a project partner in Egypt, the Chief Operating Officer at Barrick.
The biggest benefits for the circular economy in Egypt is definitely job creation, resource saving, and dependency of the imported raw materials needed for manufacturing. The Make Test project helped us a lot. It enabled us to use a lot of tools to better monitor and calculate our consumption in electricity, power, raw material, etc., which enable us to reach a better utilization of our resources and improve a lot of our conversion costs.
Well, as we've seen from the video, circular economy has the potential for big impact on the ground, and it's a key component of inclusive and sustainable development. It's become a key priority of the European Union towards achieving the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. In this framework, the European Union launched, in partnership with UNIDO, UNEP, and other stakeholders, the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency in February 2021. With this in mind, Mr. Dotto, how does the European Union approach its work with UNIDO on the SwitchMed program in order to facilitate the transition of industries from linear to circular production models?
Well, good afternoon, Bethany, and our colleagues and excellencies. Thank you very much for inviting me. And you're absolutely right. With the Green Deal, the EU has embarked on a path to reach zero pollution, for which we have designed a Circular Economy Action Plan, which was adopted last year. We want to involve our partner countries in the same endeavor, and to this end, there is an external dimension in the Green Deal that includes our partners in a number of strategies and activities. All the partners in the Mediterranean region have expressed their support to developing a resource-efficient and green economy. Green and circular economy is a pillar of the cooperation to which ministers of the Union for the Mediterranean have committed last October when they adopted the declaration after the Conference on Environment and Climate Action. It's not just the EU, it's the EU and its closest partners. SwitchMed demonstrated that the concept of a resource-efficient and cleaner production has the potential to improve industrial performance in the resource-scarce southern Mediterranean region. In many cases, resource-efficient production is the first step toward a circular economy in productive industries. And SwitchMed has demonstrated that saving resources allows both protecting the environment and getting a competitive edge on the global markets, because it comes with a reduction of costs, and more importantly, to me at least, it meets the demand for more sustainable products. Moreover, SwitchMed contributes to raising awareness and therefore stimulating the demand for services related to resource-efficient and cleaner production. And SwitchMed is broadly well received by governments, by development organizations, by business associations and industries, which SwitchMed, UNIDO worked with the 8 countries that you mentioned to define national strategies for resource efficiency to address local constraints, regulatory frameworks with propositions on how to guide a sector-wide approach to resource efficiency. Under SwitchMed, we continue to reinforce local capacities for resource efficiency in Algeria, in Jordan, in Palestine, in Lebanon, including the demonstration and the training for local service providers and for learning modules for academia. The current phase, the second phase, therefore, is focusing on actions that can improve the circularity of value chains along, first of all, the textile and garment industry in Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, and one specific sector, which is the plastic packaging sector in Israel. Also, the EU and UNIDO have partners with UNEP in launching the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency, as you correctly mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, which aims to bring together governments and relevant networks and organizations to accelerate the transition towards a circular economy. to adopt methods for resource efficiency and sustainable consumption production, which build on efforts that are currently deployed internationally through many programs, one of which, and for us the most important of which, of course, is SwitchMed. Thank you.
Thank you. And under the second phase of SwitchMed, UNIDO is leading an initiative with a special focus on sustainability of industrial textile supply chains in Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia. Together with international brands and key expert organizations, UNIDO is engaging with national stakeholders in the development of circular value chains for valorizing post-industrial and pre-consumer textile waste and moving the textile industries towards adopting safer chemical protocols. How can the Mediterranean region benefit from improving circularity in priority industrial sectors such as the textile and clothing industry value chain?
Well, it certainly can benefit, and it should benefit, because in a region where the EU and its close partners share the same sea, a sea that is so beautiful and so fragile, efforts are absolutely necessary to improve the environmental footprint of the textile and clothing industry. This is done by substantially reducing CO2 emissions, wastewater, and reducing the use of toxic chemicals in textile production. But there's also a very strong case for a resource efficient and economic case. The value of trade in the textile and clothing industry in the region reaches some 35 billion a year. The industry also plays a crucial role as job creator. In Tunisia, one of the beneficiary countries of the project, the sector provides over 164,000 jobs. However, the sector has a problem. Consumers, and in particular young consumers, are aware that it is also a major source of pollution and of inequalities. These consumers favor products that are respectful of ethical and environmental standards. And allow me a personal note here. I know firsthand that fashion design courses put a great accent on sustainability and of clothes. I know because one of my daughters is attending one of these academic courses. And because of this growing attention, almost all the companies in the denim industry communicate on social and corporate responsibility, ensuring that companies can produce in a resource-efficient manner and with sound environmental standards, therefore impacts directly on their competitiveness. Now, we're in a particular situation. We have the COVID crisis, and this crisis has shed light on the risks relying exclusively on long supply chains, proximity to consumer markets, nearshoring, safe shoring can be strategies that contribute to reducing risks and can make value chains more resilient to disruption. A global value chain diagnostic study of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development highlighted that 4 countries in the Mediterranean region, namely Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, and Tunisia, have a high comparative advantage in export of textile and garments, and they could benefit from diversification and recalibration of the global value chains, in particular in the post-COVID context. Now, another point is that rising demand for textile and clothing has made natural fibers increasingly scarce and expensive. Brands are therefore seeking more sustainable and, in this case, cheaper alternatives, including renewable and recycled fibers, cleaner production and processes, and circular business models. A study of reverse resources showed that more than 25% of materials, and sometimes in some cases up to 47%, are discarded in fabric and garment factories. Now, there's a problem here, and the current practice of exporting textile waste for recycling abroad is clearly unsustainable. And it's also a missed opportunity for developing the local economy and for closing the loop for materials in the textile producing countries. Therefore, material consumption and material reuse are central in the implementation of a circular economy practice in the fashion industry, and new investments and job opportunities appear in the treatment of secondary materials. If you allow me 30 more seconds, I would like to mention an experience that we had in Tunisia, where I'll come to this later, maybe. In SwitchMed, UNIDO is cooperating with international fashion brands, sector experts, and institutions to improve and prepare the value chains to adopt better environmental standards and to prepare for local ecosystems in a circular economy. And the example I wanted to mention, make me a sign if I have 30 more seconds. 15. Okay, fine. A couple of years ago, we were with UNIDO team in Tunisia, and we had 70 participants registered for the launch of the MedTest 3, and more than the double showed up in the event. And we had interviews by national TVs, and we could see ourselves in the news in the evening. And I found this absolutely a heartwarming experience, showing the interest of the sector, of the stakeholders, of the consumers in such an important area. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dotto. I'm going to move straight on now to our next panelist representing Japan to discuss the country's efforts to address the challenge of marine plastic litter. Japan has been a long-standing and strong partner of UNIDO since the founding of the organization. Together they generate innovative solutions for a better and fairer world for everyone. Today I'm pleased that we are joined by His Excellency Mr. Norio Maruyama, Ambassador of Japan to South Africa. Now, to discuss Japan's project to support the transition from conventional plastics to more environmentally sustainable alternatives in South Africa. Japan launched the Marine Initiative during its G20 presidency in 2019 in order to advance effective actions to combat marine plastic litter at a global scale. Why was UNIDO the partner for Japan to advance this global agenda, and what was your expectation of the organization for leading the implementation of this project?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for this kind introduction to mention about the G20 presidency under Japan and also our marine initiative. You know, Japan is a maritime nation, and we place a great importance on the conservation and sustainable sea use of oceans. The Osaka Blue Ocean Vision was agreed at the G20, and we leading the global discussions and the cooperation in this field, and we launched a Marine Initiative. The Marine Initiative aims to empower developing countries to promote waste management and recovery of marine litter and innovations. And in all of this, UNIDO was very quick to respond to Japan's call. UNIDO Japan-South Africa Cooperation Project, the one that we are witnessing right now, was launched right after the G20 Osaka Summit. And as the very first UNIDO project, taking plastic litter issues with a circular economy approach. You know, UNIDO, why UNIDO? Because UNIDO has been a reliable partner of Japan's development assistance, and we have high expectations towards UNIDO in the field of marine plastic litter as well, because this issue can be addressed by implementing circular economic practices. And needless to say, UNIDO is a leading UN agency promoting circular economy and also resource efficiency industry and policy support. Working with UNIDO allows Japan to benefit from the organization's extensive knowledge of circular economy and its long-standing service experience.
Now, thank you very much, Ambassador. Before our next question, we'll hear from Ms. Maya John, the Principal Researcher of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa.
One of the research focus areas at the Advanced Polymer Composites Research Group at the Center for Nanostructures and advanced materials is the development of sustainable materials and technologies from renewable resources. And these include materials like natural fiber composites, bio-nanocomposites, and compostable plastics for replacing single-use plastics. In terms of testing, one of the most important criteria is the biodegradation testing of materials. So if you want to claim your material as biodegradable or compostable, it's necessary that you do biodegradation testing as per ASTM and ISO conditions. It's not sufficient to claim that your material is biodegradable. That's actually an incomplete statement. You also need to talk about two conditions. One is the conditions of biodegradation and the duration of biodegradation. And these aspects differ for different materials. I would like to thank UNIDO and the Japanese government for funding for procurement of equipment for the biodegradation testing laboratory. Additionally, they have supported the accreditation of the biodegradation testing lab, and with that will be the only accredited biodegradation facility in South Africa. I also acknowledge UNIDO's efforts in driving the sustainability shift in South Africa, because as we all know, in these times, sustainability is no longer a choice. It needs to be a conscious decision which is implemented at every level.
That video message there from Ms. Maya John. A question for you, Your Excellency. Recently, biodegradable plastics have gained attention as one approach to deal with the scourge of plastic pollution. But if you bring new materials onto the market, they need to be carefully assessed and managed to avoid creating a new environmental threat. How can Japan and UNIDO ensure the sustainability of the innovations introduced in South Africa?
Yes, and we are lucky to have this project to be implemented in South Africa, because South Africa has a dimension of the developed countries and developing countries, and they have a very effective industry, especially for the plastic industry and the others, and also a very capable institutions and at the high level of the scientific research. So all combined together with UNIDO mean that we have a lot of stakeholders here in South Africa in order to be able that we can conduct this project of multidimensional, because this project is not only has the potential to reduce plastic leakage into the environment, but can also unlock new economic opportunities for the countries. So we have to make appropriate interventions at each stage in accordance with the we call this a holistic policy and involvement of various stakeholders, and could be the key to sustainable solutions and best adapted to the recipient country, which is South Africa. You know, and Japan has addressed the issue of plastic waste management since the 1990s, and has attained a high level of plastic resource circulation through the promotion of what we call the 3 R's, and which are reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I think that we can be able, using the Japanese private sectors and academia and technology, knowledges, and experiences to be shared with South Africa through this project. And the bio and maritime degradable polymer technology of Japanese companies, such as Kaneka, have the potential to contribute to reducing marine plastic litter in Africa. And UNIDO was successful in bringing together industry partners, NGOs, as well as academic institutions and other government issues as well. So, both on the ground and from Japan. Combined together, those Japanese experiences and UNIDO's experience as well, I think that we can make a better information sharing and with a new material that might be, I hope, alternative to the single-use plastic.
A great ambition. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Maruyama, for sharing your experience to tackle this global challenge. Now, of course, another key contributor to UNIDO's efforts to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development around the world is Italy. UNIDO and Italy have nurtured a trusted, reliable and strong partnership over the years on a number of key development challenges. Mr. Alberto Gianni is joining us from the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation's field office in Maputo, Mozambique, where he's team leader for agriculture, food security and rural development. Welcome. Today, we'll have the pleasure to learn more about the partnership between UNIDO and the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation and Illy Café through a project which is aimed to improve inclusive and sustainable agro-value chains development in Mozambique through a public-private partnership approach. The project focuses on the country's coffee value chain, a key sector for job creation and economic growth. Good afternoon, Mr. Gianni.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon from Mozambique. And thank you very much for inviting me to this fantastic meeting.
Very welcome. My first question, please. Agriculture in Africa is one of the sectors that employs the greatest numbers of people, and it contributes very much to local GDP. What is the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation's approach to agricultural development, and how is UNIDO part of this approach, in particular in the framework of this project?
Okay, thank you very much, Bethany. I would like to start saying something about agriculture, because agriculture nowadays is something complex. So when we talk about agriculture, we don't speak anymore only about the production of food, but it's about food, fiber, energy that produce income. Is a complex system with a number of actors with different culture, aspirations, socio-economic capital. They produce different crops. They have a variegated agroecological environment, and it can be used for self-consumption or for market that can be national or international, and therefore have to follow a local legislation, international legislation, and people can have access to inputs or not, to irrigation technologies and so on. But still, it's an area that is extremely open to innovation at any level possible. And it's true that agriculture is still very, very important for Africa. I think that roughly 80% of the people in the sub-Saharan Africa are engaged with agriculture. But we know that also in Italy, the agri-food system is extremely important. In fact, Italy is known worldwide for its very high quality and variety of the food. And the Italian food system is peculiar because it's normally done by small farmers, family farmers, and even the technologies are often very small type of technologies that can fit also country like Mozambique. And our approach to agricultural development, we call it Sistema Italia. That means we try to link with different partners that include civil society, private sector, public sector, and research institution to bring a certain quality of the product that we manage to produce in the country in a way that we can assist the local government to achieve really an improvement of that particular sector. Now, to address all these aspects, it's important to have different partners because, as I say, the agricultural sector is complex, and therefore each partner can address a different aspect of the development. And in particular, UNIDO is very important for us because of its approach and its mandate to work with the private sector. Let me just make a quick example. With UNIDO, this year we managed to participate to the MacFruit, that is one of the biggest European events related to agriculture, with a delegation from Mozambique, including both members from the local government and private sector. So there was, I think, 6 private companies that joined us in this meeting. And this was very helpful both to link the Mozambican private sector to the Italian sector with the P2P meeting. But it was particularly interesting because with the MADER, that is the local Ministry of Agriculture, we were developing a concept note for an agri-food center in the center of Mozambique that will be the first one of this type. And so we use this opportunity to bring the people of Mader, the delegation of Mader, to visit some of the agri-food center of excellence in Italy, in Rimini and Cesena. So all these then brought ideas in the development of the concert note. And then obviously there is the partnership with ILLI, but I think we will have time to go a bit more in depth about that later.
Very much. And before we continue our discussions, I think it's an enormous pleasure for me to introduce a short statement from Mr. Andrea Illy, President of Illy Café.
I don't think I have to stress the socioeconomical importance of coffee in the entire world. What's important, however, is to notice how much this industry is undergoing a total transformation from a purely functional beverage into an experiential one. This requires a total transformation in terms of product, differentiation, much higher quality, single origins, different agronomical practices, and so on. Coffee is grown by a community of 25 million families in over 40 countries, in low-income countries. And of course, this transformation requires a gigantic knowledge transfer project. With this vision in mind, UNIDO and ILLI announced a long-term partnership at the time of the Universal Exhibition Expo Milan 2015. And we started with one first project in Ethiopia aimed at improving the Ethiopian value chain, sustainability and inclusiveness. This project has been financed by the Italian corporation with about 4 million budget, and ILLI has been the knowledge partner. The results have been so encouraging that the three partners decided to allocate an equal budget for a new project, which is due to start soon, involving also Mozambique for the development of a new variety, Racemosa, which is unique but not widely cultivated. This is, I hope, is an example that can give you the feeling about how much the private sector, together with the public sector of one country and the intergovernmental organization like UNIDO, can build a lot of value for such an important sector like coffee. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very good end of your conference.
Very interesting video there. I just wanted to follow up briefly, if I may, because we're a little bit tight for time. Why is Illy Café an important partner for this project, and how does it add added value for sustainable local development in Mozambique?
Well, as I said, we joined with UNIDO because of their capacity of linking with the private sector. And particularly, we recognize that there is a high valuable technical support from ILLI in this project. So as we heard from ILLI, from Andrea Illy, there are many people in the world, millions of people in the world that are producing coffee. And we know that these people will be highly affected by climate change in the future. So, for example, this foundation of ILLI is now trying to develop a new way of approaching agricultural production by introducing regenerative agriculture. Regenerative agriculture is a type of agriculture that takes care of the soil, of the retention of water, of the biodiversity, contrasting so the negative effect of climate change and coping with it. So this is important also for a private company because obviously if the production of coffee will be affected, their own business will be affected. But more specifically in this project, we managed, thanks to ILLI, as he mentioned before, we are working with a variety of coffee, Racemosa, that is a rare variety, and has the particularity of having a very low content of caffeine. That means that it can be also consumed by people that normally don't consume coffee. And this has been tested in the Illy's laboratories. Additionally, Illy is also allowing people to follow a master in coffee economics and science that is in Trieste in Italy, and there is one person, a senior researcher from Mozambique that is going there next year. And is also of improving the quality of the Igbo coffee.
Oh, we seem to have lost the line there with Mr. Gianni, but I will say thank you to him anyway for sharing his experience with working with UNIDO through this public-private partnership approach. And moving on to our next speaker, we have a representative of Sweden, a country which has been a substantial contributor to UNIDO activities, in particular on climate issues, green and renewable energy, as well as gender equality. I'm very pleased that we are joined by Ms. Jessica Magnusson, Senior Advisor at the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, known as SIDA. Now, I'm going to introduce the project. Sweden, through SIDA, is funding the energy-efficient lighting and appliances project in East and Southern Africa, which is implemented in partnership with the East African Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy and Efficiency and the Southern African Development Community Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Now, this project aims to promote market transformation in 21 countries in East and Southern Africa by addressing some of the key challenges related to markets for energy-efficient lighting and appliances, including through increasing customer choice, the harmonization of policy and regulatory frameworks, capacity building, and strengthening by the private sector. How a recent breakthrough was the adoption of the minimum energy performance standards for lighting in the whole of the Southern African Development Community region, which was an important milestone in Africa's efforts to avoid the importation of low-quality and inefficient products. How does this create opportunities for the local product and services sector, and how does it support countries in their industrialization efforts? How can the affordability of more efficient products be guaranteed?
Thank you, Bethany, and thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion. I will try to be brief in my answers, and by introduce these kind of standards, you create long-term conditions for the local manufacturers. And knowing about the market and the demand, it will serve as a base for the local manufacturer to dare to invest and also maybe to get loan to scale up their business. And these business opportunities to develop green technologies, goods and services will also build infra-African value chains that will minimize the demand for imported products. And the imported products, they are often very low price, and they also has a low quality. And building this value chain is also in line with the African Continental Free Trade Area. And by creating these circumstances, you can also see as a manufacturer that you can look into new business models, to take a more circular approach, to see the whole value chain, also the waste stream. And by doing this, you can also get more revenue streams into your businesses. And another important area that has been raised within this collaboration and by UNIDO is the energy service business models that has become more and more important. So by switching to more efficient products and services, the local industries become more competitive, and hopefully also their products will be affordable for everyone if we look have a view in the future.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And before we move on to a next question, we have another video to see, and this is a message from the Vice Chairman and Project Manager of the Energy Private Developers Association based in Rwanda.
I'm very interested in this business because many areas, off-grid areas in my country, but they don't have electricity. The many agricultural produce, they are being spoiled, wasted because of lack of appropriate infrastructure, like cold storages in rural areas. More than 40% of their produce are being wasted. Maybe the initial cost for our system is maybe high, but in the long run, it's quickly recovered very easily. This is really a benefit for the farmers, but also for the country in terms of economy, but also in terms of environment protection.
Another question, if I may. How does this contribute to improving the livelihoods of vulnerable people, in particular those who are living in off-grid areas and whose income is dependent on agricultural activities?
I should say that when you're living in an off-grid area, having energy-efficient product is even more important, to use as less as energy as possible. And by using quality products and energy efficient products, you will also have a longer lifetime of the products, and the lifetime cost will be lower. And this is, for example, for processing food to keep the cold chain, but also to have efficient water pumps, for example. All of this will support the resilience of the farmers. But it's also important to find local solutions that serves the local needs. For a farmer, upfront cost for new efficient equipment can be a very big challenge. And then by innovating business model, for example, to relieve the upfront costs investment for energy user, to swift it to the energy service company or another company. So once again, I believe the business model is very important to actually reach out to this target group.
So one brief follow-up question, if I may. One of the key features of this project is the close partnership that you get with the regional economic communities, as well as the private sector. How do these partnerships contribute to advancing a common approach and to the focus regions, and therefore increasing efficiency and impact at scale?
The regional economic communities and their respective regional sustainable energy centers, SACRE and EACRE, are very important since they have the mandate to advance regional harmonization efforts. And this will also enhance the implementation of the standards in this region. And then the private sector and others will benefit from this, of course, and we also will create the market. And also UNIDO is an important partner in this, since they have a global network of regional sustainable energy centers. And so they also serve with a good contribution in this sense. And UNIDO also have a good experience from a business partnership, and that is also very valuable. So jointly together, I hope that this will succeed also to be implemented.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magnussen, for your reflections on the power energy-efficient lights and appliances to speed up sustainable development in East and Southern Africa. Well, we've heard... Thank you. It's been so interesting to hear about the diverse approaches that UNIDO's development partners are taking to tackle some of the most pressing development challenges facing the world. It's highlighted the importance of effective multilateralism in addressing many of these challenges, in tackling the complex global issues such as climate change and, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, before we conclude, we have time for just one more question for each of our panelists on the way forward. And I'd like to put this same question to each of you, please. Building on the projects and the programs highlighted in this event, what would you like to see? And what are your ambitions for the future to scale up impact and efficiency? And I'd like to put the question, first of all, to the representative of the European Union, Mr. Stefano Dotto. Do we have him? Is he still there? Is anyone still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, you're here. Yes, good. You're here.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Bethany. It's good that we can look a bit forward on this. I could speak for hours, but I will try to be a bit synthetic on what we expect in the future. Environment and climate change in the Mediterranean region require that sustainable consumption and production become the norm, that we no longer make a difference between economy and sustainable economy, because it brings a triple win to the environment, to business, and to consumers. And this requires that citizens accelerate their understanding and the awareness. Now, investment needs are immense, and to scale up the uptake of sustainable production by businesses, massive funding is needed. Public money will not be enough, and nor the most efficient resource in many cases. And therefore, greening of the financial sector that has started needs to accelerate. On the EU side, we have increased the share of our international partnership instrument for green and climate action, but we count very much on the leverage that the European Fund Sustainable Development Plus will bring. And we're going to use some 40 billion from the EU budget to provide guarantees and to implement the Green Deal, with the aim of mobilizing investment at scale to be achieved with high quality impact, and to addressing market failures and create sustainable market dynamics, empowering local actors like commercial banks, microfinance institutions, local guarantee schemes, etc., so to better serve local communities. And we are keen to engage with UNIDO and other partners to promote and work together on this agenda. Moreover, with the Team Europe initiatives, we intend to better synchronize the cooperation agendas of each of our EU member states with those of the European Union as a whole. And beyond this, we are aware that a sustainable future is only possible if all the countries in the world cooperate in a multilateral, rule-based context.
Many thanks, Mr. Dotto.
Thank you.
I now would like to turn to His Excellency Ambassador Maruyama of Japan. Ambassador, what are your thoughts in regard to this question? What's the future? Do we still have the ambassador with us? I understand maybe we should move along to...
No,
yes,
I'm
we
here.
have him. Hello.
No, a technical problem. Sometimes my device is old enough to give me more time to be prepared. So, yes, to your questions and for the future, I think knowing that this project in South Africa is a pioneer project in Africa to focus on the single-use plastic life cycle, applying a circular economy approach, I think the result we need to share and disseminate it, not only to the benefits of other Indo-Japan project, but also beyond to other countries of the African continent and their oceans. In this perspective, and I would like to share with the audience that next year, the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, or TICAD 8, will take place in Africa. This will be a good opportunity to highlight the successful example of cooperation between Japan and UNIDO in Africa, and enrich the regional and global discussion on circular economy. I think that I hope together with UNIDO and we can promote the results and lessons learned from this project, and provide inspirations to many to advance innovative solutions to protect our environment. I think we have a lot of things to do together. Thank you.
A great many things to do together indeed. And I understand that Mr. Gianni has rejoined us from Mozambique. I hope he's there and that our connection will be a little bit more stable. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We'd very much like to hear your thoughts from the perspective of Italy, please.
Yeah, unfortunately before, suddenly I could not hear you anymore. But anyway, this project, as has been told by Andrea Hill in his video, is already a kind of second phase. So it's a type of partnership that has grown from Ethiopia and now is being replicated here in Mozambique. So what I would like to see in the future is more and more companies that are a bit enlightened, like Illy, that have this approach to development of agriculture that is inclusive with the people and respectful for the environment and cares about the future of our planet, and that can bring this type of approach to agriculture a bit everywhere in the world. But not only, I would really like that this type of approaches would be taken by the local government, like in Mozambique. So I hope that this type of PPP approach will really help the Mozambican agri-food sector to become more independent and competitive in the future. And doing that, increasing job creation and food security all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very glad you were able to rejoin us. And now, finally, to Jessica Magnussen. What are your hopes for the future? What are your ambitions for the future?
Thank you, Bethany. I believe it's highly important, once again, to look at the local context and find business models that make these appliances sustainable over time and affordable for everyone. So from the SIDA side, we are now also focusing on productive use, and this is also something that the ILA project is thinking of in the future. And that is to get more out of the appliances and the energy equipment on site. For example, job creation and increased income. But also to take a circular approach on the energy equipment and not only focus on the excess. And to look at the waste management and the circularity, there will also be new business models. So I think that my red thread in this is the business models.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, some very, very interesting perspectives on the work that is being done in this. Thank you very much to our panelists indeed for their insights and for joining us from so many different parts of the world. It's now a great pleasure for me to invite to the lectern the Deputy to the Director General, Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, for his closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and great pleasure for me to provide you with a few final remarks in the closing of today's donor meeting. I would like to thank all the distinguished panelists representing the European Union, Italy, Japan, Sweden, and Switzerland for their time and for sharing such insightful contributions. I would also like to thank the moderator, Ms. Bethany Bell, for her excellent guidance through this successful event. Let me also convey our sincere gratitude to the many participants who have attended the event from around the world. The meeting today provided insight into how member states and other key development partners work together with the organization through innovative partnerships and programmatic approaches. These allow us to scale up impact and efficiency to achieve common development objectives, recover from COVID-19 pandemic, and build a more resilient future through inclusive and sustainable industrial development. While today's meeting covered a broad range of topics, the projects and programs that were discussed represent just a small sample of the tremendous work done to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development globally, which is made possible through the generous support from you, our partners. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we entered the decade of action towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, the COVID-19 pandemic gripped the world, causing widespread suffering, loss of life, and livelihoods. The significant challenges of the past 2 years have been yet another reminder that international cooperation through United Nations organizations such as UNIDO remains critical to addressing global crises. Despite significant global disruption, the implementation of UNIDO's mandate and projects on the ground continued uninterrupted. Moreover, UNIDO's delivery of technical assistance services to its member states remained substantial at $177.7 million in 2020, a strong testament to the agility of the organization, its member states, and partners. As we seek to overcome the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and steer the world onto an environmentally sustainable and carbon-neutral path, support for UNIDO activities will remain critical. Through inclusive and sustainable industrial development, the organization strengthens the foundation upon which we can address the immediate impact of the health crisis and foster a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient planet. Through enhanced partnerships with a broad range of stakeholders at both the policy and strategy levels, the organization remains committed to supporting member states in building a better future for all. As the demand for UNIDO's services continues to increase, it is my hope that today's discussion has provided inspiration for us to work more closely together through innovative resource mobilization approaches that can deliver transformational change and accelerate progress towards achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let me express once again my gratitude to all the participants, the panelists, the moderator, the interpreters, and the UNIDO and conference service staff for their considerable efforts leading the success of this meeting. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Kunyoshi, for these final remarks. Before I close, I'd like to inform you that further information will soon be made available on the 5th donor meeting webpage. So if you have any questions or you want to receive any further information, I invite you to contact the Secretariat on the email address donor-relations@unido.org. This email address is published in the chat on the Interprofy platform. And now it is my great pleasure to say thank you for having me here today. I now invite His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Mezarani, the President of the UNIDO General Conference, to the podium for the continuation of your deliberations on the general debates. Many thanks. I wish you all a very good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، النواب الموقرين والزملاء الأفاضل، بعد هذه الفعالية الهامة نستأنف الآن المناقشة العامة بشأن البنود من 8 إلى 29 من جدول الأعمال. ويسرني أن أعطي الكلمة لأول متكلم في قائمتي، وهو معالي السيد كارلوس ميسكيتا، وزير الصناعة والتجارة للموزمبيق. فليتفضل.
Well, good afternoon. His Excellency Mohamed Mes Ghani, President of the 19th UNIDO General Conference. His Excellency Gerd Muller, the incoming UNIDO Director General. Excellencies, the ministers and ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Mozambique, of the people of Mozambique, and on my own, allow me to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and congratulate UNIDO, especially the Director General and the Executive Secretary, for their professional organization of this session and for the invitation addressed to Mozambique to participate in this 19th General Conference under the theme Building a Better Future. Allow me also to congratulate the Presidium of this 19th General Conference in the person of Your Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Mezagani for your wise, incisive and guidance during the working sessions in this conference. This 19th conference has the particularity to have been preceded by the 9th UNIDO Ministerial Conference of LDCs, an event in which, by acclamation and consensus, the ministers adopted a ministerial declaration where they expressed and reiterated the strategic importance on the need to accelerate during the next decade the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In this regard, allow me as well, Mr. President, to congratulate His Excellency Shipoka Mulenga and His Excellency Nurul Umayun, Chair and Vice Chair of the 9th UNIDO Ministerial Conference for LDCs, for their wise and serene manner in which they conducted the debates and the successful adoption of the ministerial declaration. Mr. President, like other sectors, the industry sector has been, in the last 2 years, suffering the structural impact caused by the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, a situation that significantly affects its growth and competitiveness levels in terms of value chains. The theme of this General Conference, in addition to being a motivating challenge to the ability of countries to reinvent themselves under the current situation, also represents an alert to our collective conscience in the sense of accepting and committing ourselves to making resilience, innovation, and global partnership unavoidable variables for the leverage and modernization of industry as one of the factors of global economic transformation. Mr. President, the operational assumptions and the 6 areas contained in the joint ministerial declaration adopted at the 9th Ministerial Conference of LDCs point out ways that can contribute to a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future of industrial development in line with the objectives contained in the 2030-2063 agendas, respectively. The industry must consolidate its process of growth and inclusion in the global trade, favoring an integrated, balanced, and shared long-term approach. It is the productive solidarity at the level of the states, facilitated by the multilateral global system promoted by UNIDO, which will make the industry one of the solutions with a structuring impact for the competitive constraints imposed by COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the development of African continent free trade area. This is the understanding that Mozambique advocates and pursues in different bodies and forums towards an inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Ladies and gentlemen, Mozambique has designed an industrial program, the National Program to Industrialize Mozambique 2021-2023, 31, I'm sorry, called PRONAI, whose objectives is to contribute to an increase in the industrial production, investment in infrastructure, human resource development based on the local transformation of raw materials in an inclusive and environmentally sustained manner in order to generate employment and income, especially for the youngsters and women in view of middle-income society until 2035. This program, in addition to involving structuring projects, such as the consolidation, processing of industrial villages, and the substitution of imports, promoting local content, relying on innovation, research, and a competitive business environment, also defined the integration of local production with global value chains through value-added niche exports and capitalization with foreign investments. Mr. President, Honorable Director General of UNIDO, nowadays the industry's development process is more demanding, and it includes digitalization, innovation, non-carbonization, among other many relevant elements, unavoidable factors for its sustainable modernization. Areas that demand and will continue to require strategic interventional assistance from UNIDO, mainly for the LDCs, in the scope of circular economy. Aid to industrial development as a core activity of UNIDO during and after COVID, especially in the promotion of the effective production capacity of pharmaceutical items and vaccines for the prevention of endemic and pandemic diseases, appears to be structural within the multilateral ecosystem and action that the government of Mozambique urges and desires your attention. Allow me to express our recognition for the work already initiated and carried out by the outgoing Director General Lee Yong in this area. Mr. President, Mozambique would like to take this opportunity to once again congratulate Mr. Muller as the new Director General of UNIDO, and the Director can count with the support of Mozambique, and wishing every success during his tenure in this new role. I thank you for your attention.
شكرا معالي الوزير على الكلمات الطيبة الموجهة لشخصي وعلى تدخلكم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لمعالي الوزير وعد عبد الله عبد الرزاق بديب، وزير التخطيط والتعاون الدولي اليمن، فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السيد لي يونغ مدير عام منظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية، السيدات والسادة رؤساء وأعضاء وفود الدول المشاركة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية يسعدنا باسم وفد الجمهورية اليمنية نتقدم بالتهنئة لسعادة السفير محمد المرغاني سفير الجمهورية التونسية الشقيقة على انتخابه رئيسا للمؤتمر، كما نتقدم بجزيل الشكر والامتنان للسيد لي يونغ المدير العام للمنظمة على تفانيه في دعم التنمية الصناعية المستدامة والشاملة للدول النامية ودول العالم جمعاء، باعتبار التنمية الصناعية حجر الزاوية للنمو الاقتصادي. كما نشيد بالإنجازات التي شهدتها المنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية يونيدو خلال فترة ولايته كمديرا عاما للمنظمة. كما نود أن نتقدم بالتهنئة الحارة للدكتور جيرد مولر على الثقة التي منحتها إياه الدول الأعضاء لتوليه منصب المدير العام لليونيدو، ونؤكد على استمرارنا في تعاوننا الكامل معه من أجل إنجاح مهمته في تحقيق أهداف المنظمة. يود وفد بلادي أن أؤيد البيان الذي ألقاه سعادة السفير صلاح عبد الشافي سفير دولة فلسطين باسم المجموعة العربية. نشكر المدير العام على تقريره السنوي للعام 2020 الوارد بالوثيقة رقم IBD 49 #2 حول أنشطة اليونيدو في مجال المبادرات والأنشطة والبرامج الرئيسية وخطط التنمية التي تم تنفيذها في العام 2020 والتي عكس جهود اليونيدو لدعم الدول الأعضاء في جهود التنمية الصناعية. استهل مداخلتي بأن أتحدث عن الوضع في اليمن. فلا يخفى عليكم الضرر الذي طال القطاع الصناعي والتنموي في اليمن نتيجة الأحداث الحالية في اليمن بعد انقلاب ميليشيا الحوثي المسلحة على السلطة الشرعية في اليمن برئاسة فخامة الرئيس المشير عبد ربه منصور هادي رئيس الجمهورية اليمنية، وهو ما يتطلب بذل جهود مضاعفة وشاملة لدعم قطاعات التنمية الاقتصادية المختلفة في اليمن والتي تضررت بشكل كبير كقطاع الطاقة وخصوصا الطاقة النظيفة، وقطاعات الثروة السمكية والزراعة والمؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة ومتناهية الصغر أيضا. ولما تمثله هذه القطاعات من أهمية كبيرة لخلق فرص عمل للشباب والمرأة، والتي ستساهم في استعادة عافية الوضع أو التعافي الاقتصادي في اليمن. فإن الحكومة اليمنية تسعى لإعادة تنشيط هذه القطاعات ومعالجة الأضرار التي لحقت بها. ويؤكد وفد بلادنا على أهمية تبني المنظمة سياسات وآليات جديدة لتنفيذ مشاريعها في البلدان التي تعاني من صراعات من أجل تسهيل تنمية المشاريع التي تبناها المنظمة، وتتطلع الإسراع في اعتماد مسودة استراتيجية المنظمة في حالة النزاعات والحروب والأزمات، وبأن تحصل الدول التي تعاني من الصراعات والحروب على الاهتمام من قبل المنظمة للمساعدة في تجاوز الصعوبات التي تعيق التنمية الصناعية وخلق فرص عمل وبرامج التعافي في تلك البلدان ومن ضمنها اليمن. إن استعادة نشاط منظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية في اليمن يمثل إحدى أولويات حكومة الجمهورية اليمنية. لذا فإننا نطالب بإعداد برنامج لليمن Country Program يأخذ بعين الاعتبار التطورات والتغيرات التي مست القطاعات الاقتصادية، وبحيث يتضمن هذا البرنامج الأولويات التي تتوائم مع الخطط الاستراتيجية للجمهورية اليمنية، مع تأكيدنا على تقديم كافة أوجه الدعم والتنسيق مع المنظمة للخروج بأفضل النتائج، وكذا دعم جهودها في حشد الموارد من الدول المانحة للمساعدة في تمويل المشاريع التي سيتفق عليها في إطار البرنامج. يقدر وفد بلادي جهود اليونيدو لاستئناف مشاريعه في اليمن في مجال مشاريع القطاع الصناعي الزراعي والثروة السمكية في بناء القدرات وتحسين قدرات الامتثال للمعايير وإطار الجودة، ودراسة إمكانية تقديم الدعم في مجال الطاقة المتجددة والطاقة البديلة ومشاريع دعم الفئات المتضررة من الحرب اقتصاديا، خصوصا في مناطق نزوح المدنيين من أماكن الحرب. يقدر وفد بلادي أيضا دور اليونيدو بعملية التنمية الاقتصادية في الدول النامية لتعزيز قطاعات التنمية الاقتصادية، وندعو الدول الشقيقة والصديقة لمساعدة الحكومة اليمنية لمعالجة الأضرار التي لحقت بقطاعات التنمية نتيجة الحرب في سبيل النهوض واستعادة التعافي لبلدنا من جديد. في الأخير نعرب باسم الجمهورية اليمنية عن تقديرنا لجهود في دعم الدول الأعضاء في المنظمة لمواجهة تداعيات انتشار فيروس كورونا بكل أشكاله وتحوراته، لا سيما في ظل استمرار انتشار التحورات وموجات جديدة، ونتطلع أن تكون اليمن من ضمن الدول المستفيدة من هذا الدعم. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا معالي الوزير على تهانيكم وعلى الكلمة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيدة مارينا سيريني نائبة وزير الشؤون الخارجية لإيطاليا، فلتتفضل.
Your Excellencies, honorable guests, I am pleased and honored to address the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference. Italy is a long-standing partner of UNIDO and remains strongly committed to the common objective of sustainable and inclusive industrial development. We are actually proud to be one of the main donors of UNIDO and a very significant partner in terms of ideas and projects. More generally, Italy firmly believes in the multilateral approach to the development strategies. Moreover, one of the main features of our approach is the acknowledgement of human and social capital. We value people and their competencies. We value the role of public and private institutions, as well as the net of relations and shared knowledge they produce. Throughout the years, together with UNIDO, we have been able to pursue our common goals also by promoting the Italian entrepreneurial model based on SMEs and cooperative enterprises, focused on the quality of the products and on the quality of labor as a suitable solution for developing countries. Our collaboration is key, especially in low growth and high unemployment areas in Africa, Middle East, Asia, Latin America. Promoting a truly sustainable and inclusive industrial development in these areas of the globe means providing opportunities for youth and women, setting the conditions for social inclusion, stability, and economic growth. Environmental sustainability is at the core of our approach. Industrial development and environmental quality can and must go hand in hand. There is no contradiction between environmental policies and economic development. Quite to the contrary, no economic progress is real if it is not sustainable. The safeguard of biodiversity, the prevention of pollution, energy efficiency, and climate neutrality shall always be considered as fundamental principles in designing projects and strategies for industrial development. Italy acknowledges and appreciates the role of UNIDO in actively contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and to this end, it is a convinced major partner of the organization. In the last months, holding the presidency of the G20 and co-partnering with the UK for the COP26, Italy reaffirmed its leading role in positively contributing to the global cooperation for ecological transition. To this end, UNIDO is a very important forum for us. In this regard, Italy warmly welcomes the appointment of the new Director General, Mr. Gerd Müller, and supports him and his agenda aiming to further strengthening and broadening the organization's field of action, as well as its constituency. Director Müller, I wish you every success. You will always have Italy at your side. At the same time, I want to thank Mr. Lee Yong for the great leadership showed during his 2 mandates, and especially throughout the pandemic. Italy recognizes the significant results achieved by UNIDO in the last years and the more than friendly cooperation we had with the outgoing administration. Durable economic development, social inclusion, equal opportunities, sustainability. These foundations characterize Italy's action within UNIDO and with UNIDO in compliance with an authentic idea of multilateralism and international cooperation based on the awareness that development challenges are global and can only be tackled through collective actions and shared responsibility. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا لكم سيدتي على الكلمة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد سيرجي ألينيك نائب وزير الشؤون الخارجية البيلاروس، فليتفضل.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемый господин генеральный директор, уважаемые дамы и господа, развитие международного промышленного сотрудничества уже на протяжении 55 лет остается актуальным вопросам в деятельности Организации Объединенных Наций по промышленному развитию. Непредсказуемые вызовы современности подтверждают значимость индустриализации и инноваций, подчеркивают важность миссии ЮНИДО в поддержании устойчивого экономического роста и социального развития государств-членов, обеспечения благосостояния народонаселения. Отмечаем значительный личный вклад генерального директора Ли Йонга в укрепление авторитета ЮНИДО и выведение программной деятельности организации на новый уровень. Убеждены, что мандат ЮНИДО, в основе которого лежит всеобъемлющее и устойчивое промышленное развитие, априори дает право этому специализированному учреждению на одно из лидирующих мест в реорганизованной системе развития ООН. С удовлетворением отмечаем усилия ЮНИДО по оказанию помощи государствам-членам во внедрении инноваций и ресурсоэффективных решений в промышленности и сельском хозяйстве, укреплении знаний и институтов. Отрадно, что эти усилия не прекращались, несмотря на сложные условия эпидемиологической остановки последних 2 лет. Констатируем наличие существенного потенциала в этом направлении и предлагаем его максимально использовать в ходе реализации повестки дня в области устойчивого развития и достижения цели номер 9 устойчивого развития в сфере индустриализации, инноваций и инфраструктуры. Рассчитываем, что ЮНИДО станет драйвером восстановления промышленности на более экологичной и технологичной основе, которая позволит противостоять гибридным вызовам современности. Расширение географии проектов ЮНИДО и участие в страновых группах оцениваем как свидетельство высокой востребованности услуг и экспертных знаний организации. Поддерживаем стремление ЮНИДО к налаживанию новых партнерских и международных связей, расширению сотрудничества с Зеленым климатическим фондом, межучрежденческому взаимодействию в рамках системы ООН и с многосторонними целевыми фондами. Приветствуем усилия организации в сфере экономики замкнутого цикла, экологии и энергетики по использованию цифровизации для ускорения перехода стран к более эффективным моделям промышленного производства, а также стремление ЮНИДО к максимально полному учету интересов и потребностей государств-членов, в особенности стран со средним уровнем дохода. Отмечаем, что пандемия COVID-19 выявила неустойчивость стран со средним уровнем дохода к глобальным кризисам и подверженность многочисленным макроэкономическим вызовам и угрозам. Призываем к более активным усилиям по реализации стратегических рамок сотрудничества ЮНИДО со странами со средним уровнем дохода для обеспечения реализации повестки дня 2030 в срок. Поддерживаем проведение широкой международной конференции по теме стран со средним уровнем дохода в ближайшие годы. С удовлетворением отмечаем, что сотрудничество между Беларусью и ЮНИДО продолжает активно развиваться. Подписана очередная рамочная программа сотрудничества, которая определила приоритеты двустороннего взаимодействия на ближайшие 5 лет. В контексте 4-й промышленной революции начата реализация нового важного для нашей страны проекта в сфере умного производства. В этой связи хотели бы поблагодарить не только секретариат ЮНИДО, но и российскую сторону за оказанную финансовую поддержку, благодаря которой этот проект стал возможным. Делегация Беларуси поддерживает представленные проекты очередной 2-летней программы и бюджета ЮНИДО, а также приоритеты и направления работы, определенные рамками среднесрочной программы на 2022-2025 годы. Рассчитываем, что реализация комплексного механизма оценки результатов и эффективности будет способствовать дальнейшему практическому применению принципов эффективности, результативности и прозрачности в текущей работе организации. Считаем важным уделить внимание периодическому обзору и оценке услуг, которые предоставляются системой резидентов-координаторов ЮНИДО как неотъемлемому элементу нового бюджета, ориентированного на конечный результат. Отмечаем важность разработки рамок, стратегий по отдельным направлениям, иных аналитических обзорных документов. Однако полагаем, что они не заменят конкретных инициатив и программ, нацеленных на практический результат для стран-членов организации. В связи с этим рассчитываем на большую активность и вовлеченность ЮНИДО на этом направлении. Благодарю вас.
شكرا لكم على البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد فونتينو بولانكو تخادا نائب وزير التنمية الصناعية لجمهورية الدومينيك، فليتفضل.
Señor presidente, deseamos felicitarle por su elección para presidir los trabajos de este 19º periodo de sesiones de la Conferencia General, así como a los demás miembros del Buró que le acompañan. Estamos convencidos de que tendrán los mejores resultados de este periodo de sesiones. Es para mí un honor y un grato placer, en calidad de viceministro de Desarrollo Industrial del Ministerio de Industria, Comercio y MIPYMES de la República Dominicana, dirigirme a ustedes desde este órgano supremo de formulación de política industrial para compartirles la experiencia de la industria dominicana en el contexto pandémico, pero sobre todo para contarles cómo desde el Estado estamos impulsando el desarrollo de este importante sector productivo. El COVID-19 ha presentado un duro golpe para las economías de todo el mundo y la República Dominicana no ha sido la excepción. Desde la disposición del primer estado de emergencia nacional el 19 de marzo del año 2020, se produjo una paralización parcial del aparato productivo, afectando negativamente los indicadores económicos y sociales. No obstante, señoras y señores, la industria dominicana ha logrado reactivarse rápidamente y mantenerse resiliente. En los primeros 9 meses de este año, este sector experimentó un crecimiento económico interanual de un 11.5%, siendo uno de los sectores que han liderado esta tendencia positiva. Asimismo, en septiembre ya había recuperado el 95% de los empleos perdidos. Estos resultados muestran con claridad una cosa: la industria es importante y tenemos que apoyarla. Y con mucho orgullo me place comentarles que bajo el liderazgo de nuestro señor presidente Luis Abinader y de nuestro ministro Víctor Bisonó, así lo estamos haciendo. En octubre del 2020, por mandato del decreto 588-20, se creó la Mesa Presidencial de la Industrialización con el propósito de articular las políticas destinadas a hacer más competitivas las industrias del país. Con este espacio hemos logrado sentar las bases para lograr un consenso a largo plazo en materia de política industrial. Demanda que actores tanto del sector público como privado han exigido por décadas. Señoras y señores, para lograr desarrollar nuestras industrias y que puedan enfrentar con éxito los retos del panorama internacional, desde República Dominicana estamos convencidos de que debemos elevar sus niveles de calidad. Permítanme ahora contarles lo que hemos logrado en ese sentido. Hemos relanzado el Sistema Dominicano para la Calidad, el SIDOCAL, enfocándonos en el impulso y fortalecimiento de la infraestructura de la calidad en el país y los servicios que de ella emanan. En el marco de este relanzamiento, en julio de este año, luego de un intenso proceso técnico en el que se vieron involucradas las 23 instituciones públicas y privadas, y con el importante apoyo de la Unión Europea y de esta ONUDI, el Consejo Dominicano para la Calidad aprobó la Política Nacional de Calidad 2021-2024, el primer marco oficial que establece una hoja de ruta y marca la pauta de lo que debemos hacer para desarrollar una cultura de la calidad en la República Dominicana. Promover la calidad es necesaria, mas no suficiente para convertir en el mercado internacional de hoy, donde las tendencias globales apuntan que estamos atravesando la cuarta revolución industrial. Este escenario retador ha sido el principal aliciente que nos ha impulsado a acelerar la transformación digital de nuestras industrias y a alinear las competencias de su capital humano ante estas exigencias. En este sentido, estamos en un proceso de definición de una estrategia de industria 4.0 para la manufactura. Como punto de partida de esta, y gracias al importante apoyo del Ministerio de Industria, Comercio y Turismo de España, hemos adoptado una herramienta que permitirá que las industrias puedan autodiagnosticar su nivel de madurez digital. Finalmente, otro eje de trabajo con el que estamos firmemente comprometidos es con la sostenibilidad de nuestras industrias. Las externalidades negativas que generan este sector sobre el medio ambiente deben de ser atendidas por nuestro gobierno. En ese sentido, hemos logrado desarrollar programas de formación y asistencia técnica para que nuestras industrias cuenten con las capacidades para implementar iniciativas en materia de producción más limpia, economía circular, gestión de residuos, tratamiento de agua, entre otros temas. Estamos convencidos de que el apoyo de la UNIDO como aliado estratégico del gobierno dominicano es determinante para poder continuar incidiendo de manera positiva en el desarrollo de nuestras industrias manufactureras y en el fortalecimiento de nuestra infraestructura de calidad. Trabajando de la mano, juntos, nuestras industrias podrán llegar más lejos. Muchas gracias.
شكرا لكم على البيان. والآن أعطي الكلمة للسيد جوزيه غريغوريو بيوموجي نائب وزير الصناعة فنزويلا، فليتفضل.
En nombre del señor presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moro, queremos extender un cordial saludo al señor Lee Young, director general de la UNIDO. Igualmente, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela desea felicitar al señor Gerd Müller por su elección como nuevo director general de la UNIDO. Mi país desea expresar con todo su apoyo a la gestión que está por iniciar. Deseamos el mejor de los éxitos. Señor presidente, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela participa en esta conferencia general con un espíritu constructivo que demuestra la importancia y el compromiso de mi país con el multilateralismo en general como punto de encuentro y fortalecimiento de los objetivos de los pueblos y con la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo Industrial en particular, como palanca fundamental para el desarrollo del sector industrial de sus Estados miembros. Venezuela se congratula por la firma de la extensión del Acuerdo de Programa País en abril de este año 2021, el cual abarca el periodo 2021-2024. El Programa País constituye la base primordial para la cooperación entre la UNIDO y la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, sobre la cual deseamos seguir construyendo encuentros en favor del objetivo de alcanzar un desarrollo sustentable. Señor presidente, para el gobierno bolivariano, una industrialización inclusiva y sostenible representa una gran oportunidad para afrontar desafíos como el cambio climático, la lucha por los efectos ocasionados por el COVID-19 y el desarrollo y bienestar de los pueblos. Por ello, respaldamos los preceptos establecidos en la Agenda de Desarrollo Sostenible 2030 y la Declaración de Abu Dhabi de 2019. En particular, desearíamos resaltar el párrafo 10º en el cual se resalta la necesidad de fortalecer la cooperación internacional para hacer frente a los retos cada vez mayores que plantea la erradicación de la pobreza y el hambre, así como la paz y la seguridad mundial, el cambio climático, la contaminación y la degradación del medio ambiente, la creciente desigualdades sociales y las nuevas tendencias. Alentamos a la organización a continuar desempeñando su papel de coordinación de la cooperación internacional en favor del desarrollo industrial inclusivo y sostenible en el sistema de Naciones Unidas, así como el respaldo en todas las etapas de la cadena de valor y la transferencia tecnológica y de conocimiento. Señor presidente, en cuanto a las políticas de industrialización, Venezuela exhorta a la organización a continuar apoyando a los gobiernos durante el ciclo de formulación de políticas industriales con asesoramiento, creación de capacidades y facilitación de asesoría técnica. Y en una fase superior, apoyar la transferencia de tecnología y conocimiento. Para la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, la industria 4.0 o la cuarta revolución industrial es un asunto prioritario. Supone una nueva forma de hacer negocios en el que se modifica la interrelación entre los factores claves de producción, consumo energético, mano de obra, tiempo de fabricación y costos logísticos, con la intención de hacer productos más competitivos en un mundo cada vez más globalizado. Señor presidente, la economía circular puede ser una respuesta siempre que la misma, a diferencia de las economías tradicionales, pongan en el centro de protección del planeta y la supervivencia humana por encima de la ganancia económica. Ello impone un reto en la investigación y desarrollo que conlleve a un mejor uso de los materiales y la energía en ciclo de producción, el fomento en el aprovechamiento de los materiales susceptibles a ser reciclados, así como también involucrar a las comunidades en la gestión de los materiales generados. Así, mi país valora positivamente los esfuerzos que hace la UNIDO en torno a la promoción de la economía circular entre sus Estados miembros. Para Venezuela, la equidad de género y el empoderamiento de la mujer se encuentran fundamentados en los principios de justicia social y derechos humanos. Cuando se habla de equidad de género, se hace referencia a la justa distribución por sexo de las responsabilidades, acceso a los recursos y poder de decisión. En este sentido, Venezuela apoya los esfuerzos de la UNIDO en abordar las desigualdades de género en la industria y en aprovechar todo el potencial de las mujeres como líderes y agentes para la gestión económica que permita generar un crecimiento inclusivo. Señor presidente, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, a pesar de sufrir la imposición de las ilegales medidas coercitivas unilaterales, continúa trabajando en el diseño de acciones que le permiten seguir elevando la capacidad de desarrollo del sector industrial. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales afectan el desarrollo económico y social de los pueblos y, en consecuencia, sus derechos humanos, como lo indican los informes de la relatora especial de las Naciones Unidas sobre el impacto negativo de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales, la señora Alena Dohan. Por lo anterior, mi país desea recordar el contenido del párrafo 26 de la Declaración de Abu Dhabi de 2019, mediante la cual se exhorta a los estados a abstenerse de aplicar unilateralmente medidas económicas, financieras o comerciales que no sean compatibles con el derecho internacional y la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Venezuela hace un llamado a la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo Industrial y a su Estados miembros a condenar el uso de estas ilegales medidas coercitivas unilaterales contrarias al derecho internacional y que afectan gravemente el desarrollo económico y social de los pueblos. Finalmente, Venezuela reitera su voluntad de seguir trabajando de la mano con la UNIDO, con su nuevo equipo directivo, para continuar con el acompañamiento de la organización en el fortalecimiento de la estructura industrial y alcanzar el desarrollo inclusivo y sostenible que nos hemos propuesto, bajo una visión humanista como principio fundamental del gobierno bolivariano. Muchas gracias.
شكرا لكم على بيانكم، وأعطي الكلمة الآن لمعالي السيد بارات جابوديان، نائب وزير الصناعة والتجارة إيران، فليتفضل.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased and honored to deliver my statement as the Vice Minister of Industry, Mine and Trade of Islamic Republic of Iran. More than 3.5 decades have passed since the Islamic Republic of Iran joined the United Nations Industrial Development Organization in 1985. During this period, despite the ups and downs and problems ahead, we have had constructive cooperation with UNIDO and most of its members countries. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO and express our hope that during this tenure we will witnessed the development of industrial cooperation between Iran and this organization in terms of quantity and quality. Our country, Iran, has valuable potential in the field of industry and mining with appropriate infrastructure, along with specialized and skilled manpower. In recent years, despite the unfair, cruel, and inhuman sanctions imposed on the Islamic Republic of Iran by the United States government, which has caused problems for industrial units and consequently organizations, unemployment of some of workers, and harms this working class relying on domestic power, many of these threats have become opportunities and have led to the flourishing and increase of domestic production. But this issue is still a major obstacle in trade, industrial, technological transfer, and banking relations. I genuinely hope that with the expansion of international relations, we will create a favorable atmosphere for the expansion of Iran's economic and industrial relations with the other countries and international organizations. Another goal aimed by the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran is to help small and medium companies across various industries to communicate and interact with companies and international organizations to enable the exchange of new technologies and more than before. Mr. President, the Islamic Republic of Iran declares its desire to cooperate with other developing countries in various fields of industry, technology transfer, and engineering. External barriers and the constraints of industry in member countries, such as the amount of industrial investment, inadequacy of industrial production, and lack of appropriate strategy for industrial development, scattered and uneven growth of the industry can be all tackled through increased relationship of economic and industrial ties with the members of the organizations. Also, one of the important factors of economic and industrial growth is the advancement of technology, which can be achieved by using new methods, upgrading traditional methods, as well as by effective communication and exchange of technical experience of member countries. We hope that UNIDO will continue to take effective steps in this direction. Finally, I use this opportunity again for appreciation of Mr. Lee Young's cooperation and reiterating my satisfaction with the appointment of Mr. Gerd Muller, the new Director General of UNIDO, and I declare the willingness and readiness of Islamic Republic of Iran to expand any constructive cooperation. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على البيان، وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد ليزاردو أرماندو بولانوس فليتس، نائب وزير الاستثمار والمنافسة وزارة الاقتصاد غواتيمالا، فليتفضل.
Buenos días desde Guatemala. Saludos desde la administración Yamatei. Es un gusto para nosotros participar durante las deliberaciones de esta 19 Conferencia General de UNUDI. Felicitarlos también por los 55 años de la organización. Felicitar al señor Müller por su elección como nuevo director general y agradecer la labor realizada por el señor Lee Young durante su gestión. Resalto la importancia de la innovación para la productividad y competitividad como una dirección importante para Guatemala, para la administración Yamatei y para el Ministerio de Economía. Es uno de los elementos fundamentales para poder reducir los problemas de pobreza, los problemas de desigualdad y, más importante aún, otorgar calidad de vida a la población y otorgarles oportunidades que les permitan florecer con una vida más plena. Es la innovación uno de los motores más importantes del crecimiento de la productividad y uno de los elementos que históricamente Guatemala no le ha prestado tanta atención, y esa es una de las razones por las cuales nuestro acercamiento con UNUDI, nuestra participación el día de hoy y el interés del gobierno actual por impulsar una política de innovación que permita realizar un cambio importante en las capacidades económicas del país. Desde el Ministerio de Economía, con esta política, lo que nosotros estamos buscando va a ser, uno, facilitar el acceso al capital humano preparado, fortalecer las iniciativas y programas conjuntos entre los actores del ecosistema de innovación, desarrollar capacidades para la generación de conocimiento. Parece que estoy teniendo algunos problemas con... ¿Me pueden oír ahora?
Yes, we do. You can go on.
No sé si me oyen mejor ahora. ¿Sí? Excelente. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Iniciaré de nuevo, entonces. Saludos desde Guatemala, saludos desde la administración del presidente Yamatei. Nuestras felicidades a UNUDI por su 55 aniversario. Felicidades al nuevo director general, Gerd Müller. Y un agradecimiento por la tarea realizada por el señor Lee Young durante su gestión dirigiendo la organización. Como Ministerio de Economía de Guatemala, reconocemos que UNUDI es un socio muy importante para impulsar la transformación no solo de Guatemala, sino de la región centroamericana. Creemos que es vital identificarnos como una región que se puede volver un eje vital para el desarrollo económico, la reducción de las desigualdades y la reducción de la pobreza que ha afectado a nuestra región por muchos años. Y para lograr apostar por la innovación es uno de los ejes necesarios de los cuales tenemos que partir y donde el sector industrial se vuelve uno de los elementos más importantes. Para nosotros como Ministerio de Economía nos interesa que esta política gire alrededor de 4 elementos importantes. El primero, facilitar el acceso al capital humano preparado para las empresas. Segundo, fortalecer las iniciativas en donde podamos vincular a los distintos actores, desde la academia hasta el sector privado. El tercero, impulsar la generación de cooperación y de desarrollo de nuevo conocimiento. De hecho, hoy me encuentro tomando esta conferencia desde una de las universidades privadas más importantes del país, porque estamos en la práctica y activamente interesados en el desarrollo de ese tipo de mecanismos. Y el otro, la facilitación de trámites que nos permita de una manera activa lograr que las empresas en la práctica logren fácilmente establecerse y hacer crecer sus negocios. Sin más, Reitero el compromiso del Estado de Guatemala por sumarnos a los esfuerzos globales de reactivación, por los esfuerzos por identificar agendas comunes en donde el sector industrial pueda ofrecer oportunidades vitales de mejora de la calidad de vida para todos nosotros. Que tengan un buen día.
شكرا لكم على بيانكم. والكلمة الآن للسيد أدم نجي، نائب كاتب الدولة للاستراتيجية الصناعية والتراتيب هنغاري، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to first congratulate you on your election as President of the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference, as well as other members of the Bureau on their election. I am confident that with your leadership we will have a very successful session, and I want to confirm the full support of the Hungarian delegation. I also take this opportunity to convey my special thanks to the outgoing President with her Bureau for the commendable work. I wish to thank the Director General Lee Yong and the Secretariat for the organization of this conference as well. Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his election as the next Director General of the UNIDO. His leadership will be crucial for the member states of UNIDO in the post-COVID-19 recovery. We look forward to deepening our cooperation with UNIDO and with its member states under the leadership of Mr. Gerd Müller. In addition, the statement delivered by the distinguished representative of the European Union fully reflects the Hungarian views on the items of the agenda. However, I would like to add some additional remarks in my national capacity. Hungary acknowledges UNIDO's commitment and efforts to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial developments, and its contribution to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The Annual Report 2020 and Annual Report 2019 summarize successful initiatives and positive developments in favor of improving competitiveness and reducing unemployment rate, among others, and supporting countries to realize sustainable and inclusive industrialization and economic growth. Hungary welcomes the positive achievements on the policy and operational levels done by UNIDO during the last 2 years. We place high value in UNIDO's role as a platform for partnership, bringing together donor countries, the private sector, financial institutions, and recipient countries. Please allow me to briefly mention Hungary's recent contribution to UNIDO's activities. It is my government's strong intention to raise the participation of Hungarian leaders and experts from different state organs at various projects and ambitious events organized or co-organized by UNIDO. We take this opportunity to stress again the importance of close consultations with member states. In our opinion, the global consultations are very important and can provide benefits for developed and developing countries as well. The project, Reinvigorating a Business Model of Strategic Engagement with Emerging Donors, in which Hungary actively participates, is another good example how member states can work together and share their experience with other emerging donor countries. Finally, I am delighted to inform you that Hungary hosts, under the patronage and involving the personal engagement of His Excellency Mr. János Áder, President of Hungary, the Planet Budapest 2021 Sustainability Expo and Summit, the largest international conference and exhibition in Central Europe dedicated to sustainability. This event is held right now between 29th of November and 5th of December in Budapest, Hungary. Mr. President, Hungary, a member of this organization since 1985, has significantly participated in the work of its policy-making organs, in the work of the Industrial Development Board and the Program and Budget Committee, and has presented its candidature to the Industrial Development Board of UNIDO for the next 4 years and to the Program and Budget Committee of UNIDO for the next biennium. This year, Hungary actively participated in the discussion on the draft 2020-2021 budget in order to reach consensus and on the other strategic documents of UNIDO. We take this opportunity to stress the importance of close consultations with member states. Hungary will continue to offer its constructive partnership to the organization in identifying and formulating the best ways forward and working together for a sustainable future, and remains fully committed to support UNIDO's work and endeavors in these years to come. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على تدخلكم، وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد عمر أحمد سوينة السويدي أندر سكرتيري لوزارة الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة للإمارات العربية المتحدة، فليتفضل.
اسمحوا لي بداية أن أتقدم إليكم بالتهنئة على انتخابكم رئيساً للمؤتمر العام، وإلى جميع السيدات والسادة أعضاء اللجان المختلفة للمنظمة. كما يؤكد وفد دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أنه على أتم الاستعداد والجاهزية لتقديم كافة أوجه الدعم لإنجاح أعمال هذا المؤتمر. كما توجه بالشكر والتقدير إلى السيد لي يونغ المدير العام الأسبق للمنظمة المنتهية ولايته على جهوده وأدائه المتميز في المهام والمسؤوليات التي كان مكلفا بها، وكذلك إلى سائر أعضاء الأمانة العامة. السيد الرئيس، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يرحب وفد بلادي بالتقرير السنوي للمدير العام للمنظمة لعام 2020، والذي أشار إلى عدد من المبادرات والبرامج الأساسية التي تشرف عليها المنظمة، ويحث وفد بلادي على استمرار تلك الجهود الدولية الداعمة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030. لقد تبنت بلادي رؤية شاملة ومتكاملة لبناء اقتصاد متنوع ومستدام قائم على المعرفة والابتكار، يلعب فيه القطاع الصناعي الذي تقوده كوادرنا الوطنية المتميزة دورا أساسيا لتحقيق رخاء وازدهار الدولة. وتتزامن مع هذه الأيام مع ذكرى مرور 50 عاما على تأسيس دولة الإمارات، تلك الدولة الشابة التي شكلت نموذجا تنمويا عالميا. نفخر في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بمساعينا وجهودنا المستمرة للتكامل والتعاون والشراكة مع دول العالم، ومن خلال المنظمة لتحقيق مستقبل مزدهر واستثمار الفرص المستقبلية الواعدة في القطاع الصناعي، والتي برزت بوضوح في استضافتنا قبل أيام لفعاليات الدورة الرابعة من القمة الصناعية للصناعة والتصنيع GMIS في إكسبو دبي 2020، وما أنتجته من فرص وآفاق تنموية وتعاونية كبيرة لدعم المستقبل الصناعي في العالم. ومن خلال الرؤية الاستشرافية لقيادة دولة الإمارات والخطط الداعمة لتوجهات الدولة نحو مستقبل اقتصادي وتنموي متنوع ومعرفي مدعوم بالتكنولوجيا المتقدمة، تمكنت بلادي من تحقيق انطلاقة صناعية رائدة في المنطقة. ومن خلال إطلاق الاستراتيجية الوطنية للصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة بدأنا مسيرة حافلة لإحداث نقلة نوعية في القطاع الصناعي. نعم، كانت نقلة تاريخية لدولة نفطية قررت أن تصنع وتنافس عالميا بتبني التكنولوجيا المتقدمة وحلول الثورة الصناعية الرابعة لتحفيز الاقتصاد الوطني وتعزيز إنتاجيته والتحول إلى محور إقليمي وعالمي لصناعات المستقبل. وتقدمت بلادي 5 مراكز عالميا في مؤشر الأداء الصناعي التنافسي في عام 2021. إضافة إلى ذلك مجموعة من العناصر والمحاور والمميزات التي تتمتع بها بلادي، ربما يسمح لي الوقت بذكر بعضها لتعرفون بصورة أقرب إلى البيئة الاستثمارية الصناعية في دولة الإمارات. نحن لدينا الموارد الطبيعية والبنى التحتية المتقدمة والمنظومة التشريعية الداعمة، ونملك موقعا جغرافيا فريدا يربط الشرق بالغرب، ولدينا القدرات والموارد وسلاسل الإمداد، ونوفر حلولا مالية تنافسية لتنمية القطاع الصناعة، ونقدم برامج تدريبية وفنية لرواد الأعمال والمشاريع الصناعية الصغيرة والمتوسطة، ونقدم كافة التسهيلات التي تضمن التحول إلى قاعدة صناعية قوية ومنافسة في المنطقة. استراتيجيتنا الوطنية للصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة تعد عنصر جذب مؤثر لرواد الأعمال وأصحاب الأفكار والمواهب من مختلف أنحاء العالم، وتعتمد على الابتكار ومفاهيم وحلول الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والتصنيع المستدام والمهارات المتقدمة والشراكات الذكية. هذه الرؤية الاستشرافية والإجراءات الحكومية مكنت القطاع الصناعي الإماراتي من الحصول على فرصة حقيقية للنمو، وهو قطاع تبلغ مساهمته حاليا 9% في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي للدولة، وهي مرشحة للزيادة بقوة خلال الأعوام المقبلة. تدرك بلادي مدى أهمية تحقيق أهداف الأجندة العالمية للتنمية المستدامة 2030 التي شاركت في صياغتها منذ البدايات، ونسعى مع منظمة اليونيدو إلى العمل جنبا إلى جنب لضمان تلك الأهداف وتغيير ملامح عالمنا إلى الأفضل. ومن جانب آخر تستضيف دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة خلال هذه الفترة الحدث العالمي الملهم إكسبو 2020 في إمارة دبي، والذي يمثل فرصة فريدة لتعزيز التعاون الصناعي والتكنولوجي وتطوير قطاعات اقتصادية جديدة في إطار السعي المشترك للنمو الاقتصادي والتنمية المستدامة وبناء مستقبل أفضل للجميع. السيد الرئيس، ختاما كان لنا الشرف أن تستضيف عاصمتنا أبو ظبي أعمال المؤتمر العام 18 للمنظمة وإصدار إعلان أبو ظبي الذي دعا إلى إطلاق أول تحالف عالمي من نوعه للقطاع الخاص من أجل بناء القدرات الصناعية في الدول النامية والأقل نمواً وتمكين المرأة والشباب في القطاع الصناعي والحد من الآثار السلبية للنشاط الصناعي على البيئة وتحقيق الازدهار العالمي. والآن أمامنا فرصة ثمينة خلال هذه الاجتماعات لاتخاذ خطوات عملية رسمها إعلان أبو ظبي 2019، والذي كان بمثابة خطة عمل اتفقت خلالها جميع الدول الأعضاء بالعمل مع شركات القطاع الخاص والشركات العالمية الكبرى والمنظمات الصناعية والتجارية لتعزيز الشراكات ودفع عجلة النمو الاقتصادي الشامل وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. نتمنى تتكلل أعمال مؤتمرنا بالنجاح في تحقيق الأهداف والغايات التي نسعى إليها كأسرة دولية واحدة. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وشكرا على البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد والتر فيري نائب وزير الصناعة الأوروغواي، فليتفضل.
Señor Director General, señor Presidente, señores ministros, es un gusto dirigirme a ustedes en representación de mi país, Uruguay, para compartir los avances logrados en estos años con el UNIDO y los desafíos que tenemos por delante. Desde el año 2001, con el lanzamiento de la marca Uruguay Natural, pasando por el amplio acuerdo entre los partidos políticos para acordar la política energética en el año 2010, Uruguay ha transitado hacia una política de desarrollo sostenible. Los sectores productivos han emprendido procesos que se dirigen a consolidar ese modelo de desarrollo y en esa línea el Ministerio de Industria ejecuta proyectos y acciones con la invalorable colaboración de UNIDO. El proyecto Biovalor fue implementado por los Ministerios de Medio Ambiente, Ganadería, Agricultura y Pesca y de Industria, Energía y Minería, con el propósito de impulsar el desarrollo de sistemas de producción sostenibles, de bajas emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, promoviendo la incorporación de tecnologías que valorizarán los residuos. Se trabajó con 16 sectores agroindustriales, alcanzándose la reducción de 250.000 toneladas de anhídrido carbónico anualmente y valorizar 400.000 toneladas de residuos, convirtiéndose así en el primer programa referente de la economía circular en Uruguay. En 2017 se organizó el primer foro de economía circular en el país y en América Latina, que luego continuó su éxito en Chile en 2018, en Paraguay en 2020 y en Ecuador en el año actual. En el marco de este programa también se crea el proyecto de oportunidades circulares, que está en su cuarta edición, lo cual muestra el compromiso del país con la economía circular. Biovalor y UNIDO, sin lugar a dudas, abrieron un camino sin retorno a un compromiso país de transición hacia un modelo de producción no lineal, con gran compromiso en el ambiente, que se sumó a los esfuerzos de la apuesta a un cambio en la matriz energética de nuestro país. Uruguay ha venido trabajando, como se ha señalado, para mejorar la calidad de vida de la ciudadanía y la equidad social. En ese contexto también se identificó en PACE a un aliado, alineado con los objetivos nacionales hacia una economía verde e inclusiva. Se logró en el año 2017 su alianza en una iniciativa conjunta de PENUMA, OIT, ONUDI, UNITAR y PNUD. involucrando en Uruguay a los ministerios de Industria, Energía y Minería, Ganadería, Agricultura y Pesca, Turismo, Ambiente, Trabajo y Seguridad Social y la Oficina de Planeamiento y Presupuesto. El desafío propuesto de crecer sosteniblemente implica crear nuevas soluciones para problemas que cambian a ritmo acelerado. Eso se logra con innovación y la innovación crea oportunidades de negocio. Con el apoyo del SDG Fund para los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, Uruguay desarrollará acciones vinculadas a la segunda etapa de la transición energética hacia energías renovables. Tenemos hoy el 97% de nuestra matriz eléctrica proveniente de fuentes renovables. El siguiente paso al que contribuirá este fondo será la transición de los sectores de transporte e industria a la energía verde con acceso asequible a tecnologías limpias e innovadoras. Con esa base sólida se apunta a transformar otros sectores, lo que incluye la descarbonización del transporte y la industria. Se pondrá énfasis en la inserción de capacidades nacionales en tecnologías de la información, sector de alto desarrollo y potencial en nuestro país. Para concluir, podemos sin duda decir que Uruguay presenta fortalezas en 3 ejes temáticos: la segunda transición energética, la economía circular y la industria 4.0. Sin embargo, consideramos que tenemos mucho por desarrollar juntos. Por eso quiero manifestarle algunos de los intereses que tenemos en nuestro país para continuar trabajando con UNIDO. Por ejemplo, participar en el programa global de hidrógeno verde. Particularmente consideramos a este grupo de hidrógeno como una buena alternativa para descarbonizar en la actividad industrial y la movilidad de gran porte. Revitalizar el Centro de Automatización Industrial y Mecatrónica, el llamado CAIME, con el objetivo de que el centro obtenga la certificación FESTO para poder certificar a nivel regional e internacional y de transformarse en uno de los primeros laboratorios de industria 4.0 en América Latina. Dar continuidad al programa PEIS en Uruguay y, por último, el fortalecimiento de la Oficina Regional de UNIDO en Uruguay, ya que tanto la reforma de Naciones Unidas como el propio gobierno de Uruguay exigen decisiones ágiles y consensuadas entre los socios en el territorio. Uruguay tiene historia de ser un país a la vanguardia de los cambios, con otras coberturas, por ejemplo, de fibra óptica, el acceso a Internet, la matriz energética renovable, el acceso a computadora a todos los estudiantes, la respuesta al cambio climático. Tenemos vocación de ser laboratorio de innovación y desarrollo tecnológico para buscar soluciones globales. Es por eso que invitamos al señor director general a que visite Uruguay el año próximo para inaugurar la sede regional, lanzar el programa de Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible sobre transición energética y el programa global de innovación y tecnologías limpias, mostrarle nuestro piloto de hidrógeno verde y los avances que tiene Uruguay en economía circular. Mucho nos gustaría recibirlo, señor director general. Encontrará un país que ostenta una de las 10 mejores democracias plenas del mundo, que trabaja por el bienestar de su gente mediante el desarrollo económico, ambiental y socialmente sostenible. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا لكم على تدخلكم. والآن أعطي الكلمة للسيدة روزماري إديلون Under Secretary of the National Economic Development Authority فلبين فلتتفضل.
Distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation of the Republic of the Philippines, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election. I also would like to express our deep appreciation to Mr. Lee Yong for his strong commitment and leadership as the Director General of the UNIDO during the past 8 years. And I also congratulate Dr. Gerd Muller on his election as the new Director General of UNIDO, and of course UNIDO as a whole on its 55th anniversary. 55 years dedicated to building a better future for all. Yet, we all know that this future is threatened by the global COVID-19 pandemic. It has disrupted our efforts to achieve the SDGs and reversed our progress in lifting the world's poorest and most vulnerable out of their poverty and hunger. That is why it is critical for the international community to assume its fundamental responsibility to support the vulnerable and realize that in the face of new challenges, we need to change our solutions. And we now know that at the heart of these new solutions are inclusive, digital, and sustainable industrial innovations. Digital industrial innovations have allowed the Philippines, as with other countries, to keep moving despite the restrictions brought about by the pandemic. It has allowed businesses, government, education, work, and social assistance to continue operations digitally. And the next big imperative is to make these innovations inclusive, meaning to close the digital divide. This digital divide is a reality that splits our people by the lack of access to the digital technologies and competencies needed for the new innovations to reach them. Failing to close the digital divide means innovating only for the privileged few, leaving the others behind. To close the digital divide, we need technical cooperation aimed at increasing investments in digital skills competency, ICT infrastructure, and strengthened partnerships for knowledge transfer. We hope the UNIDO can prioritize this in their work program. Innovations are, after all, a product of co-creation. It is also just as important that these new innovations are sustainable to ensure that there is still a future that we can build for all. We need to direct those at the forefront of these new innovations, the MSMEs, to develop sustainable solutions. Of great urgency is the need to develop sustainable materials to replace the often plastic-clad packages being used by delivery couriers. Even as we begin our post-pandemic recovery and build resiliency, we should recommit ourselves to responsible consumption and production. That's SDG 12. The policy favoring sustainable practices should be cleared, reinforced by setting the appropriate quality standards, which is also a major work program of the UNIDO. This should be supported by research, adequate infrastructure to encourage the good behavior and discourage the bad behavior, and then enabled through sustainability financing. We should also utilize various mechanisms of choice editing to promote responsible consumption and production. As one of the founding members of the UNIDO, Mr. President, I would like to reaffirm that the Philippines will continue to support UNIDO's efforts towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We offer our highest assurance that despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, the Philippines remains committed and focused on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and will not lose sight of our own goal to realize the aspirations of Ambisyon Natin 2040 or our Vision 2040, where Filipinos enjoy strong family and community ties, a comfortable lifestyle, and a secure future. Together, let us hope and let us deliver this future. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وعلى البيان. والآن أعطي الكلمة إلى سعادة السفير أليخاندرو سولانا أورتيز، المندوب الدائم لكوستاريكا ورئيس مجموعة 77 زائد الصين. فليتفضل. سنعود بعد إلى كلمة سعادة السفير كوستاريكا. والآن أعطي الكلمة إلى سعادة السفيرة فوزية مباركي، المندوبة الدائمة للجزائر ورئيسة المجموعة الإفريقية. فلتتفضل.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Africa Group, I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Mizghani, Permanent Representative of Tunisia, on your election as President of this 19th session of the General Conference, as the organization celebrates its 55th anniversary. The group would like to assure you of its full support. Further appreciation is extended to the Secretariat for the excellent arrangements in preparing for this session. The group also takes this opportunity to express its appreciation for the efforts of the outgoing President of the 18th General Conference, His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazrouhi, Minister of Energy and Industry of the United Arab Emirates, as well as his Bureau. The group aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Mr. President, the Africa Group expresses its appreciation to the Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for his opening address and his report, which highlighted key activities undertaken by UNIDO in the last 2 years. The reports encapsulate important areas for economic growth and industrial development included in Africa, implemented through the country program and the program for country partnerships. These programs are critical to the pursuit of industrial development in Africa. In this regard, the group welcomes the expansion of the PCP network to Tanzania in October 2020 and Kenya in January 2021, bringing the number of PCP countries to 9. The group looks forward to further expansion of the network within the continent. Furthermore, the group wishes to underscore that the success of the CPS and the PCPs, as well as other programs and projects, depends on the mobilization of the required resources. In this regard, the group appreciates the continued contribution of some member states and international donors. Mr. President, the Africa Group commends the Director General for his advocacy for structural transformation and inclusive, sustainable industrialization of Africa countries through the implementation of the Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa. The group notes the continued implementation of the IDDA 3 roadmap and the establishment of the IDDA 3 Secretariat, which will help fast-track the implementation of IDDA 3 targets. In this regard, the group stresses the need for UNIDO to urgently finalize the recruitment process and operationalize the Secretariat at the earliest. Mr. President, the Africa Group notes the report of the Program and Budget Committee at its 37th session, chaired by Her Excellency Mrs. Fawzia Mebaki of Algeria, and expresses its support for the adoption of the proposed budget for the biennium 2022-2023. The group also takes note of the recommendation of the informal working groups on the issues related to the Program and Budget Committee and looks forward to a fruitful deliberation by the conference on those matters. Furthermore, the group is aware of the challenges with regard to UNIDO's funding resources, particularly during this time of COVID-19 pandemic, including its negative global economic and financial impact. In this regard, the group stresses the utmost importance for the member states to pay their financial contributions to the organization in full and on time, including the urgent collection of arrears of the current and former member states. Mr. President, The Africa Group has taken note of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the outcomes of COP26, which took place in Glasgow, where ambitious commitments were made in tackling climate change and its devastating impact on the globe. Despite only contributing marginally to greenhouse gas emissions, climate change remains the biggest risk for Africa's socio-economic imperatives and threatens the realization of Agenda 2030. In this regard, the African Group calls upon UNIDO to intensify its collaborative efforts to increase support for Africa's adaptation and mitigation programs through the provision of adequate climate-smart resources, environmentally sound technology transfer, technical assistance, and capacity building to assist in low-carbon industrialization and increase the use of renewable energy and energy efficiency to enable inclusive, sustainable, and industrial development. Mr. President, the group appreciates UNIDO and its partners for their ongoing efforts to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic through interventions in various UNIDO member states, including through the establishment of the Multi-Partner Trust Fund, whose aim is to address the public health emergency arising from the pandemic as well as to help countries recover better from it. The group is encouraged to note from the Director General's report that $83.3 million has already been mobilized as of September 2021 from the $2 billion required for the operationalization of the Multi-Partner Trust Fund. The Africa Group therefore thanks those that contributed financial resources to Trust Fund and hopes that many more partners will come on board to support the work of UNIDO. Mr. President, the Africa Group notes the progress of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which continues to guide UNIDO's actions despite delays reported in several aspects of the agenda. In this context, the group reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the role of UNIDO as a viable instrument for SID in economic, social, and environmental dimensions around the globe, and the developing countries in particular. The group acknowledges the special position of SDG 9 within the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by recognizing the role of industry, innovation, and infrastructure as a driver of sustainable development and for allowing greater income generation and sustained increases in our living standards. The group urges UNIDO to pay more attention to SDG 16 as the scourge of physical insecurity grows and spreads within several member states. This has become very necessary as it is apparent that physical insecurity has the ability to impede development efforts. Mr. President, in spite of the steady progress recorded in the socio-economic development in Africa, underdevelopment, unemployment, inequality, and poverty remain a challenge. Considering that 33 of the 46 least developed countries are in Africa, the group encourages UNIDO to further enhance its engagement with African countries with a view of tailoring its technical and advisory services to their specific developmental needs so as to boost structural economic transformation. In this regard, the group is appreciative of the Director General and UNIDO for continuing to give priority to the African development agenda and further welcomes the outcome of the recently concluded UNIDO's 9th Ministerial Conference of the least developed countries. Mr. President, as I conclude, the African Group notes UNIDO's strategy for post-conflict crisis situations, which targets to make a positive difference through alleviating risks, threats, and vulnerabilities to fragile states and communities. Considering the expected long-term impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Group appreciates UNIDO's adjustment of its strategy for post-conflict crisis situations and aligning it with its COVID-19 response framework. This will help vulnerable communities prepare, contain, respond, and adapt from the effects of both the pandemic and the conflicts. With this, Mr. President, I conclude and I thank you for your attention.
شكرا لسعادتكم على هذا البيان، وأعطي الكلمة من جديد لسعادة سفير المندوب الدائم لكوستاريكا والرئيس لمجموعة 77 زائد الصين، فليتفضل.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et mes excuses pour les problèmes techniques. Monsieur le Président, au nom du groupe de 77 de la Chine, je vous félicite pour votre élection à la présidence de la 19e session de la conférence générale. Je félicite également tous les membres du bureau pour cette élection. Le groupe vous assure le soutien plein et exprime sa confiance dans le succès de cette session sous votre discussion et votre leadership. Le groupe exprime également sa reconnaissance au secrétariat pour l'organisation de cette conférence générale, y compris la mise à disposition des documents pertinents en temps voulu. Le groupe saisit également cette occasion pour remercier le président sortant de la 18e conférence générale, Son Excellence ingénieur Soulaïm Al-Masrouni, ministre de l'Énergie et de l'Industrie des Émirats arabes unis, ainsi que son bureau pour les réalisations accomplies durant le mandat. Monsieur le Président, alors que le monde continue à se débattre avec ou face à face à la pandémie mondiale de COVID-19, qui ne cesse de prévaler un lourd tribut, en particulier sur le gouvernement, la population et les industries des pays en développement, le groupe réaffirme la responsabilité vitale de l'ONUDI en tant que coordinateur central de la coopération industrielle internationale en vue d'un développement industriel inclusif et durable au sein du système des Nations Unies. Ce rôle n'a jamais été aussi crucial qu'à ce moment où de nombreux États membres comptant sur l'expérience et l'expertise de l'organisation pour les aider à relancer et à renforcer les infrastructures industrielles afin de rebondir après le retour en arrière de 2 dernières années. Le groupe réaffirme aussi son soutien à l'ONUDI dans son mandat consistant à faciliter des contributions tangibles à la relance économique, à le renforcement des capacités, à la création d'emplois, à la réduction de la pauvreté et la réalisation de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable, en particulier les ODD 9. Mr. Chair, the group wishes to take advantage of the unique opportunity this particular session of the General Conference presents, when a new Director General is set to take the helm of the organization and steer it towards a new horizon for us to convene the expectations and needs of our member states moving forward, which the group believes is starting off all the right foot. Along this line, the group recalls the Abu Dhabi Declaration adopted by our head of states and governments, ministers, and representatives of the 18th General Conference in Abu Dhabi, AAA, in 2019, which recognized that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, as an indispensable requirement for sustainable development, as well as combating climate change and environmental degradation and its impact, are among the greatest global challenges of our time, and that effective international cooperation, including South-South and triangular cooperation, through the exchange of knowledge, best practices, and capacity building, and the transfer of technology on mutually agreed terms, are needed to address these challenges. Mr. Chair, the group echoes the call raised in the Abu Dhabi Declaration for collective action, multi-stakeholders partnership, and strengthening international cooperation to harness the full potential of new technologies associated to the fourth industrial revolution, while being mindful that such technologies have both transformative and disruptive capabilities that must be balanced in order to leverage their potential for achieving inclusive economic growth, reduction of inequalities, promotion of resilience, and safeguarding the environment while mitigating their negative efforts, such as widening the level of technology gap between countries, job losses, and threat to industrial safety and security. The group acknowledged the importance of UNIDO within the context of the United Nations Development System, and while we recognize the significance of the synergies and interlinkage between the economy, social, and environmental dimensions towards the common response to the 2030 Agenda, the group nevertheless wished to stress that the organization must first and foremost focus on delivering its mandate of ISID for its many developing member states and to avoid duplication of functions within the UNDS. The group reiterates that the developing world is facing challenges in attaining adequate and predictable financing for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Additionally, transfer of climate-related clean and innovative technology from the developed to the developing countries is indispensable for inclusive and sustainable industrial development and achievement of sustainable development goals. Therefore, the group requires the Director General to assist the member states for arrangement of adequate and predictable financial and transfer of clean and innovative technologies to the developing countries for their inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In this regard, the group requests the Director General to increase the number of investment and technology promotion offices in the developing countries and expand their services for promoting the investment and transfer of technology. The group urged UNIDO to further enhance its engagement with least developed countries and developing member states by becoming a bridge for them to access critical technology platforms, key players in the field of industrialization in the private sector, and through leaders in the area of manufacturing research and development, while continuing to concentrate on concrete and tangible field activities. The group encouraged UNIDO to continue advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development through the country program and program for country partnership, which contribute to promoting the reactivation of the productive sector in an inclusive way, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. The group likewise encouraged UNIDO to continue developing the work plan for the strategic framework for middle-income countries to help them avoid falling into or staying marred by the middle income trap by fostering their competitiveness and sustainable in the global market. Señor presidente, el grupo se siente alentado por los esfuerzos realizados por UNIDO y por todas las partes interesadas en la aplicación del tercer diseño del desarrollo industrial para África, que ha anclado firmemente a África en el camino del desarrollo industrial inclusivo y sostenible. Hacemos un llamado al UNIDO para que desarrolle estrategias que alineen los resultados del tercer diseño del desarrollo industrial con los del área continental africana de libre comercio, que aceleren la transformación industrial de las economías africanas para hacer frente a la dinámica cambiante del mercado y crear resiliencia a través de un ecosistema de fabricación inteligente. El grupo espera que el proceso de selección de la Secretaría del Tercer Decenio de Desarrollo Industrial para África finalice rápidamente para poner en marcha la guía conjunta de este. Señor presidente, el grupo es consciente de las dificultades financieras a las que se enfrenta la organización, que podrían obstaculizar el cumplimiento de su mandato de desarrollo industrial inclusivo y sostenible. Con este propósito, alentamos firmemente a la organización a que sigan el camino del presupuesto y la gestión basadas en los resultados, a que aproveche al máximo el sistema de coordinadores residentes de la Organización de Naciones Unidas, a que siga buscando la forma de ahorrar gastos y aumentar la eficiencia, a que mantenga la responsabilidad fiscal y a que encuentre la forma de aumentar los recursos financieros para evitar cualquier repercusión negativa en la cooperación técnica, el funcionamiento de su red en terreno y el trabajo de su personal en la sede y en las oficinas locales. El grupo expresa su agradecimiento a los gobiernos e instituciones que han aportado contribuciones voluntarias que han facilitado una mayor cooperación técnica a través de la ONU, mientras que a su vez insta a todos los Estados miembros a que paguen sus cuotas íntegramente y en tiempo, siempre que sea posible. Para terminar, el grupo de G77 y China confía en que esta conferencia general constituye un espacio propicio para discutir propuestas que nos encaucen a atender los principales retos de la organización y sus Estados miembros para lograr un desarrollo industrial inclusivo y sostenible. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وعلى البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير ستيفان كليمنت المندوب الدائم للاتحاد الأوروبي ودول الأعضاء، فليتفضل.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The following countries align themselves with this statement: Turkey, Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Norway, Ukraine, and the Republic of Moldova. Allow me to congratulate you on your election, Mr. President, and to assure you of our full support and cooperation. At the outset, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his election as the UNIDO Director General. We look forward to his appointment at this General Conference and stand ready to deepen our cooperation under his leadership. Let me also thank the outgoing Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for his guidance and dedication in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development at the helm of UNIDO. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are gathered here in Vienna today under the motto, Building a Better Future, to mark the 55th anniversary of the organization and to reflect on its achievements. Only recently, the UN Secretary General presented his report, Our Common Agenda, where he confronted us with the stark choice of a breakdown or a breakthrough scenario for our common future. Clearly, against the backdrop of multiple challenges ranging from global public health, aggravated poverty, and the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, the time to act is now. These challenges require global solidarity and global solutions that can only be achieved through international cooperation and a strong multilateral approach. We consider the whole UN system, including the United Nations Industrial Development Organizations, to be key players in this regard. The European Union and its member states are fully aligned with the UN's call to recover better. COVID-19 reversed hard-won development gains and could lead to a lost decade for development. Now, in this decade of action, is the time to reiterate our full commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as the blueprint for building back better, smarter and greener, leaving no one behind. The EU and its member states are jointly working as Team Europe, together with our finance institutions and agencies, as well as the European Investment Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, to address the recovery needs of our partner countries. We have mobilized about 46 billion euros as of April 2021 to address and mitigate the health, social and economic impacts of the pandemic. Additionally, EU and its member states collectively are among the largest contributors to COVAX, the global vaccine sharing facility, supporting it with more than 3 billion euros. The EU is committed to accelerating vaccine sharing with countries in need, leaving no one behind, with the aim of donating at least 500 million doses by the middle of 2022. Mr. President, the European Union and UNIDO share the vision that only through an effective multilateral approach can the goal of inclusive, sustainable and resilient economic and industrial growth be achieved. This common vision translates into a tangible cooperation in over 100 countries in all regions of the world. The European Union and its member states remain UNIDO's largest donors of voluntary contributions from governmental sources, financing projects and programs focused on poverty eradication, job creation, climate action, resource efficiency and circular economy, and reduction of emissions and pollution. In 2020 alone, the EU and its member states accounted for 37.6% of all voluntary contributions, and EU member states contributed 27.6% of the net regular budget. We encourage the Secretariat to further broaden its donor base, including through public-private partnerships. Only with robust support from its member states and the necessary financial resources can UNIDO deliver on its mandate, especially in the present challenging circumstances. Mr. President, the EU-UNIDO cooperation spans in the three thematic priority areas of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, such as creating shared prosperity, advancing economic competitiveness, and safeguarding the environment. We strive to create decent work and employment for all, particularly for women and youth, that can help lift people out of poverty, reduce inequalities, and end hunger, while promoting health, education, gender equality, and sustainable consumption and production. We cannot miss the opportunity to connect our recovery from the economic impacts of the pandemic to fixing the planetary environmental and climate emergency, for which there is no vaccine. We would like to reiterate our support to UNIDO's activities for sustainable inclusive industrialization in the fields of environment and energy, contributing to reaching the objectives of the Paris Agreement, of the COP26 climate conference in Glasgow, other multilateral environmental agreements, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity, and of just and green energy transition. We welcome the Secretariat's intention to prepare a UNIDO-wide climate strategy and encourage all member states to support this work. The EU welcomes UNIDO's support for the establishment of the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency that we launched together with UNEP last February. Members of the Alliance, which now include 15 countries, are joining forces to advocate a shift to a circular economy and a more efficient use of resources globally. We commend UNIDO for organizing the global consultations on circular economy, and we very much welcome the related resolution tabled by Austria and Costa Rica to this General Conference. We believe a global just transition to a climate-neutral, resource-efficient and circular economy is a fundamental contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDGs 8 and 12. The accelerated implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals in this decade of action requires global solidarity and multi-stakeholder partnerships. Guided by the Lima and Abu Dhabi declarations, we should continue mobilizing the private sector to create decent work and deliver inclusive, sustainable development, focusing on low-income countries and least developed countries in Africa and elsewhere. Along those lines, we support UNIDO's role in the implementation of the third industrial development decade for Africa in cooperation with other agencies and major donors, including the EU, and we encourage a more proactive approach in this regard. Mr. President, promoting gender equality and the economic empowerment of women is at the heart of the European Union's policies, internally and externally. The EU finds it important that the work of UNIDO is inclusive and that gender aspects are systematically mainstreamed in all programs and projects to help address gender imbalances in the manufacturing sector, such as wage gaps or women's access to labor markets and their unequal representation in industrial leadership positions. As a gender champion, the EU will continue to encourage the UNIDO Secretariat to achieve gender equality in the organization, particularly at senior management level in line with the United Nations-wide gender parity strategy. We support the draft resolution tabled by Norway and Mexico to the General Conference regarding gender equality and the empowerment of women. We reiterate our commitment to the reform of the UN Development System and the one UN objectives through an enhanced role of the resident coordinators and the renewed country frameworks. The EU supports this approach to further accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs and targets. In this regard, we welcome the UNIDO Programme for Country Partnership, which is already implemented in 11 middle and low-income countries. It has proved to be a valuable contribution to implement the reform at the country level and to mobilize resources and partnerships for a larger and more sustainable development impact. In conclusion, Mr. President, we reiterate our full support to your efforts to have a productive General Conference and look forward to engaging with Member States and observers in an open and constructive dialogue. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وعلى البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير تاكاشي هيكيهارا المندوب الدائم لليابان، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by congratulating Your Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Mezani of Tunisia on your election as President of the 19th session of the General Conference of UNIDO. I assure you, Mr. President, of our delegation's unwavering support. I thank the outgoing President, His Excellency Minister Suhail Al-Suzuley of the United Arab Emirates and his Bureau members for their dedicated work until today. My appreciation also goes to Director General Liyong and his team for preparing this meeting, despite the difficulties posed by the severe pandemic. Mr. President, this session is a unique opportunity for UNIDO and its member states to review the achievements made under outgoing DG Liyong and discuss new visions for the future under our incoming DG Gate Mueller. Japan highly appreciates DG Liyong's leadership in promoting ISID and positioning UNIDO as an important player in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We also value UNIDO's role in leading IDDA 3. The last 2 years of his term were particularly challenging due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused a large-scale human security crisis. Japan commends UNIDO's quick response to the crisis while maintaining high-level performances in day-by-day technical cooperation activities. Japan-UNIDO cooperation has flourished during DG Liyong's 8 years tenure. Japan's funding of TC activities has increased by 60% in comparison to the previous 8 years. Private sector engagement has gained strength now, and new stakeholders such as the Ministry of Environment and academia such as the Tokyo University has also become our active partners of UNIDO. Since the 18th General Conference session, UNIDO and Japan has intensified their cooperation with Asian, Middle Eastern, and African countries in various fields, including technology transfer for COVID-19 response, industrial skills development, and tackling marine plastic litter. We are pleased that Japan has made a substantial contribution exceeding $25 million to support DG Liyong's last year at the helm of UNIDO. Japan recently, on 5th of November, decided to fund 2 new UNIDO projects with $6.5 million in total. A project in Ghana, strengthening the rice value chain, and another project in Nigeria to support the first fight against marine plastic. They will be both launched next year. I announce this contribution as the last fruit of our collaboration with DG Liyong and the kicking off of the Japan-UNIDO cooperation under our new DG Gate Mueller. The 8th Tokyo International Conference for African Development, or TICAD-8, is planned to be held in Tunisia next year. Japan will work with UNIDO to further promote cooperation with African countries, taking momentum with this triennial milestone event. We believe that UNIDO can scale up the impact of its technical cooperation activities by sharing the results, knowledge, and experiences acquired through its projects. Japan and UNIDO have actively engaged in such knowledge-sharing activities. They have attracted strong interest and broad participation. We will continue our effort in this area. To begin with, at the 5th donor meeting today, just before this session, Ambassador Maria Manorio of Japan to South Africa presented UNIDO's very first plastic waste management project under its circular economy approach. For next year, we hope to take up our COVID-19 response technology transfer with ITTO Tokyo at an appropriate occasion. Mr. President, a new DG Gert Mueller takes the wheel in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. We hope that he can steer UNIDO to continue helping member states in need to overcome the crisis and build back better on the path toward achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, UNIDO must remain financially sustainable for all member states, which are without exception facing financial constraints due to the very same crisis. We trust that the new DG will continue promoting efficiency, through further rationalization, increased efficiency within the organization. Member States, on their hand, should resolve to make our utmost effort to support UNIDO by assuming our collective financial responsibility. Japan is ready to continue working in close dialogue with the Secretariat with a view to advancing all relevant reform efforts, such as UN Development System reform, the operationalization of result-based management, resource optimization, and revision of the staffing structure. Let me conclude by assuring that Japan remains committed to further strengthen its constructive partnership with UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهانيكم وعلى البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير ميكائيل يورانوف المندوب الدائم لروسيا، فليتفضل.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Я выступлю по поручению от имени постоянного представителя Российской Федерации при международных организациях господина Ульянова. Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемый господин Ильюн, уважаемый господин Мюллер, уважаемые делегаты, дамы и господа. Хотели бы присоединиться к поздравлениям в адрес ЮНИДО и ее членов с 55-летним юбилеем организации. С момента создания в 1966 году и по сегодняшний день она остается уникальной глобальной площадкой для выработки комплексного подхода к решению задач устойчивой индустриализации. Россия стояла у истоков ЮНИДО и ценит проверенное временем многогранное партнерство. Продолжаем активно поддерживать организацию, делиться опытом, продвигаем позитивную объединительную повестку дня. В 2020 году человечество вступило в десятилетие действий по достижению ЦУР. С его началом совпала и пандемия COVID-19, которая войдет в историю как один из крупнейших вызовов 21 века. Она стала серьезной проверкой на прочность как национальных экономик, так и международных институтов и отбросила назад планы по ускорению реализации повестки 2030. Сегодня наша общая миссия – как можно быстрее вернуться на траекторию устойчивого роста. И здесь мандат ЮНИДО востребован как никогда. Господин председатель, фиксируем стабильное повышение роли ЮНИДО в текущей глобальной системе координат. Все большую ценность приобретает экспертиза организации для формирования конкурентоспособной промышленной политики. Отмечаем деятельность ЮНИДО в поддержку мировой индустрии в условиях пандемийного спада. Возлагаем особые надежды на наращивание коллективных усилий по восстановлению экономики. Любые искусственные барьеры на этом пути опасны и недопустимы. Приветствуем возрастающее внимание ЮНИДО природоохранной теме запуск диалогового формата по экономике замкнутого цикла. Итоги климатической конференции в Глазго показали, насколько глубоко международное сообщество разделяет озабоченность, связанную с изменением климата, и заинтересована в скорейшем решении данной проблемы. Россия ответственно подходит к выполнению соответствующих международных обязательств, совершенствует национальное законодательство. На саммите лидеров по вопросам климата президент России Владимир Владимирович Путин пригласил всех подключиться к совместным научным исследованиям, сообща инвестировать в значимые проекты, активнее заниматься разработкой низкоуглеродных технологий по смягчению последствий и адаптации к климатическим изменениям. Хорошей платформой для этого, на наш взгляд, может стать в том числе ЮНИДО, обладающая солидным инструментарием и опытом внедрения экологически эффективных мер. Важно, что глобальное развитие должно быть не просто зеленым, но и устойчивым, причем для всех, а, соответственно, тесно увязываться с такими фундаментальными целями, как борьба с бедностью и неравенством. Видим серьезный потенциал ЮНИДО в продвижении цифровой повестки инноваций в качестве механизма обеспечения благосостояния и глобального развития опять же, на основе принципов устойчивости и инклюзивности. Приветствуем политику ЮНИДО, направленную на придание максимальной транспарентности своей работы, широкое вовлечение государств-членов в подготовку стратегических инициатив. Призываем и далее следовать этой формуле. Поддерживаем деятельность организации по сохранению проблематики устойчивой индустриализации в фокусе внимания мирового сообщества за счет сотрудничества с такими форматами, как Группа 20, БРИКС и другими. Заинтересованы в оценках итогов прошедшего на днях глобального саммита по производству и индустриализации. Признательны ЮНИДО за внимание к реформе системы развития ООН, включая финансирование резидентов-координаторов. Хотели бы в очередной раз подчеркнуть, покрытие соответствующих расходов в ущерб программным бюджетам считаем недопустимым. Отмечаем накопленный ЮНИДО солидный проектный портфель. Сожалеем, что на фоне коронавирусных явлений добровольные взносы сокращаются. Однако Россия, как один из ведущих и ответственных доноров содействия международному развитию, не снизила уровень поддержки, уверенно войдя в десятку основных государственных финансовых партнеров ЮНИДО. При этом считаем принципиально важным, чтобы любая международная помощь оказывалась сугубо по запросу реципиента и в тесной координации с ним. Господин председатель, признательны за высокую оценку деятельности Счетной палаты России и ее председателя Алексея Кудрина в качестве внешнего аудитора ЮНИДО, как со стороны делегации, так и секретариата. Этот авторитетный ревизионный орган провел большую работу. Просили бы поддержать российскую заявку на его переизбрание на очередной срок, что позволит нашей команде внести дополнительный вклад в повышение финансовой устойчивой организации. Благодарим ЮНИДО за сотрудничество, рассчитывая на продолжение конструктивного взаимодействия и с приходом ее нового руководителя, господина Мюллера. Исходим из необходимости обеспечить преемственность курса на максимальное раскрытие потенциала нашей организации в интересах развития. Благодарю вас.
شكرا على بيانكم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير جوتس شميت بريم المندوب الدائم لألمانيا، فليتفضل.
Mr. President, first let me start by congratulating you for your election and your skillful leadership of the conference so far. I'm sure it will go on. Germany fully supports the statement of the European Union, and in my national capacity I'd just like to add that we supported the draft resolutions we are all working on, and we have taken an active part in the negotiations on these resolutions. Given the short of time, let me just address 2 points: climate change and circular economy. We thank UNIDO for its draft strategic framework for climate action, which is an important step in the right direction. The industrial sector is directly responsible for more than 1/3 of global energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. Industry stakeholders therefore play a vital role for limiting the global temperature increase to 1.5 Celsius. In this regard, we note with delight UNIDO's aim to align its activities with the Paris Agreement and to position industry as a leading force in the transition of net zero emission economies. Germany welcomes UNIDO's draft strategic framework to support the systemic transformation of the industrial sector by mainstreaming climate action across its operations. This transformation opens up opportunities for industry to act as a driver of innovation. It also poses challenges. For instance, it is hard to mitigate sectors and for workers and communities depending on jobs in carbon-intensive sectors. Within its mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, I said, UNIDO can significantly contribute to ensuring a just transition. DG-elect Müller was clear in addressing this morning the deficiencies of COP26. So it is all the more important what UNIDO can do to mitigate those negative effects. UNIDO's draft strategic framework marks an important starting point to enhance the organization's climate ambition. Based on this, we encourage UNIDO to develop concrete timelines for the implementation of the strategic framework and its alignment with the pledges of COP26. UNIDO needs to develop indicators to assess its success. We recognize UNIDO's focus on climate change and look forward to the continuing debate on UNIDO efforts to implement the Paris Agreement. As for circular economy, we have taken note of the report of the Director General on this topic and the draft resolution and also the Member States' comments. Germany participated in UNIDO consultation process on circular economy. The findings match the experience gained through German development cooperation in this field. The barriers that have been identified to transition to a circular economy in developing countries include, among others, inadequate incentives for private sector, the absence of enabling environment for investment, and a lack of financing for sustainable waste management systems. This is why extending producer responsibility in member countries is key. Extended producer responsibility includes incentives to prevent waste right from the beginning of the production cycle. What is also needed is international exchange of experiences, multi-stakeholder cooperation, and financial support. Under the patronage of the outgoing German Development Minister Müller, the Prevent Waste Alliance was established in 2019 to facilitate relevant efforts. In the alliance, about 250 member institutions are currently working towards preventing waste and increasing circularity among global value chains. We invite UNIDO to make use of the vast experience of the Prevent Waste Alliance for the ongoing and future activities. Before I conclude, I would like to take a look ahead to the coming year. I am able to announce that Germany is willing to renew the bilateral strategic dialogue between the German government and UNIDO. The first round was in 2019 and it led to the common roadmap. Next year will be a good time to take a fresh look at the roadmap and to focus on intensifying its implementation. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهانيكم والكلمات اللطيفة الموجهة نحو شخصي وعلى البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة السيدة بريكو هامالانين المندوبة الدائمة لفنلندا، فلتتفضل.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity to take the floor. Let me first congratulate you for your selection as the chair of the 19th General Conference. I also wish to congratulate the vice chairs as well as the rapporteur. Finland is also grateful to the Secretariat for organizing again this very important policy-making organ meeting in difficult circumstances. Distinguished delegates, Finland aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. Let me share a few comments also in our national capacity. Firstly, I want to reiterate Finland's congratulations to you, Mr. Müller, for your appointment as the Director General of UNIDO. Finland considers UNIDO as a key partner in trade and development. Our appreciation for the agency is clearly demonstrated in the form of the financial support, political cooperation, and active role in the governing bodies. Secondly, I also congratulate Director General Lee Yong for his work for the organization and inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I want to particularly mention DG Lee's work for the empowerment of women and gender equality, as well as for the climate, low-carbon development and circular economy. Ladies and gentlemen, Finland welcomes the annual report of the Director General. Finland appreciates the development results and impacts that UNIDO achieves in developing countries. Every job that is sustained and every small enterprise that has survived amidst the COVID pandemic is a valuable achievement. The pandemic is not only a health crisis, it is predominantly an economic crisis, especially for the poor and most vulnerable people. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development is now more crucial than ever before. We need to rebuild the global community from those many crises. We must rebuild with dignity, respecting diversity, equality and human rights. It was clearly underlined also by our minister in his video address to the General Conference on Monday morning. It goes without saying that Finland follows closely the implementation of UNIDO's strategy for gender equality and empowerment of women, as well as gender parity action plan. Let me also remind the management to guarantee adequate resources for the Gender Office, including those from the regular budget. In addition, Finland pays an increasingly keen attention to the rights of people with disabilities. Reiterating from our minister's address, I encourage UNIDO to take disability inclusion seriously in its relevant projects. To conclude, Mr. Chair, the global community made progress in COP26 in Glasgow to steer the future development to a sustainable path and decelerate the warming of the planet. According to various analyses, we still have work to do to limit the average temperature increase below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Finland strengthens zero carbon development and circular economy both nationally and internationally. I'm glad that UNIDO and Finland have joined forces in promoting circular economy value chains and aim to ignite transformative changes in the business world. I thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وعلى البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة السيدة كيرستي أندرسون المندوبة الدائمة للنرويج. فلتتفضل.
Thank you. Norway aligns itself with a statement made by the European Union. I would like to make the following remarks in my national capacity. Norway is a firm supporter of the UN system and a rules-based multilateral order. The UN needs to be strengthened so that we are better equipped to deliver on the 2030 agenda. Both the pandemic and the climate crisis are global challenges. We must find global solutions and improve global cooperation. Prior to the pandemic, we had made some progress on the Sustainable Development Agenda. The pandemic has caused setbacks. Climate change remains a huge challenge. We must therefore intensify our efforts to overcome the pandemic and our efforts against climate change. Few are better positioned to create the green jobs and industries needed for reaching our development and climate ambitions than UNIDO. Thus, we support the initiative by the European delegation to present a resolution that asks for development of a UNIDO strategy in response to climate change. Norway and Mexico have together tabled a resolution on gender equality and the empowerment of women. Norway has, for the previous 3 general conferences, submitted a resolution on this topic. This year, we are grateful for the successful partnership with Mexico. We thank all delegations for the constructive engagement and cooperation during the informals. To achieve these sustainable development goals, it's crucial to systematically mainstream a gender perspective. We appreciate the progress UNIDO has made in this regard. by increasing the access of all women to productive resources, by creating enabling conditions for women's entrepreneurship, and by job creation, education, and vocational training. As we recover from the pandemic, gender-responsive recovery measures are needed in industry, involving women in the design and implementation process to ensure that inequalities are overcome. Distinguished delegates, the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD, is supporting UNIDO's Global Market Access Programme with up to 110 million Norwegian kroners over a 5-year period. This is a global programme aiming at strengthening national quality infrastructure and compliance capacity. It will facilitate and improve market access for selected value chains in developing countries. Regional and multilateral trade agreements that ensure fundamental standards as well as address climate and environmental concerns are a priority in Norwegian development and trade policy. In this respect, we consider GMAP a motor that supports developing countries engaging in safe trade by building self-sustaining value chains and thus promoting economic growth. We look forward to cooperating closely with UNIDO and the new Director General on UNIDO's important contributions to green, inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادة السفيرة على بيانكم، وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفيرة ميريا ديل كارمن مونوث ميرا المندوبة الدائمة للإكوادور، فلتتفضل.
Sí, no tengo sonido.
We hear you.
Sí, ¿me escucha? Are you listening to me? Thank you. Señor presidente,
Please.
Señor presidente, a nombre del gobierno del Ecuador, le expreso el apoyo de mi país por la acertada conducción de la 19ª conferencia de UNIDO, así como el reconocimiento a todos los miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi delegación agradece el informe presentado por la Junta de Desarrollo Industrial, cuya relevancia en contexto de pandemia presenta grandes desafíos, no solo en el campo de la salud. Por ello, la colaboración de UNIDO es importante para que el desarrollo industrial facilite la recuperación socioeconómica de nuestras sociedades en condiciones más sostenibles e inclusivas. La promoción de la sostenibilidad constituye principio rector de la normativa ecuatoriana y su plan de desarrollo. Es por ello que prioriza la búsqueda de oportunidades comerciales y el fortalecimiento de la seguridad jurídica para incrementar la competitividad, productividad e innovación del sector industrial bajo un enfoque de economía circular como un modelo económico que protege el patrimonio natural, la producción y consumo, mediante la extensión de vida útil de los bienes producidos y la reinserción de residuos generados en nuevos procesos productivos. El Ecuador requiere que la UNIDO siga apoyando al país en la construcción de una hoja de ruta de economía circular que facilite el desarrollo de políticas públicas para la creación de nuevas empresas y empleos de calidad, que fortalezca el ecosistema de innovación y transferencia tecnológica en el marco de la Agenda 2030 y su ODS 9. En este marco, agradezco el trabajo de UNIDO en el Ecuador como agencia de implementación del Protocolo de Montreal relativo a las sustancias que agotan la capa de ozono, cuyo liderazgo de la UNIDO ha permitido el fortalecimiento del sistema de refrigeración y acondicionamiento de aire, lo que constituye un esfuerzo adicional en el combate al fenómeno global de cambio climático. El apoyo de la UNIDO ha sido esencial también en el proceso de formulación e implementación de estrategias de producción más limpia a nivel sectorial, resultando de ello la suscripción de acuerdos de producción más limpia con los sectores de alimentos y de madera, con los cuales se ha logrado la optimización en el uso de recursos como el agua, energía, combustibles fósiles. Ciertamente, presidente, se registran avances en el objetivo de lograr un desarrollo industrial sostenible en el país. Sin embargo, existen retos que debemos enfrentar y buscar soluciones. El Ecuador requiere fortalecer los marcos regulatorios para reducir las brechas de género y establecer medidas específicas que garanticen el empoderamiento de las mujeres en un mercado laboral donde registran menor participación y menores ingresos. En este sentido, el Ecuador considera que los procesos de desarrollo industrial sostenible requieren adaptarse a la realidad tecnológica que transforme los modelos de gestión hacia modelos innovadores con mayor utilización de medios digitales. La UNIDO podría cumplir un rol catalizador de asistencia técnica a los países en desarrollo a fin de prevenir que la brecha tecnológica existente se incremente y afecte aún más la competitividad empresarial. Presidente, el Ecuador, al asociarse con la declaración realizada el día de hoy por el Grupo de Países Latinoamericanos y del Caribe, GRULAC, reitera que la cooperación que ofrece la UNIDO podría ser distribuida en forma más balanceada y equitativa entre las distintas regiones de países en desarrollo, a fin de no dejar a nadie atrás. Finalmente, la delegación ecuatoriana deja constancia de su agradecimiento al señor Lee Yong por las actividades desarrolladas en UNIDO desde que asumió el puesto de director general en noviembre del 2017, al tiempo de dar la más calurosa bienvenida y asegurarle todo éxito al flamante nuevo director Gerd Müller, quien asumirá esta alta responsabilidad muy pronto. Muchas gracias.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهانيكم وعلى بيانكم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير داريوشيرو المندوب الدائم لبنما فليتفضل.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La pandemia sometió a las naciones del mundo a desafíos globales monumentales. A su paso, ha puesto de relieve en toda su crudeza las profundas dificultades de nuestras sociedades, tanto a nivel nacional, regional como global. Pero de igual manera ha subrayado que el mundo interconectado de hoy tiene como único camino para la supervivencia de la humanidad la cooperación y la solidaridad. Las dificultades que hemos atravesado en 2020 y 2021 nos recuerdan que el multilateralismo y la cooperación internacional a través de las instituciones del sistema de Naciones Unidas, incluida la UNIDO, son fundamentales para hacer frente a las crisis mundiales. Mientras continuamos mitigando los estragos del COVID, el apoyo de la UNIDO será fundamental, especialmente para encaminar el mundo hacia una senda ambientalmente sostenible, neutra en carbono. La recuperación económica ha pasado a ser una prioridad y el desarrollo industrial y sostenible emerge como una herramienta esencial para construir un planeta más inclusivo, sostenible y resiliente. Señor presidente, la labor de la UNIDO para responder a las crisis y construir el futuro mejor es importante. Por ello, nuestro país otorga la mayor relevancia a las actividades enfocadas en la promoción de las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas, el fomento de sus capacidades, así como al desarrollo de nuestra industria nacional, a las cadenas de valor y a su expansión en mercados internacionales. En este sentido, tomamos nota de la elaboración del marco de la UNIDO, respuesta a la crisis, construir un mejor futuro, en consonancia con el marco de las Naciones Unidas para la respuesta socioeconómica inmediata a la COVID-19 y en el que se describe el enfoque de la organización. Valoramos las actividades de fortalecimiento de los conocimientos y las instituciones desarrolladas en el marco programático de mediano plazo 2018-2021 y consideramos apropiado establecer y mantener plataformas de alianzas público-privadas para facilitar la financiación y el intercambio de conocimientos, mejores prácticas y pericia. Asimismo, compartimos la eficacia del modelo de programas de alianzas por país, el PCP, a través del cual la organización ha introducido un enfoque integrado que desencadena una inversión pública y privada considerable, mejora la coordinación y refuerza las alianzas. Señor presidente, es fundamental para promover la inclusividad, la igualdad de género y el empoderamiento de las mujeres, así como la incorporación de la perspectiva de género en todos los programas, políticas y proyectos de la UNIDO. Por ello, Panamá aprecia el asesoramiento de la UNIDO sobre políticas en sectores con alto potencial de crecimiento y la creación de empleo decente, el acceso al financiamiento y a oportunidades de inversión, así como para adquirir competencias técnicas, profesionales y empresariales que ayuden a las mujeres y a las personas jóvenes a incorporarse al mundo laboral y progresar en él. También consideramos que los programas de formación profesional técnica, siguiendo el modelo dual, contribuirán a superar las dificultades en la formación para la vida laboral donde escasean los fondos. En este sentido, tomamos nota del trabajo que ha venido realizando el Servicio de Aprendizaje y Desarrollo del Conocimiento para reducir la brecha de competencias industriales desde su fundación en 2012. Panamá, por su parte, ha tomado la iniciativa de establecer el Instituto Técnico Superior Especializado como herramienta para la mejora del sistema educativo a nivel técnico profesional superior, en la cual estudiantes que hayan finalizado su educación media o bachillerato tengan la oportunidad de realización personal con una educación profesional y técnica de calidad, inclusiva y que responda al crecimiento del desarrollo del país. Esperamos poder contar con la UNIDO para el fortalecimiento de esta iniciativa. Nuestro país, siendo primordialmente una economía de servicios globales, está desarrollando una estrategia para el desarrollo de nuestra industria nacional, con fundamento científico y técnico, priorizando sus esfuerzos en la industria farmacéutica, agroindustria vegetal y pecuaria, la industria logística y la industria de manufactura avanzada. Por consiguiente, Panamá espera, bajo el liderazgo del nuevo director general, señor Müller, se fortalezcan nuestras relaciones, particularmente a través de la inclusión de proyectos enfocados en los temas mencionados en el marco programático de mediano plazo 22-25, con la finalidad de lograr objetivos nacionales y de desarrollo nacional. La cuarta revolución industrial debe estar al servicio de todos. La UNIDO debe esforzarse para que los Estados miembros, sobre todo los países en desarrollo y en transición, accedan a tecnologías digitales con la digitalización como acelerador para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Señor presidente, el desafío más grande que nos queda por enfrentar después de la pandemia es el cambio climático. También Panamá ha hecho su parte. Hoy por hoy, Panamá es reconocido como uno de los 3 países del mundo calificados como carbono negativo. Además, hemos asumido la responsabilidad de salvaguardar nuestra biodiversidad, declarando el 30% de nuestros océanos como áreas protegidas, cumpliendo con la iniciativa 30x30, meta que alcanzamos 9 años antes de la fecha fijada para el 2030. En consecuencia, mi país alienta a la UNUDI a ayudar a las economías en desarrollo y emergentes a instaurar sistemas integrados de producción más limpios y eficientes eficientes en los recursos humanos, a reducir el impacto ambiental de la industrialización y al mismo tiempo a crear vías hacia una economía circular. Señor presidente, Panamá, para concluir, ha tomado debida nota de la puesta en marcha de dos proyectos nuevos para la región, a saber, una plataforma nueva de creación de redes regionales, creación de alianzas e intercambio de conocimientos, así como un proyecto regional sobre cadenas de valor pesqueras y la creación de empleo en la acuicultura. En este contexto, Panamá, el país con la mejor conectividad marítima y aérea de América Latina y el Caribe y eje del transporte marítimo mundial, pone a disposición de la UNUDI las ventajas competitivas que brinda su posición geográfica, así como su infraestructura multimodal como base para potenciar nuevas estrategias de mercado de cercanía. Panamá reitera su respaldo a la futura gestión del nuevo director general y como muestra de dicho compromiso, aún en medio de la pandemia, ha puesto al día sus contribuciones como aporte al pleno funcionamiento de la organización. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
شكرا سعادة السفير على بيانكم، وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير السيد جيديب مزودار المندوب الدائم للهند، فليتفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency Ambassador Mohammad Mezghani, I congratulate you on assuming the chair of the 19th General Conference of UNIDO. I also welcome the other members of the Bureau and assure you of our full cooperation in the successful conduct of the General Conference. We associate ourselves with a statement made by Costa Rica on behalf of the Group of 77 in China and would like to add the following points from our national perspective. Mr. President, the 19th General Conference of UNIDO is being organized under circumstances that we could hardly foresee when we held the 18th General Conference of UNIDO in Abu Dhabi. In the Abu Dhabi Declaration, we then recognized that eradicating poverty, combating climate change and environmental degradation and its impacts are among the greatest global challenges of our times. 2 years on, the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic have only exacerbated these challenges that we face. This necessitates that we, the people, our governments, and the international organizations come together and intensify efforts to remain on course to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. If there is one lesson that we can draw and should draw from this pandemic is how interdependent we are. The pandemic has been a stark reminder that in this interconnected and interdependent world, we succeed or fail together. In our response to the pandemic, India has remained global in her outlook, extending medical assistance to over 150 countries and supporting the vaccination efforts of 95 countries. Domestically, we launched the world's largest vaccination program using indigenously developed and WHO-approved Covaxin, as well as other vaccines, and has already administered more than 1.2 billion doses, comprising 67% of our target vaccinations. We expect to produce over 5 billion vaccine doses for the world in 2022 in pursuit of our vision of One Earth, One Health. Even as we recover from this pandemic, India remains steadfast in its international commitments towards eradicating poverty, combating climate change, and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Indeed, These are objectives have become more pressing even as the ability of developing countries to cope with them has diminished. India continues to not only deliver on our climate commitments in Paris, but also to exceed them. Today, India ranks 4th in the world in installed renewable energy capacity. Our non-fossil fuel energy has increased by more than 25% in the past 7 years. We expect to generate 50% of our energy from renewables by 2030. India has also promoted institutional solutions such as the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure to enhance international cooperation in this area. As we deliberate on how to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Climate Action through Circular Economy, India's Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi drew the attention of the world leaders in Glasgow recently to the SDG 12 and highlighted the importance of promoting an environment-conscious lifestyle. He stressed upon the need to promote mindful and deliberate utilization of resources instead of mindless and destructive consumption. This should be an important aspect of our quest for a sustainable future. Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "The world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed." In this decade of action for achieving Sustainable Development Goals, with the overhang of the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to build back better. Global supply chains must be resilient, trustworthy, transparent, and sustainable. The digital age should not be a source of digital divide in the world. The digital innovation ecosystem in India is booming. India has developed vast experience of large-scale delivery of social services by leveraging digital technologies. We stand ready to share these technologies with the developing world as open source platforms under South-South cooperation, as well as by partnering with organizations like UNIDO. Whether in health or in bridging the digital divide, India is ready to contribute to the solutions. In this, we see an important role for UNIDO, a role that we member states are already crafting, be it in digital technologies and innovation, in Industry 4.0, or in inclusive and sustainable industrialization and circular economy. Indeed, with all our support, I believe UNIDO's relevance for both developing and developed nations is only set to grow. India, as a founding member of UNIDO, and which hosts one of the largest and multidimensional technical cooperation portfolios of the organization, the Facility for International Cooperation on Inclusive and Sustainable Development is hosted by India. This facility can be an important pillar in UNIDO's Build Back Better strategy for strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation. And India is ready to partner UNIDO in this effort. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهانيكم وعلى بيانكم. وبهذا التدخل الأخير نصل الآن إلى نهاية الجلسة العامة لما بعد ظهر اليوم، وسوف نستأنف المناقشة العامة غدا صباحا في الساعة 9:30 مباشرة بعد الفعالية الجانبية التي ستنظم بشأن مساهمة اليونيدو في السنة الدولية للاقتصاد الإبداعي من أجل التنمية المستدامة لعام 2021، وستبدأ في الساعة 8:20 صباحا في هذه القاعة وعلى منصة الزوم. كما أود أن أشكر سعادة السفيرة سيلنر من النمسا وسعادة السفير هيكيهارا من اليابان على موافقتهما بصفتهما نائبي رئيس هذا المؤتمر على رئاسة الجلستين العامتين الخامسة والسادسة على التوالي. أشكر السفراء الموقرين على دعمهم. قبل رفع الجلسة أغتنم هذه الفرصة للتذكير جميع المندوبين بأن المشاركة الشخصية مطلوبة إذا كانوا يرغبون في المشاركة في الاقتراع المتوقع لانتخاب مراجع حسابات خارجي في صباح يوم الخميس 2 ديسمبر 2021. وفي هذا الصدد يتم تذكير المندوبين بمتطلبات الوصول لقاعة الجلسات العامة التي تفرض بصرامة، والتي تتطلب إثباتا لاختبار الPCR صالحا لمدة لا تزيد عن 48 ساعة، حتى لو تم تعطيمهم أو تعافوا. أبلغت بأنه قد تم تعميم رسالة تحتوي على جميع المعلومات ذات الصلة على البعثات الدائمة بعد ظهر اليوم. شكرا لكم على الحضور. رفعت الجلسة.
Excellent, sir. Thank you so much.